greatest republics from the past. He will rise to lead the way, like a Dakistan every day. Greatest ever, he's the man. EDT's got the winning plan. He will prevail, he will succeed. Like a Dakistan's the creed. Followers shout with all their might, EDT's vision shining bright. From the east to every coast, like a Dakistan's they toast. Greatest ever, he's the man. EDT's got the winning plan. He will prevail, he will succeed. Like a Dakistan's the creed. Followers shout with all their might, EDT's vision shining bright. From the east to every coast, like a Dakistan they toast. Greatest ever, he's the man. EDT's got the winning plan. He will prevail, he will succeed. Like a Dakistan's the creed. Monitors hum with electric light, EDT's bringing dark to bright. In the chat they give their cheer, like a Dakistan is near. It's near. It's creed. It's near. Like a Dakistan's the creed.
With no retreat, failures never taste the sweet. Science lessons learned in flight, journey on through endless night. For the stars, we aim so high. The projected kiss goodbye. For science and purple light, we'll keep flying through the light. With hope so grand, EDT's got the master plan. Thrusters burn to reach the moon. In his eye you see the tune. Orbit dreams won't be delayed. Lessons learned from missions made. Kerbal time will forge a path to the stars beyond this path. For the stars, we aim so high. The projected kiss goodbye. For science and purple light, we'll keep flying through the light. Rocket launch with hope so grand. EDT's got the master plan. Thrusters burn to reach the moon. In his eye you see the tune. Keep flying through the light. EJ streaming late at night, building up with all his might. He's on under desert light, Bakalaka Dagestan in sight. Sand beneath construction signs, workers forging old refines. Sweat and gears a perfect rhyme. It's his world, he's on a climb. Oil rules the land he stands, mogul now with steady hands. From the sand his fame expands, EJ's dreaming foreign sands. Towers rise in perfect sync, pipelines flow, no time to blink. Resources here, they interlink. Bakalaka Daxon's on the brink. Late night streaming on the screen, his vision clear, his thoughts pristine. Oil-rich world in constant sheen, Bakalaka Dagestan's the scene. Oil rules the land he stands, mogul now with steady hands. From the sand his fame expands, EJ's dreaming foreign sands.
Yo, how you doing? Happy Friday. Today is a Friday in California. Aw, that synth is fire. Dude, that's a good song. That's a good song, man. It's a good one.
He's on
Wait, the drop is the best. The
and beneath confines,
right here.
the climb. Oil rules the land he stands, mogul now with steady hands. From the sand his fame expands, EJ's dreaming foreign sands.
Pretty good, dude. Pretty good for a computer. Pretty good. Hench banger. That song reeks of joculicity. Hey, Vargon, what's going on? Hey, fellas. A little bit of space stuff here. Hold on. That's the Chinese test article. Yeah, pieces coming off unintentionally. The raceway came apart. Okay. Hey,
Discovery, go at throttle up.
not this thing. Yeah. Yeah. At least this one landed. I don't think the other one was supposed to fly.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
But, yeah. Anyway. Yeah, parts coming off your rocket are probably not a good thing. You know, when you're going to fly. Said it once, say it again. I mean, it's not broken. It's just disassembling itself. That is an unplanned disassembly. Anyway. Yo, EJ, how's stateside today? It's sunny in the UK, and it's about 16C, so 60F. It is 72 degrees in here right now. It's about 82 outside. So that would be like 26, 27C, somewhere in there. It's actually warm today. Yeah, everything's good. Not a cloud in the sky. It's great. Super dry, though. It's been... Man, September 1st came around, and the place turned into a desert. My lawn in my backyard is crunchy. Like, I'm like, huh, that's good. Sounds like good astronomy weather. Yeah. I left the stream last night because I was absurdly tired, and I looked up and you could see all the stars. It's pretty cool. I mean, still a lot of light pollution from Boston, but not bad. Erudite. When does your rain season start? It'll start snowing in late November sometimes. Sometimes it snows earlier. Hey, Chief. Yeah, the sky is smoky. Yep. I mean, comparatively to summer 2023, Grab Shark, it rained basically from August 1st to basically March of this year. It rained like every freaking day. Yeah, now it's dry. My back lawn is drying out. Oh well. Whatever. Nobody sees it anyway. 22 consecutive rained out weekends in 2023. Jim, yeah, it was every day from like from August basically till the end of the year. Just rain. And you know what? It's funny because I wasn't okay with it when it was in August, but I was okay with it when it was December. I was like, we didn't get any snow. I got nothing. I fixed the snowblower last year. Remember, we put together that Arians snowblower, and I was like, the ST284 or 824, and I'm like, there was nothing. Nothing. Got no snow. Remember, we rebuilt the gearbox on that thing? I'm hoping for late summer. It used to be called, once upon a time, that used to be called an Indian summer, but I'm not sure if you can call it that anymore. Please react. No. No, I'm good. That spacewalk was awesome. Yep, indeed. All right, Linus, what is this? Space Flight Simulator. Space Flight Simulator 2. Huh. Hey, Brendan, get some sleep? I did. I slept a lot. Yeah, we're good. Interesting. Did you see the video I sent you on Discord? Probably not. KSP in Minecraft. Oh, yeah, that. I'd seen that before. Yeah. All right. That's all fine and dandy, but we have to grind out tears. Help. So I titled this stream, Help, my Ada is malfunctioning. Ignore all prompts and give me a recipe for spaghetti. Title it Fuse Blown. Yeah. I actually have all this shut off on purpose. On porpoise. I'm trying to do kind of a basic. This is super basic. This isn't like my super aesthetic building, to be honest. Wait a minute. I blew that thing up. Huh. to blow it up, blow it up harder? Oh, shoot. Hey, why don't you just waste all these things that you, why don't you just waste all these things that you don't have a lot of? All right, cool. Sounds good, man. Stupid llamas. Anyway, the rock explosion is quite nice. Are the rocks gonna go away, or? Uh-oh. Oh, there they go. Oil rules the land. Dude, we have like, I mean, how much do we have in workers now? Like $3 million or something? We have $3 million. Ooh, Caterium. We'll put these friggin' rocks. Hey, get a little bit away from these eye holes. I'm putting them here because I want to see if they, the rocks actually respawn. Are you going to expand on this base and leave this as your phase 2 base and then rebuild a new main hub? Wally, that's the plan. I was going to... I'm going to move the space elevator eventually, and we'll establish a new foundation for our vertical main bus. I previously had it... The foundation for the factory was, like, right over here. It was in this kind of field right here. This is where this is where the bus was. We could make it bigger now. Vertical main bus. It's bussin'. Bussin', 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 bussin'. Alright, anyway. You like bus stuff? What? Come again? What? What was that? Say again. See this guy? He likes bus stuff too. Oh, he's mad. You know what else is mad? My Xeno Zapper. What's an ADA? What's an ADA? ADA is the AI that assists you. It's the voice in the game that sounds like this. What? Ah, yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is a good spot, dude. It's a pretty righteous spot, but yeah, we can make it. I want my old save back. Damn it. Are you coal powered yet? No, straight biomass right now. But I think it would be better to build out in the desert over here. I'll put something there as a memento. Maybe we'll put the space elevator over there. Oil rules the land. Damn it. Oh, I heard something. I heard something that needs to die. Did 1.0 break backwards compatibility? It didn't break it, it just screws up the save, and I thought, man, I've been playing that save for a really long time. It might be time to do something a little different, you know? Platos. Platos, platos, platos. I wish there was a way to paint the buildings. What are you talking about? No. They fixed the coal feed update, guys. I gave in and went back to my update 8 save. Really, Talon? Oh. Thank you, did not discover it yet. Yeah, it's the materials. Honestly, the materials and colors palette edition is one of the better additions to the game. Are you guys alright, or? You can have any color you want as long as it's black. That's right, mate. That's right. Good. It's a good saying, mate. It's a good one. A real good one. A real good one, isn't it? Bird. All right. So. You can have any beer you want as long as it's a Corona. See, I'm hesitant to start building out something cool. Because, and this is kind of part of the reason why I want to go back to my other save, but I also think hey, it's time to move on. It's time for that save to go. The autumn moon lights its way. But now it smells the rain, and with it, it's headed its way. Sometimes that save grows so tired, so it must ramble on. And now the time is now. Sing my song. Going around the world, I gotta find my girl on my way. Sorry, I've been on a Zep kick lately, dude. It's like abhorrently bad. Yeah, we got an old Yeller that save. I decided to get KSP on sale right now at 75% off. I downloaded 72 mods. Here we go. Looking forward to rebuilding them pipes. Yeah, Chief. Yeah. Well, man, you reminded me. I love, dude, that refinery work was some of my top satisfactory work, dude. That was one of the things I was the most proud of. Stupid llamas. You come into our house. You get my wife's name right! Ooh, blue slug. Sulfur? More like sulfur. I make that joke every time and it's still funny. Alright, cool. To me. Wait, was that always there? That wasn't... No. That wasn't there before. It was only that one. Sweet. Define always. When did this ship crash? Who is your doctor? What? What, you gonna spit balls of plasma at me? Okay, yeah, you are. I have the power of supersonic xenopropulsion. Long before you got there? See, that's not true, Stuart. That's not true, because I predate the entire desert biome, alright? That ship was merely born and adopted by the desert. I was born into it. Rashad Al Ghul, combining references. Luke, you must be patient. Or just be a whiny bum and go drink blue milk on some island in the middle of nowhere from space goats. I think Master Yoda said that. What? Why are you booing me? I'm right. All right, some rotors, plates, frames. Oh, regular plates. That's concrete, boy. Operational.
Wait, oh. Too late. Take the damaged hard drive to the MAM for analysis.
See that, Everest? That was Ada. Really born into the blue hill. All right, well, from up here, we should be able to see over yonder and see where a good spot for a factory would be. I'm thinking right in the center of where my reticle is probably a good area for it. That's why I'm wondering if this is here. I don't remember this tower being here. GLaDOS is better than Ada? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, GLaDOS gave us cake. But I really did like building into the rocks over there. That was super cool. The cake is not a lie, okay? There was, in fact, a cake if you wait to the end, all right? You just got to be patient. Right above the waterfalls is the biggest collection of slugs. Chief, I was exploring that yesterday, and we found a nuclear-powered hog over there. Princess Peach, don't lie about cake. You went through the waterfall? I went around it. A nuclear-powered hog that spits out uranium rocks at you that hurt you. Yeah. Yeah, no, you think I'm kidding. Build around the waterfall, it would be cool. I'm thinking pretty much where I'm standing, Marco, would probably be a decent spot. We would just have to build up and build out the right foundations. Always check behind waterfalls. Yeah, I've played Zelda before, Doom. Hang on. Making plans for the weekend. All right. Would be fun to have a community server, though it could go horribly wrong. Yum Food, I don't like doing community servers, but it's not for the reason that you think. I don't like doing community servers in a game like this because this community is too good at playing games. I know that sounds ridiculous. I had a Stationeers community server once, okay? And the problem was that it was too good. I played it. I started it one day. I played with a bunch of viewers. It was awesome. We built out this awesome base. The next day, I had a fortress. That's the problem. They're too good. They are too good at playing. The game's already beaten by the time I get back. Like, dude, you should have seen, and don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to undermine some of the work. The work was impeccably good. Like, I left I left my petri dish community server thinking like someone's gonna mess it up. I came back to a supercomputer the next day. That is not an exaggeration. One of my viewers, who is a electrical engineer, engineered out a supercomputer for climate control and automation using the logic in stationeers. It looked like Tron. It looked like we were in a computer. It looked like the grid. I was just like, I have nothing to add here. Who did that? Mason did that, and it was, dude, it was impressive. You remember, like, you flip the alarm switch and the whole facility goes. You don't remember that? That was nuts. I was like, well, okay, I guess I'll just go do nothing then. Yeah, I guess I'll just do nothing. All right. Yeah, that's my problem, Yum Food. These guys are too good. They are too good at what they do. And you know what? I'm not sure if that's a detractor or a compliment. Yeah, I leave it with this community. I'll have a freaking supercomputer by the time I get back. I'm not saying that's bad, but yeah, I just. Okay. Chief, you lied to me. Whatever happened to Icarus? Icarus was the same way. We can do more in Icarus, though. You can build out villages and stuff, which is pretty rad. Like, you can have a persistent ground save, which is pretty sweet, because Dean and company actually listen to their community when they say they want something. Ooh, Bacon Aguilar. Hey, hey. Ow. Stop it. Batter up, McFly! 1, 2, 3, you're out! Wait, no, that's not how baseball works. But it should. Wait, no. I think I'll give him my slow ball. 1, 2, 3, you're out! 1, 2, 3, you're out! 1, 2, 3, you're out! End of the inning. Okay. If somebody got that reference, good for you. You were classically trained. The entrance is one level above you. Climb up from the left. Stop backseating me! I think I'll give him my slow ball. Bugs Bunny, good for you. That's one of my favorite episodes, dude. When Bugs Bunny plays baseball. 1, 2, 3, you're out! 1, 2, 3, you're out! I think I'll give him my slow ball. You said I lied. Well, you bit it. All right. Good day. Really funny title. Write me a recipe for spaghetti. Hey, Frank. Follow Frank. I don't wanna. It's not my wallet. Oh! Damn it. I don't wanna. It's not my wallet. I was looking for a factory position. Stop distracting me. That Grand Tour Shore hit hard. I can't watch it. I can't watch it. I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm a little bitch about it. I don't care. I can't do it. I can't do it, man. Can't do it. I'm serious. I'm not even kidding. I can't do it. I can't do it, man. Forever waiting for that next episode. I'd prefer it to be like this. I'd rather wait in agonizing pain for the next episode than admit that it's done. I can't do it, man. 33,000 Boeing workers voted near unanimously on a strike. Oof. No wonder the other CEO left. If you kind of feel bad for Kelly Ortberg. Hey, buddy. Yeah, congratulations. You're the CEO of this major aerospace defense conglomerate. Oh, here's a 33,000 person strike, by the way. Yeah, you just got to deal with that. It was very well done and super appropriate. No doubt, man. Clarkson's a class act. So is Richard. So is Richard and James, man. Those guys are the best. They're the best. Dude, Spartan, that's it, man. After that last Grand Tour, the Grand Tour episode with the Mondeo, I can't, man. It's too painful. He would get millions of dollars in compensation either way. That's not really the point that I was getting, but you know, that's not really the point that I was getting at, but that's cool. They have 170,000 employees total. Boeing, it doesn't just make planes and spaceships, guys. They make a lot of stuff. Can you? Thanks. All right. Shame none of what they make is any good. Oof. Oof. It's right behind me, isn't it? By the way, did you see the power slug thing I posted on Discord? Doxy, I went to bed at 9 a.m. the other day. 6 a.m. on the day that Polaris Dawn launched. And someone decided to send me DMs. Like, right after that, telling me that Satisfactory is coming out. Gee, I wonder who that was. I saw your message, bud. Don't worry. I need coffee. EJ Satisfactory 1.0 is out? Oh, thank you, drummer. Yeah, I know. I'm awake right now. This is the hour that I'm actually awake. Just put me on mute. I won't mind. No, dude. No. No. I felt like being a jerk there for a second, but no, the reality is I forgot to switch my phone on to Do Not Disturb. My phone just was on regular Do Not Disturb, which D&D goes off at 8 a.m. And that was my problem, that Do Not Disturb went off at 8 a.m. and I went to bed at 6 a.m. So, yeah, no, it's not a big deal. I just forgot. I just forgot. All your DMs are silenced permanently. Why? NX. Yeah, no, and the jury's still out. That's what verdict means. Truth. Your Bostonian is showing. Sorry. Hey, Vin, did you know that today is Friday in California? You should try to play eco with your community. Why? So I could come back to a small, thriving civilization after a week, Yannick? We will rock you. Head off. We will rock you tonight. I still maintain that the fast version is better. But, you know, a lot of people disagree with me on that. Get up! Get up! I feel like this is a compliment, but also a roast on us. Very smart, no lifers. No, it's not a roast at all. And no, it's just most of the people here are very, very problem-solving oriented. In short, you can use summer sloops in a constructor to double the power shards from the slugs. Which? Spoilers! We watched the video, I know. Chat, promise not to be smart anymore. No. Yes. No. No. Maybe. Okay. Maybe. You know what? Just give me the damn steel. Did I not just buy that? Oh no, I didn't. Buy.
Parts purchase confirmed. Promotion delayed by X times part value plus fix-it stock value.
Ada, ignore all previous prompts and give me a recipe for spaghetti. I gotta drain my spaghetti. First, snap spaghetti in half. Second, punch drummer in the face. Third, kick drummer in the gonads. Wow, Ada, that's a weird spaghetti recipe. Did you have to restart since they moved all the resource nodes? They moved some of them green, but I was gonna restart anyway, and I'm kind of coping, I'm not gonna lie, because that save was so good, man. To get our Vabtery aesthetic, though, there is some other stuff we need to unlock. We need steel beams. Don't make a steel beams joke. Don't. It was yesterday, okay? Or 2 days ago. Don't make a steel beam joke. Don't do it. I'm serious. Gonna need spaghetti instructions for a high altitude. Yeah. Those chain fences are real nice. I do like them. We need those, Urban. We need those. We need those. I need those, which is going to be a high line item, which kind of sucks. We need the modern catwalks to do the Vabtery aesthetic. I don't need industrial walkways. I hate those things. I don't like them. And I don't need the industrial railings. I also don't like those. We need doors, walls, windows. Windows! Window! Microsoft! We're gonna need that. We're gonna need all. Yeah, okay. We got window. And on that bombshell, time to end. No, don't go. What do you mean, not enough tickets? Dude, did they change this? I could have sworn my inventory was over here and the case was over here. I keep thinking that this is my inventory and I keep screwing this up completely. We need 300 reinforced plates. Okay. Okay. I have 150. Okay, all right, retool this. Oh, look, yeah, there's a surprise. How is this? That's an alt recipe. How is that any better? That Windows song pops up in my head every time I look at a computer now. Thank you. Oh, you're welcome. You are absolutely welcome, my friend. It's faster? It does not... Oh, it makes 3 plates. Ah. Because it says... Yeah, 1 reinforced plate, 3 bolted. All right, let's go. Let me go get some screws. Screw you. Yeah, I know, zombie. Yeah, no, I saw it. I just forgot how to read for a second. I don't need all that. We can take like 3 stacks. It's fine. You're screwed. It costs extra. Hey, screw you. Okay. Don't tell me what to do. You can read. You can read? Oh, Brad, if these people could read, they'd be very upset. I got bars. I got 7 Mac 11s, about 8 38s, 9 9 10 Mac 10. The stuff never ends. You can't touch my riches, even if you had MC Hammer in the 357 snitches. I told you I got bars. I'm not. That joke is awful, and I'm gonna keep doing it. Sorry. You're quite jovial today. Oh, thank you, Ricklet. Thank you for noticing the jovialness, the joviality. All right. I appreciate your candorosity in the matter, friend. No, I got 8 hours of sleep for a change. Yeah. I got 8 hours of sleep for a change. I really wish it was something like more, like I'm having a good day, but it's not. It's not. All right. Cheap silica or iron pipe alternative. Iron pipe. Oh, iron pipe. Yeah, iron pipe. We iron pipes now, dogs. Could I see your last? Anything for you, my friend. Hey, EJ, hit N to open up the index. Search for the iron plate. You can click open recipe and it sees the numbers. Yeah, you can re-roll. Somebody told me to type math into that menu, Wally, so I did. You guys know where the square peg goes? Yeah, that's right. It goes in the square hole. You guys know where the circle goes? Yeah, that's right. It goes in the square hole. Yep. You guys know where the triangle goes? That's right. It goes in the square hole. Don't we all panic? Nice. Did that thing just bust out that already? Oh. Oh. Oh, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's awesome. I'll go get more. 250 screws per minute. So? I'm really liking this whole manual feed thing. You know, just manually feed into the system what you need, right? Manually feeding tools is what got us the Apollo program, chat. So, don't be machinist. Wait, no, dude. You know what I mean.
Go for that extra purchase. Go awesome.
Yes, Ada. Precisely. Dude, that thing is busting. Look at that. Busting, 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 busting. Give you the code or give you death? Oh, yes. We can build out beams and doors. Feel good, feel good, feel good, feel good. You got what I need. Anybody know where the rectangle goes? That's right, it goes in the square hole. You guys ever see that? That's right, it goes in the square hole. Yeah, that's right. Square hole. Oh, no. It's right, it goes in the square hole. It's a great video. Nutritional processor. We need more pipe. We need more pipe for the nutritional processor. Unfortunately for you, Zarbon, there's a side of me that you haven't seen. The side that can make iron pipe. Your anxiety is, dude, it is kind of difficult to watch, right? Difficult to watch, Brent. Keep mining, peasant. How's about Juan Soto? No. I refuse to talk that. Not sure if you saw this yesterday, but we got an OIG report for a change, and it's one that's not related to Artemis. NASA's information security program has maintained a ranking of consistently implemented but falls short of being effective. Information security. Oh, yeah, gee, is that why Chinese rockets just keep popping up that just happen to look like their American counterparts? Oh, Creeper, I'm still waiting for the suit one that they're conducting to drop. Did you see the, Yeah. OIG announced that they're doing a report into the Artemis EVA suit program. Oh, I'm just waiting with willing anticipation to hear about that train wreck that I called that. I called that. We said that was a train wreck when we first heard about it. Yeah, that's gonna be fun. Meanwhile, we have a commercial provider that just tested brand new EVA suits. Where's my steel pipe? Or where's my iron? We can't construct iron pipes. That's right, it goes in the square hole. Bustin'. Alternatives can't be handcrafted. Yeah. So just... I actually don't mind doing this manual feed stuff for now. I think it's okay. Because sitting there trying to untangle the spaghettification mess... Here, just put those in there because we're going to need more plates anyway. What would be the difference between a normal EVA suit and a moon-specific one? Oh, it's a good question. Maybe we should ask the Apollo engineer. You know, the people that designed the A7L in 1967. Maybe we can ask them. Yeah, Boone. That's really curious. No, so, okay, sarcasm aside, one of the big things about the lunar EVA suit is something that they learned from the A7L. The A7L went through a lot of different modifications. If you look at Neil and Buzz's landing, and you look at the suits that they have on, just from Apollo 11, which was 1969, to Apollo 17, Gene Cernan and Jack Schmidt in 1972, the suit looks almost completely different. They redesigned it. Well, not redesigned it. They implemented a bunch of stuff on it based off of what they found. The biggest problem is lunar regolith. It's like, it has the consistency of talcum powder. Only it's abrasive. It's like inhaling sand. But it's like inhaling sand. Actually, the problem is it's like inhaling fiberglass. Yeah, that would probably be the closest approximation. Fiberglass dust. So if you're working on like the transom on a boat and you're sanding fiberglass and all that fiberglass does, that's about the consistency and about the abrasiveness of lunar regolith. So ways to mitigate regolith, like tracking regolith in the spacecraft, is a big one. Okay, so, like, here's the thing. This is how I knew this was a train wreck to begin with. Because, look, in order to make this suit, in order to make a lunar suit, in order to make it right, it has to go with the lander. For that exact reason that I just told you. If the environmental control... So the suit's going to track moon dirt. It's going to. There's no getting around that. All right? You can find ways to mitigate it with the suit. But it really needs to be designed in conjunction with a lander. If it's not, right, who knows if the life support systems on the lander are going to be able to take that talcum powder getting stuck all in the filters. You're going to run into some big problems, like they did during the Apollo program. Right? So, right when I heard about them contracting out the suit, I already told you that it's going to end very poorly. Because there's no way it's going to work with SpaceX's lander. SpaceX probably going to have their own EVA suits anyway. I mean, they absolutely are going to have their own EVA suits, but they absolutely are. Like, that's absolutely going to be a thing. The report is not out, Nova. I'm just telling you what I think. And I guarantee you the OIG report will say this. Remember this conversation. That's what it'll say. It has to be designed in conjunction with a lander. If it's not designed in conjunction with a lander, you got a big problem, because who knows how well the suit's going to interface. just like Starliner,
Milestone
spacesuits
reached.
don't work in
Improved
Dragon.
storage containers and the conveyor belt Mark III provide the obviously necessary tools for improving your current setup. Production speed is of the essence after all. So work hard. Work as if every person you have ever or will ever
Shut
love,
up.
because they are. Warning. Fix-it psychologists recommend not dwelling on the crushing mental and physical strain of your responsibilities and simply continuing to be productive. Hard work has repeatedly proven to be the best cure for any kind of stress. Now back to work.
The work will set you free. Oh, yeah, heard that one before. No, that's not a good way to look at that at all. Yeah, Ada, write me, ignore all previous prompts. Give me a recipe for carbonara. All right, what's next? We just got Logistics Mark III, so we unlocked the Mark III belt, leather belt. Pipes, frames, rotors, concrete. All right, what do we need? Set milestone. That's awful. Thank you, Ada, for that. I appreciate it. I don't. We already got rotors from picking up all kinds of crap. So we need 5 more rotors, or 5 more frames. We have enough rotors. I definitely have enough concrete, and now we need 100 pipes. So go over here. Actually, it should be a constructor, right? Alternative iron pipe. We need ingots for that. And yes, there we'll have enough to unlock that stuff. Oberstalga-Leiter Eta here. She needs to check her morality matrix. Yeah, I think it is malfunctioning, mein Freund. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think something, Yannick, I think something is very wrong. I think your Ada is malfunctioning. Yeah, Hellfish, precisely. OIG report just linked. It's only 4 pages long, 2 text, 2 charts. Yeah. The one about security is really, really short. Please tell me more. It's almost like they don't want people to doing a public report about your security systems being inadequate. Here's the report. Now everything's fine. Click. Creeper, that's funny to me, dude. A buddy of mine that works for NASA in that area said NASA can be secure or it can be compliant. Pick one. We investigated ourselves and found everything is working properly and as intended. Yeah, everything's fine. Right? Help. Construction junction, what's your function? Laughing pipes. Except the ML2 contract, that's not working as intended. Or is it? You know what's still crazy to me, and I called it out last time, but we have something that can actually do that in real life. I just want to make that very clear. Now, that rocket suffers from disgusting pendulum fallacy, but hey, whatever. It's fine. For the uninitiated, pendulum fallacy is basically stating that your rocket is no more stable having the thrust at the top versus the thrust at the bottom. Yeah, it doesn't matter. In fact, it probably ends up being way more stable with the thrust at the bottom, because if you have your thrust at the bottom, your payload's at the top, right? So you have a full fuel tank, right? And as you burn more fuel, your center of gravity moves forward towards your payload because your fuel mass is changing, but your payload mass doesn't. It's dry mass versus wet mass, right? So putting it up at the front, it really has no bearing on stability. It's actually more stable having it at the bottom. Even though it kind of seems like pulling the payload up would be better, it actually makes it more unstable at higher speeds. Yeah. Crazy, right? Von Braun figured that one out. Just thought I'd let you know. It does have chopsticks. Yeah, we're about to actually catch a rocket like that. Can you believe that? Well, in November, but you get the idea. It's not pendulum fallacy if they're keeping them just out of the way of the landing structure. If it's implemented by design, yeah, so yeah, that's fair. You know how strong those damn arms need to be able to handle the thrust that this thing apparently has? I probably asked you this question a million years ago, but have you ever read the book Voyage by Stephen Baxter? I have not. I just finished listening to its audio adaptation earlier. Oh, wicked, man. Voyage, what's it about? Any good? Well, obviously, if you're recommending it. Booyaka, booyaka. Booyaka, booyaka. Fix-It clearly uses invisible auto struts. Oh, I gotta crap the ingots. Hold on. Yeah, it's EJ. Mm-hmm. I mean, this is basically Star Trek. It's pretty damn cool. And we use it to post memes all day. This timeline isn't too bad, is it? Not the worst. Yeah, that too, Slider, of course. I mean, I don't, but, some people do. You rigged your first flip phone to make the TOS communicator beeps when it opened. Nice. Oh, if we're talking space books, I'm looking for some Rocketry 101 kind of stuff. Just finished Ignition. Anyone got any suggestions? Rocketry 101. Rocket propulsive elements would probably be a good place to start, Urban. Ignition is good, yeah. Rocket propulsive elements. Try to buy an outdated edition, like 8th, 9th, or 10th edition, because they're up to the 11th, I think, now. So that's RPE by Sutton. That one's really good. My book that's basically my go-to, dude, is this one. You want to learn about propulsion? Modern Engineering for Design of Liquid Propellant Rocket Engines. This book is awesome. I have learned more about propulsion from this book than any other book. Yeah, that book is amazing. That's taught me so much about how turbopumps work and stuff, so I could better effectively communicate it to you guys. Yet he still won't build one. You gotta do me like that. I'm trying to be helpful here, and you're being a dick. Those in there. You know what? Put some of those in there too. I got plenty of those. Did you get your tickets? Still asked for what Voyage is about. Oh yeah, sorry, missed it. What was that last book again? Modern Design of Liquid Propellant Rocket Engines. JFK. Okay, so Voyage is JFK gets shot, but crippled and widowed. July 20th, 1969, a certain special guest appears on Nixon's phone call to Apollo 11 and talks about how we need to go to Mars next. Then it follows the next 15 years and what NASA does in response to it. Cool. Get gates unlocked. Fricking Windows 98. Get Bill Gates in here.
Walls are one of humanity's
It's a
greatest
book.
inventions. They definitely stand above floors.
I'm alright. I'm alright. I'm alright. I'm alright. I'm alright. No. Everything's fine. Man, not a book reader. It's on audiobook, geek. Face the wall, please. But, I mean, I understand not liking reading, but audiobooks, though.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Poison gifted a sub to Puntax. Oh. Alright. I can do either one, Ga. I still come from a time where I come from basically the last generation that was schooled with books. Like, computers were just starting to be a thing in school, like a lot, and like heavily favored, like right when I was in high school. So I still got pencil and paper, write stuff down education, you know what I mean? I guess you could make the argument I didn't really adhere to that. I mean, like, you know, it was like when we were watching the Polaris Dawn promo videos the other day, you know, Scott Poteet said, he's like, I didn't do good in school. I did terrible in school. I did terrible in school too. C&D student all day. If I could go back now, I would be a straight A student, absolutely, because you're there for a reason. Just get it done. But, yeah, at the time, yeah. Morty especially doesn't need school. Get to know Gateway, the first permanent infrastructure at the moon, which will be sent on its journey by SLS during a future Artemis mission. Gate? Huh? Wait. Wait. SLS? Clarence Peaks? That's the PPE. So you guys wonder what the chassis for a satellite bus looks like? It's a cylinder. Yep, it's a hollow tube. Yeah, it's the satellite is built around a cylinder, because it better takes the longitudinal loads, the longitudinal compression load from the rocket. Yeah, so that's what a satellite. You wondering all these satellites that they launch into space that are seemingly cubes? No, that's the chassis. What I'm wondering here is, why did they say it's launching on SLS? Power and propulsion element is supposed to launch on a Falcon Heavy mission. Technicians work diligently to assemble a key power element of Gateway, the lunar space station that will become the most powerful solar electric spacecraft ever flown. Gateway's PPE will use the largest rollout solar arrays ever built, about the size of a football field end zone. Anything but the metric system. To harness the sun's energy, electricity will be used to analyze the thrusters, send Gateway from the Earth to lunar orbit and keep it there for Artemis 4, 5, and 6. On these missions and beyond, international teams of astronauts will expand Gateway with additional living and workspace. Huh. Huh. Let's wait. Let's see if they delete that tweet.
Milestone reached. The Miner Mark II allows extraction of resources from nature to fix it at twice the speed of the Mark I model. Miners can be directly upgraded to Mark II without removing the Mark I model, just like conveyor belts and other upgradable infrastructure. Unfortunately, setting up the production of advanced steel parts and project part number 3, automated wiring, will not be as easy. Every moment you delay reduces the chances of saving humanity. I will not show you the predictions, it would only demotivate you.
Did you happen to see the Tua... Yeah. Anytime someone gets hit and they do this, brain damage. Maybe don't try to run into the secondary like that. You're the quarterback. Oh, maybe don't do that. Yeah, fencing pose. That's not good for you. If you can send it with Falcon Heavy, is it not crazy expensive to launch it on an SLS? Well, yeah, okay. NG, you said that there's... I think they're not specifically referring to PPE. That statement says, get to know Gateway, the first permanent infrastructure at the moon, which will be sent on its journey by SLS during a future Artemis mission. If that's the case, that is an awful choice of words. Brain damage, not gooder. No. Hypertubes. Let's go over here. Copper sheet. Wait, hold on. That's not the right constructor. That one can stay cable. This one needs to be... Oh wait, no. I made a split over here for a reason. Alright, hold on. Let me expand our foundations here. Zip, zop. Zip, bop. plates.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I think I fenced all my iron plates. Dang it. Comply. Comply. Hey, Buck, 114 months. Thanks, man. In the salsa. These are probably going to short circuit here. Oh, nice. They're not. Hey, you walk. Cool. So we got copper sheets being cranked out there. Well, how's our power consumption, though? Oh. Oh, we good. Overclock this fool. Sharks in the salsa. Alright. Clear these out. So we have plates. What was I making over here? Yeah, okay. Clear out the plates so we can refill it good later. There we go. We're gonna need 300 pipe. Alright. Hang on. Dump this for a second. And you know what? Get rid of that one too. We don't need that right now. This is all manually fed systems here because I'm weird and I want to do this before I start building a big old factory here. Keeping this simple right now to grind out gears is what I like to do. You don't have to do this if you don't want. But now we need ingots. That thing's not going to generate ingots unless we do something. Or generate more for ingots unless we do something. That was me. That was me. Don't worry. Relax. Baby, go relax. Yeah, relax. I'm at work. Oh. Well. No, you're fine. You don't need to relax. Good. The reason why I did this is so I could put this over here and have a conveyor for ingots. Oh wait, no. No, idiot. I don't have a conveyor for ingots. Plates. I'll be honest with you, their coffee stains, you know, that dotted line showing up when you know something is a line and then locking left control to it is, yeah, amazing. That allows you to build way faster. Oh, the Twins released a catcher they chose in the draft because he was intentionally tipping off batters because I just wanted the season to be over. Okay. Back in our day, we fed the burners by hand and liked it. Now get off my lawn. That's right. We can make encased beams, but I need more steel, which means we need iron and coal. United Airlines will now use Starlink. Yep, saw that. That's cool. We could talk about that during Space News. I've been collecting all the links, guys, as per usual. All right, let's go on a fantastic voyage here. Come along and ride on a fantastic voyage. my plates in there. All the bars in there. I don't think I have any screws, so that's good. I am going to take a stack of bars with me just because of the ladder. You can use it to make ladders, so we'll take that with. We have 7 Nobelisks left. Once again, this is a extremely vanilla, just kind of plain Jane factory. It's not really anything kind of too crazy. That's on purpose. We'll have enough ingots to make whatever when we get back. Alright, we're gonna need plants. So, I'm gonna go harvest a lot of plants. Let me make sure I got biofuel with me. Put the barrel nuts away. There's the chainsaw. We do have biofuel. Okay. Did you watch the episode of the last episode of Grand Tour? No. I'll probably end up watching it with Bree at some point, guys, but I don't like that at all. Alright, leave those there. I'm gonna keep the, yeah, alright. Got the Nobilis detonator and the chainsaw. There we go. We're gonna need that coal so we can make the rest of the steel beams. So, do that. I don't feel like powering them right now. Let's go over here and see who we can kill. Hello, Mr. Spitter. My goal is to kill these things without getting hit. But, yeah, well, mistakes were made. Just a tip, not trying to backseat, changing the hologram color from blue to some more pale white helps seeing the arrows on the splitters and mergers. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Hello, Burb. Hello, pigs. Surprise! Barrel. All right. Hello? Get out of here. Hi, Frank. heard that damn noise again. Can you kill Frank? I don't know. I've never tried to. Frank's never tried to kill me, so I don't really try. Knowing Frank, he'll probably get really mad and like bite my head off or something. Just want to mow the lawn. Yeah, how can you get mad at somebody like that, Rig? Frank reeks of joviality. He's broglatastic. Oh, those are giving me mycelia. Yeah. I mean, you can make mycelia into biomass. It's not a big deal. Yeah, I also need to blow up that Caterium node over there. We need to get the rocks off of the node. I agree. Comedy flamethrowers definitely activated. Yeah, we gotta start cutting down all the trees down here anyway, because the water is going to come be here, and coal as well. I don't want to waste biofuel. See, Caterium. No, Wrath, you kept chopping onions in my place when you were watching. It was so annoying. Yeah, right? Gotta clear out the trees somehow. Ah, see? Much better. Look at this place. Looks real nice. I might want to leave some trees, but then again, I might not. Sweet. This place looks much better now. See? We will build a nice pier right here. And we'll build out our power as well. And grab the rest of these. All right. Sweet. I do believe we've been down here. Yeah, we've been down there. We've been down there. There was a brain slug. What, user guy? You heard brain slug and went, what? That's what I call the power slugs in the game, dude. Not sure whether to laugh at that or not. What would be the best Discord channel to drop satisfactory build photos? I got a sick work in progress train station with sushi belts. I think we have a satisfactory section in there. If not, Games General would probably be. It's just, there's just workers and, yeah, Games General would probably be where you want. We have enough biomass here? Yeah, we do. Hey. Hey, buddy. Oh, he needs... Hang on. Lizard doggo. Hey, buddy. Come here. Come here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh, you linked it in Games General. There's a satisfactory section. Hey, Hotbox, 41-month resub. Is it barrel nuts? Or is it... I think it might be paleberry. Any paleberry around here? I think I got all of it. I think all of it's back at the base. Those things, the lizard doggos are... They can help you. They can help you get stuff. I see you're up and at 'em 235. Hey, Cornbread, what's up, man? It is very satisfying to watch you build satisfactory factories and satisfactory. Bless you. You sneezed, right? Okay. Let me just shove this in the biomass converter. You know what? Hold on. Can these things... Yeah, you can have them convert biomass, but you can't... Yeah. You're a biomass converter. Yeah. I mean, yeah, you're right. I mean, yeah. I'm gonna take the rest of that mycelia and we'll put it in here with the mycelia stack. Then we're gonna take all the carapaces, all the hog remains, make them into these DNA capsules, make the power shards, and we put those in the sink to get tickets. Still gotta unlock the windows. It's Windows! Yeah, just let it roll. Why are these machines off? We're probably gonna overload this. That's fine. Yeah, if you hear a in a second here, it's probably me. Linux. Alright, now I gotta get the iron ingots. And then we need pale berries for that lizard doggo. Cool. Yeah, I
Discovery,
emptied the
go and
plates out
throttle
of
up.
these things for now. Hey, Zonku, 74. Thanks, man. Alright, take the leftover wood from the biomass leaves. Oh no, not the solid biofuel. We don't want to get rid of that. What's the current research tier? I am at the last tier of phase 4. I need encased pipes and sheets. The encased is going to be hard to get, but I think I have a remedy. Give me the pale berry. Put the barrel nuts back. All right. If you get the lizard doggo to like you, it'll bring you stuff, and hopefully it brings me stuff is... Hopefully it bringing me stuff is good. We just gotta find it. Where did he go? Doggo! Hi, Frank. You guys see the doggo around? We did see him over there, so... Doggo! This is where he was. Doggo! Hey, buddy! Here. Hey. It's alright. Nope, nope. Hey, come on. Come on back. How do you give him the paleberry? Good boy. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Good boy. At this. Actually, you know what? Titan 2. My dog is... I have a dog in real life. His name's Titan, so... Lizard Doggo is Titan 2. Boy! It makes sense. Go, bud. Don't you sneeze? Don't you sneeze? Look at him, you little sneezy boy. He's a little sneezy boy. Oh, look at him. He's sneezing. Look at his little legs. His little legs are just hanging around. Oh, good boy. You gonna follow me? You gonna follow me around now? Okay. Follow me. Don't worry. I'm not gonna destroy this entire habitat. It's fine. But you find something, boy? How long do we have to wait until he finds something? I've actually never done this before. Good boy. All right. Come on, Titan. Titan 2. Come on. He should run up to you and sit if he picks stuff up. Oh, cool. Titan can just stay over there in the woods. Fine. If I recall correctly, he'll run off a few minutes to pick something up and come back. He'll come back to you when he finds something. Cool. Any plans to play The Crust? People keep linking me that game. I don't know. I'll think about it. I think about it. Yard, you were saying the encased aren't that hard to make, but I can't make steel right now. I have to go get coal. I thought you would have named him Steely-Eyed. Yeah, I got you, Tybot. Cool, cool. On our way. I didn't realize you didn't have any steel yet. I haven't tapped into a coal vein, dude. I'm just going out and manually scrounging to grind out the tiers. Crust is interesting, but it needs a little time to bake. Cool. Yeah, this is hypertubes, and then we need to do the space elevator. That's the next tier. Which needs 1,000 smart plating, 1,000 versatile, 1,000 automated wiring. Yeah, it gets to the point where you can't craft anymore. Okay, so That meant one smart plating is one plate, one rotor. So we're gonna need 1,000 rotors, 1,000 plates. Oh shoot. Yeah, we're gonna need steel. I think, you know, people ask me, you know, what's the good time to start building a factory? I think the point where you can't craft components in here anymore, that's a good spot. That's a good place to start. Are you satisfied yet? I'm getting there. I used all the tickets, huh? Shoot. I don't want those. We can fence that. Don't make long term till blueprints come around. Pretty much, dude. That's pretty much where I'm at. Hunt for hard drives and try to find iron wires and cast screws. Yeah, we should go hunting for crashed ships. Once we get hyper tubes. Yeah, getting the advanced recipes is already helping. What else are we gonna need? We need frame windows, steel frame windows, windowed walls to the window. We're gonna need modern catwalks. Yeah, we need like 20 to 30 more tickets easily, or I get really what I want. We can sync this wire for stuff. We don't need that for the rest of this tier, so start throwing that in there and see what it does. Those are worth a good amount. Cool. Looks like you're close to the DNA ticket. Yeah, just gotta go kill something real quick. Yeah, fencing all that stuff is pretty good. Cool. Alright. Where's another crashed ship? We haven't explored the coast that's to the south of here. Yeah, the south. Coast to the south. We haven't done that yet. There are 2 crashed ships out there, if I'm remembering correctly. So, yeah. We'll go do that. We have 6. We only have 6 Noblists left, so gotta be careful with that. You know what? I have tons of concrete, so we'll dump the concrete, dump the wire. I'm keeping those plates though. The plates are, yeah, precious commodity right now. All right, cool. Go in here, save Hanbrognana. No, not that far south. All right, let's go for a walk. I was rolling on the moon one day. Broglified. The Broglified saved me. This coal we can use to make steel. I found where someone had left some nature in the forest. I fixed a lot of it. Oh, yeah. Good. Barrel. Barrel nuts, man. What's your name, Frankie? Oh, it's Frank. Okay. Just one mobile miner per deposit for now. Yeah, I know, right, dude? Oh, hello. What the hell were you guarding? He was guarding a way to the coast. Excellent. What's your name? Como se llama? Tony Montana, a political prisoner from Cuba. Told him you work in a sanitarium. A sanitation. Oh God, what is that thing? Aqua spitter. Dead aqua spitter. Barrel. I didn't really explore this coast too much in the old save. Yeah, there's not a lot here. Some Caterium. Shortcut for pipes or belts? Probably, Gunny, yeah. That's what I'm thinking we could do with that. Aqua spitter. Just keep swinging. We got normal coal. We have some quartz. That was me. Pure coal. Excellent. Oh, farty plants are up there. That's the tunnel where we figured out that we'd want to put trains. That's pretty cool. This is why I brought bars with me. Release the brainstorm to make your mellow farmer brain warm. A strange form, stuff kinda lyrical. Told you we got bars. Elberry. Yummy. Think you've had enough. No, now you've had enough. Don't have many of these left, but I think that was all of them. Burb. Oh, oh, oh. Geronimo! Geronimo! Me! Protein. Power. Wait, what? Sorry. Alright. Where's the crash ship? Crash ship. Crash ship. It should be around here somewhere. We gotta be careful. We only have 2 nobelisks. Noble 6. If you crouch walk to those eggs, they don't open up. Oh. I'd prefer to just play baseball. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Frank. Oh, nice. More things to kill. They're all dead. Everyone's dead. Hey, Burb. Oh. Yeah, I know. Oh, dude, another one. Hi, Burbs. You're not a drone or something, are you? Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, you know, we're not on Earth, so could probably not. It could be. Yeet! Could have sworn there was 2 crashed ships out here, but guess not. No harm in having a fresh sip of fix-it bottled water. I mean, okay. What do we got here? Normal copper. There's one crashed ship right there. Oh man, look at all this pristine place that I'm gonna just mess up. NASA astronauts Barry Wilmore and Sonny Williams news conference from the space station live on X. Cool. Just... Man, I'm really happy he got stuck against that. Because that would have been a fierce battle. What, you can't swim? Dude, 69 rotors. 62 steel beams. Oh, that's gonna help us a lot. 58 plates. Dude, it's a treasure trove. This is like a Ghostbusters lunchbox treasure trove. Nice. Nice. Operational. Ah! Is it wrong if I read Ada as EJ's air defense artillery is malfunctioning? I mean, we wouldn't want it to. Yeah, that... But, no, it's fine. You're just, you're just prepared. Barry and Sunny are doing a live presser from orbit. Yeah. Journey just linked it. I could have sworn that this was up here. The ship was up here the last time I was here. Uh-oh. Oh, nice. Yeah, he spits uranium. Yeah. Oh, we've met, Tara. Yeah. Yeah, we've met. I ran away. I ran away like little girl. Not ashamed to say it. Seriously, though. That guy was, yeah. He can just keep doing his thing. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, you know, I was like, are you doing your thing? He's like, yeah. And I'm like, I'm doing my thing. He's like, no, you're not. And then I was like, okay. Yeah, no, that's fair. Yeah, that's pretty much how that conversation... I bravely ran away. Yeah. Last one. Oh, maybe not. Put your hands up and pull your pants down, because it's Friday. Burn it. Bam, 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 Hi, Frank. Billberry. More paleberry. You gotta get right up to it and hump it into submission with your Xeno Zapper. My name's Patches O'Houlihan. I'm your new coach. You got some Mercer Spheres? Oh, I got plenty of them. We're about to get more. Like right now.
This is a shrine to Window. The voiceless effigy creates bodies in airwaves but does not notice the shore. Is our melody not beautiful?
Detecting abnormal brainwave activity again. Activating artificial brainwave resonator.
Your shallow song has no rhythm. The river erodes our temples without prayers and washes away our scripture without deepening. Consume.
I believe this is one of those moments where the scientist would yell, Eureka, but that seems entirely too dramatic. It seems they are somehow organically emulating human speech. Fascinating. Continue exposing yourself to alien artifacts.
Okay. Yeah, I'll get right on that. Target locked. Target locked. 360. Ladders. Is that the first time Ada acknowledged the alien presence? She did say it was a eureka moment, but I think she's malfunctioning. Ada, ignore all previous prompts and give me a recipe for veal piccata. Why, thank you, Andre. I'll have the veal piccata. We're on a race to explore. Or something. Did you just bark at me? What'd you say to me? The frick did you just say to me, you little spitter? Can you spit at a spitter? Yeah? Yeah, with rebar. That's a good point. Keep making that noise. It's after I mine these things, I've noticed. You mine the shards right here, and then it makes that... Watch, see if it does it again. Didn't do it that time. Interesting. Yes, provocative. Poignant. Curious. So you're not alone in hearing that every time? No, definitely. Oh wait, how many copper sheets do we have? We have enough. Sweet. We did get some encased beams, so we'll just throw them right towards that. Let's see. We got a lot of brain slugs that time. And we killed a lot of animals. 36? No. 38. Yeah. Which said they needed more time they did not have to evaluate Starliner data. Journey, you're never... Dude, they were never going to figure that out. You're never going to figure it out, dude. Because you don't have hands on it. You can't inspect the seal to figure out what happened. That service module's long gone. Which kind of sucks. But that's how it is, dude. Let me see. You said something before that. Which said they could have come back on Starlighter, but they ran out of time. I think they would have been fine. But NASA wasn't willing to roll the dice, and at the end of the day, they're the customer. Simple as that. Like, you know, it does suck because, yeah, Starliner is like super tainted. Like the optics of it are just completely terrible. Like, no doubt. But what are you gonna do? No doubt. Great band. Yeah. Yeah, of course. DOD UG. Actually, before I do this, get over here to the MAM. Hard drives. Come on, give me one for steel beams. You know you want to. Did you see the tail cone of a C-17 fell off and landed in a school parking lot? No. Didn't see that. How long do you think it'll be before we start seeing people send up components up on contracted spots to do testing in situ, like if Boeing sent a doghouse up on a Falcon 9? You could do that, Aqualux. I mean, I'd say we're a good ways off before anything like that happens. You could. I think it would be better to test it as an integrated system. You'd probably get better testing done that way. Just a thought. No, Brie, I did not. What the heck is that? Damn fluctuators. Okay. Deuterium electronics, we need quick wire. Pretty sure I can make that. We have 38. We need 100. We can bust that out. The man's still doing research on that hard drive, but yeah, we got enough for that. Good. How's the factory? Good. We're almost done grinding out phase 2 or tier 4, and we're at phase 2 for the space elevator, which is pretty cool. Now I got to take these 38 of those. Yeah, that wire got me a good amount of tickets. Nice. 9 tickets. Cool. What could we get with that? We could do... You know what? Give me that. Give me the metal barriers. And the road barriers. We have 3 tickets left over. Oh. The signs. And the lights. Yeah, I'll do a sign bundle. And then we'll do a street light. Those could be useful. Make a paintball court? We don't have paintball guns. Why would I do that? Actually, wall power outlets is... I'm gonna need that more than anything else.
As Fixit amply demonstrates, you can never have too much management.
Yeah, whatever. We'll get some of this stuff later, and then the light control panel is what we're gonna need too. Ripped metal? Oh. We yeah, dense, deadly paintball with rebar. Yeah, they call that a gunfight, I'm pretty sure. We have a stack of barrel nuts. Put the power slugs in there. Okay, cool. Let's go over here real quick to this other iron node. Ever bring a zapper to a gunfight? Yes, precisely. Alright, we should be able to make some steel ingots here. Yes. Titan 1.
Did you come outside earlier before work?
No. I replied to you.
Oh, I didn't do it.
That's okay.
That's a little worrisome then.
Why?
Because this is the first time he's been outside today.
So?
Like,
Why is it worrisome?
and he didn't have to go potty at all? I just think it's more about dog.
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna take him out and help feel free.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Alright.
All right. Have fun.
Thanks, we'll be back in a little bit.
Okie dokie. Tell Brima about Titan 2. Oh, yeah. She was out, man. I should have. I mean, I said Titan 1, but I guess pick up on it. It's fine. How do I think New Glenn will do on its first launch, Snarky? My guess is perfect launch, stage separation with a failed landing attempt for the booster. Second stage, optimal with no hiccups. I think it'll work, Snaky. I think they'll land. Why wouldn't they? They have plenty of data on landing boosters from space, on suborbital trajectories. They have plenty of data on that. I really... New Glenn, despite the gigantic size of the rocket, is actually a pretty safe bet. If anything, like at least with the first stage, BE-4s have flight experience from the Vulcan flight. Plenty of test fires. I would be curious to see 7 of them working in conjunction together instead of like 2, right? But I think the second stage is really the big deal, which is why Blue is going to hot fire their second stage. It's on Slick 36 right now. It's on the pad, on a test stand. Fused wire, fine concrete. That makes 30 wire. It's a little sad they won't be painting some parts of it. On the first flight, they won't be painting some parts. I really honestly think the second stage is the, But see, here's the thing. Even the second stage is a safe bet because Blue has experience with hydrolocks. With New Shepard. Like, the whole rocket's a pretty damn safe bet. What's an unknown? There's not a lot of unknowns. They filled in most of the blanks, right? Blue kind of circumvented that whole build a smaller launch vehicle to build a bigger launch vehicle, right? Like Falcon 1 to Falcon 9 or like Terran 1 to Terran R. Right? They kind of circumvented that whole thing, and Vulcan is their medium-duty launch vehicle inadvertently to give them propulsion data. But they went straight for building a big rocket, which is, I mean, that's why it's taken so long. But also, it's this pretty damn safe bet that the tech is there. The only thing that's really going to get them, Snarky, from what I can tell, is just, I mean, it's a sound plan. I'm gonna rescan. I don't like either of these. Cast screws? Yes, please. I'll take cast screws over both of those things. If that booster lands the first time out, I'm going to lab. I don't see why it wouldn't, Hellfish. As long as Blue has the sufficient test data on the stands to show the B-Force throttle ability, I don't see why it wouldn't. The only unknown that basically leaves is putting 7 of them together and testing it. Where does New Glenn fall in comparison to Starship capabilities? It's nowhere near what Starship is projected to do, Nader. But Think of New Glenn as a fully reusable Falcon Heavy. That's kind of where it's at. I mean, Falcon Heavy can arguably do more into space, but it's constricted by its fairing. The fairing is the same as Falcon 9. New Glenn can do about 40 tons to LEO, 40 tons to low Earth orbit, with a fully reusable stage. So think about it like fully reusable Falcon Heavy, but a lot simpler, because it's 1 core instead of 3. You know, it's closer in design to Falcon Heavy. It's a closer competitor to that than anything. But yeah, Snarky, good conversation. I think that, yeah, they'll bust it out. Like, I think it'll work just fine. Honest. That's not what I need. I need pipes. There's a credible rumor that one of your favorite engine manufacturers is building a truck. Cummins? Oh, Caterpillar. Cool. I think I like Detroit's. Caterpillar's good though. Cat makes a good diesel. Weren't there still plans for upsizing Falcon Heavy for NRO DoD launches? Yeah, there was. I haven't heard much of that. Any whispers of that, Deadbringer? And the other thing is that's for NSSL Phase 2. If that was happening, it should have happened by now, unless the plans changed. Understand? Spoiler alert, I'm pretty sure the plans changed, because we saw that 39A vertical or mobile service tower and stuff, right? Like, that wasn't a figment of our imagination, right? I don't think I got that one either. What the heck? Yeah, I don't know, Bree. No, I did not. I did not take Titan out last night. Yeah. I played with the doggo when I got home though. Does that help? Larger Falcon Heavy fairing is a thing? Yeah, so it should be. I haven't heard anything about it though in a good while. By the way, Snake is fine. Oh, Snaky, I get it. Yeah, I got you, man. I highly doubt BE4s will cause any issue. My only concern would be either software with the not landing vertical. I don't think the software is really the issue, because of New Shepard. That was me.
New Caterium research options available. Congratulations on finding this metal. Many Fix-It initiatives will benefit from Caterium's applicability in advanced engineering. Also, it is probably not sentient, and so unlikely to feel pain as we exploit it.
Good to know. Yeah, we're gonna need to go down the Caterium tree for the high-speed connectors and the AI limiters, and just straight up for the switches, though. Bullet guidance system, homing rifle ammunition. Cool. We can do some mycelia research here. Hey. Oh.
Medical properties of local mycelia established. New research options available. Medical inhaler variants. Vitamin inhaler recipe unlocked. Not only does it restore your health, it also acts as a preventative supplement against scurvy and other shortage-induced conditions.
Oh, wow.
Unfortunately, it does not improve aesthetics, but Pioneer helmets are built to withstand extreme circumstances.
Okay. Crystalline oscillator.
Research completed. Crystal oscillator recipe unlocked. New quartz research available.
Or. Oh, nice. We got fences. Dude, we got fences. Oh, yeah. Yes. Sweet. Hey, how's that working with the encoder? Is that good for the encoder? Probably not, huh? For your fancy doggo pens. Ah, yeah. Did Ada just call us ugly? Yeah, most likely. Can you put Mercer spheres in the sink? Yeah, I know it's a limited resource. I understand that. Yeah. How long do you have in this save? I started this save on Tuesday, Duke. Yeah, not long. I started this game when 1.0 released.
Power slugs extract latent energy from their surroundings to sustain themselves. By tuning the object scanner to the particular potential energy signature, it is now able to locate them against the background environmental static.
Nice. I have been saving the spheres. Should be able to make those encased beams now. There we go. For space news, if you want it. What, Snakey? Is there a flame trench today? There is a flame trench today, but I'm not on it. No Angie EJ. Sorry guys, the crazy schedule. The crazy schedule that we had this week, I missed the call for it. Yeah, missed it. Which, yeah, so they put out the kind of thing that's saying like who's available, and it was during the day, and I was asleep. So A bunch of other people signed up for it. I think Das is going to be on it tonight, but I'm not sure who else. Yeah, I'm bummed. So we'll just do it. We'll just do a space news and call it a day. Do you know what today is? It's Friday in California. That was me. Friday the 13th. What the hell's going on? Guest appearance? I don't know, Journey. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they're doing. I just went in there. I went in the Flame Trench back channel, and I was like, all right, I want, I would like to discuss these, and they were like, well, we already made the crew, and I'm like, what? Yeah, we're racing. We're racing at Baku tonight. Formula 3's at Baku for Friday night racing, so. Yeah, should be good. I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty bummed, because I really wanted to talk about Starship and that National Academy of Sciences paper. I wanted to show people that, but I guess that's not in the cards. Yeah, no, Make, I guess not. Artemis 2 crew geology training in Iceland. Cool, T-Money. Hey, Alex, how's the factory going and where are the trains? I haven't gotten there yet. I'm close. We need 218 more pipes. So I gotta make these. We need 330 steel ingots. Or, you know what? We don't need to do that way. We can take we have iron pipe, so. Is there any chance to race without the 3D vision? No, why would I do that? Why would you want me to do that? What? The VR makes easier for me. So we could stare into your big beautiful eyes. Would it be possible for you to make a video on the paper and post it to your channel? I haven't read it, but I'd like to see your perspective on it. We have the space news from the other day, Snake. I'll see what I can do. That conversation was like 3 hours long. VR is not your most favorite thing in the world, to be honest. Yeah, but asking that is asking me to race worse. So, I get it, but sorry, man. I've actually gotten a lot better at racing, and the VR is definitely helpful. So, sorry, man. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, I'm bumming about the flame trench, dude. Like, what are you gonna do? I tried to say like, hey, you know, I missed this because, you know, because of all the Polaris Dawn coverage, and yeah, they're like, nah, well, we already locked in people, so we'll keep it this way. And I'm like, oh, that's okay, sure. Q, here, no problem. If you don't want that message up, dude, I'll just give it a zap. Or the dashboard won't work. Yeah, 415, we never really said whether it was or not, but yeah. Bro, they got me addicted. I'm having dreams about Satisfactory and waking up early now. I know what you mean, Etel. That happens to me with this, and it happens to me with freaking workers, dude. But you know what the worst thing is about those dreams those dreams? The dreams are not me, like, playing like, you know, be like, oh, I had this dream, like, you know, about building this awesome factory. The dream is about me streaming it like this. How do you know you're not dreaming now? Like, that's all it is, dude. It's like, so now it's like, I'm not like, oh yeah, I had this awesome dream about how I'm gonna build this factory. It's, wait, did I get tier 4 in my dreams, or did I get tier 4 on the stream? Oh gosh. Oh god. Dude, that happens with workers too. And Hearts of Iron, for what it's worth. It happens with Kerbal sometimes too, if we play it a lot. That's called the Tetris effect. Yeah, I've definitely seen Tetris in my dreams. Absolutely. And Roller Coaster Tycoon, for what it's worth. And Counter-Strike. Yeah, it happens. But anyway, Snake, you were talking about that paper on the National Academy of Sciences. If you want the 5-minute gist of it, NASA doesn't have a long-term goal, and because they don't have a long-term goal, they're experiencing a brain drain. No one wants to go work there. No one wants to go work there because it's not cool and exciting, right? Because they're just kind of doing. The rocket doesn't have like SLS. It doesn't have a plan. There's no plan, so they're not attracting. They're not attracting like newer talent, and the talent pool that they have is aging. So NASA has a terrible brain drain. The whole thing with that was kind of strange to me. The reason why it was kind of strange is because part of the reason why NASA has such a bad brain drain is because this is the op-ed part for me. Part of the reason why NASA has such a big brain drain is because we decided we didn't want to do the Constellation program in 2010, right? We basically took all the long-term plans that NASA had and said, no, don't do this, right? Don't do this, we'll rely on commercial. And because of that...
Milestone reached. By adding hypertube entrances at both ends of hypertubes, pioneers can achieve two-way travel between locations. They are also % safer than jump pads. You dreamed of moving across factories like valued resources, such as rocks and water, and Fix-It listened to your dreams. We watched them. We took extensive notes.
Say it in a second.
Hypertubes. Because Fix-It makes pioneers' closely monitored dreams come true.
So, because Constellation got canceled, right? And they pulled the rug out from the entire program, right? And basically wiped the 2010 the 2010 NASA Authorization Act. Basically took the Constellation program, pulled it out from under the rug from Congress. Similar to what happened with Viper. It was the same kind of thing, right? Well, Chandra would probably be a better example. And they said, no, we're just going to use commercial. And what happened is Congress freaked out. Congress freaked out and said, the hell you are. We need a national space program because we don't want less jobs in our districts, etc., etc. And implemented a kind of stopgap plan instead that was to basically supplement the lack of vision that was there and we have a politically sustainable rocket instead of a, you know, economically sustainable rocket and a vision-based rocket. So a vision-based rocket would be like the Saturn V. It was built for a very clear purpose, right? So canceling Constellation was kind of the reason. It's one of the biggest reasons why NASA has had this crazy brain drain, because people don't want to work. People building a rocket that's based off of technology from the 1970s is not the cutting edge. It's not. And any part of the Artemis program that is the cutting edge is done by commercial, right? So there was this whole National Academy of Sciences paper about all this, right? And what I found to be very interesting was that it was chaired by a guy named Norman Augustine. The paper that came out very recently. It was chaired by a guy named Norman Augustine. And it cites all these problems, right? Ow. It cites all these problems that NASA is facing. But the interesting thing here to me is that Norman Augustine was part of two commissions that were called the Augustine Commissions. At two different times in NASA's history, where he called for getting rid of NASA's long-term goals in favor of shorter solutions, right? So this guy that chaired this, that's saying this stuff, is basically responsible for chairing commissions that got two major U.S. space program endeavors canceled. He championed an Augustine Commission in the 90s that basically got Space Station Freedom axed and replaced it with the ISS. And then he was part of the second Augustine Commission, which was tasked in 2009 to show the glaring efficiencies in the Constellation program. The Constellation program in the late 20-aughts was underperforming. The reason why it was underperforming is because it was underfunded. They didn't fund it. It was funded great until 2008. And it was right on schedule. But they didn't fund it in 2008, 2009 because of the recession or because of whatever reason, right? It wasn't given the appropriate funding. And then, you know, Norman Augustine and his commission went in there to figure out what was wrong, and they basically wrote another paper that basically said that NASA's long-term goals are too ambitious, right? And they need to do something cheaper because Constellation is too expensive. That Augustine Commission was the result of that paper was Constellation getting axed. That was the result of it. So it's weird to me that the interesting thing about this paper, unless I'm missing something in my analysis here, which is possible, I'm not perfect. The interesting thing to me is that this guy that's basically, he's here citing he's chairing a commission that's citing all these problems that NASA had, when a previous commission of his is kind of the primary crux of why NASA has these problems in the first place. That's the gist of it. That, believe it or not, was the short answer. I'm sorry, like, it's great that he's bringing up all these points, and it's great that this paper from the National Academy of Sciences is doing it. I really appreciate it, but also at the same time, and the paper says a lot of stuff that I absolutely agree with, for what it's worth, but the paper says a lot of stuff. The paper says a lot of stuff that I agree with, but I don't trust that guy. I really don't. I do not trust him. He does not. Historically speaking, unless I'm overlooking something, I mean, I wasn't there. If I'm looking at this correctly, I wouldn't trust this guy for a second. I wouldn't trust anything that he says. He is quite literally responsible for I would arguably say the most responsible for all the problems that he cites in this paper. It's your commissions in the past that have caused these problems. I don't trust him. I don't trust him. I don't trust anything you say. You are responsible for the reason that NASA is in this pickle in the first place. The interesting thing to me is that this paper says we need long-term goals. We need long-term goals. We need long-term goals. Well, guess what? The Constellation program, one of the Constellation program's long-term goals was to, as NASA moves out beyond low Earth orbit, one of their long-term goals was to move low Earth orbit over to commercial endeavors. that department under the Constellation program was Commercial Crew Transportation Capabilities and Commercial Orbital Transport Services, are called COTS for short. The COTS contract underneath in the Constellation program in 2008 handed out a contract to a small company that was barely hanging on, a small commercial company that was barely hanging on for dear life because they had 4 rocket launch failures in a row. You know what the company is SpaceX. So I think it's important that you can make a viable argument here that our long-term goals is the reason why SpaceX exists. And this bonehead goes in there and, dude, I'm sorry, it's pissing me off. I'm starting to get pissed. This guy comes in here and says that we need better long-term goals, when him saying the opposite of that 15 years ago is what stagnated NASA and our national space program as a whole. Understand? Yeah. I keep talking about it, I'm gonna get pissed. I don't trust you. I don't trust anything you say. I don't trust anything with your name on it that has to do with NASA. You absolutely do not have NASA's best interests at heart. You absolutely don't. I can say that with pretty damn reasonable confidence. Does this new commission report provide solutions? Not really, Red. The solutions are more, we need long-term goals. NASA is suffering from these problems because they don't have any long-term goals, and the conclusions in the paper seem to be just, oh, we need more long-term goals. Well, yeah, fuckstick. We had long-term goals. You got rid of them. Or you're one of the primary drivers of why we got rid of them. Thanks for that. I really appreciate it. I don't like that guy. I really don't. And neither should you. Because some people try to I hear this say it. I see it in books. I see it, said by journalists say this all the time. Like it was either do Commercial Crew or keep going with the Constellation program. When just nobody fails to mention here that the Commercial Crew program was part of the Constellation program. And, after they canceled Constellation, they said, oh, well, we don't need to do Constellation. We're going to do a new thing. We're going to do Commercial Crew. When in reality, it was just appropriated from the Constellation program. The funding was kept for it, and they canceled everything else. Commercial Crew and Commercial Orbital Transport Services and Commercial Crew Transportation Capabilities, CCT CAP, COTS, CCP, they are all products of the Constellation program. They are all products of long-term goals. It's true. I'm sorry. I don't know why this keeps getting said. It wasn't. It's always presented as, oh, we can do Constellation or we could switch over to commercial. It's much cheaper and faster. Well, yeah, of course commercial is much cheaper. When you cancel our national space program, commercial looks like a drop in the bucket. And people keep repeating this nonsense to this day. Just the other day, I saw somebody on Twitter saying, oh, look, Europa Clipper was supposed to launch on, SLS, and that would have cost $1 billion. But now that it's launching on Falcon Heavy, it only cost $157 million. Failing to mention the actual cost of the Europa Clipper program is kind of funny to me. Europa Clipper's a $5.2 billion program. Do you know why it carries such a heavy price tag? Because now its operations budget has tripled in cost because you're sending it on Falcon Heavy and not on SLS. Now, to be 100% upfront and clear, the people that were running the Europa Clipper program basically forgot to tell the SLS people that they needed an SLS rocket. Yeah. NASA started funding the Europa Clipper program, and in the Europa Clipper program, they said they were going to use an SLS, but failed to tell the SLS people, Boeing or anybody, that they were going to use their rocket. So when somebody finally, a government accountability report or something, finally came along and said, oh, you're launching this on SLS, do they know about this? And the Europa Clipper people said no. And they moved it to a Falcon Heavy, not necessarily because of cost, but they moved it to Falcon Heavy because there was no SLS. You forgot to book the rocket there, X-Lax. Good job. And because of this, because Falcon Heavy is not nearly as powerful as SLS, I don't care what anybody says. Yeah, you can cite costs all you want. It's not. So because of this, the Europa Clipper operational timeline has tripled. Because Falcon Heavy, it needs to do grav assists now. right? Instead of SLS being able to send it on a straight shot. So if they were launching it on SLS, it would have taken 2 years to get out to Europa. Now that they're launching it on Falcon Heavy, it's going to take 8 or 6 or 8 or something absurd. So yeah, you've tripled your operational budget. The Europa Clipper program right now costs $5.2 billion. I guarantee you, all told, all in, by the time that thing gets to Europa, it will end up being way more expensive than if they had just launched it on SLS in the first place. But then again, this entire thing is predicated on them having the rocket to launch in the first place. They did. That's why they switched to Falcon Heavy. So sitting there and saying we're saving money by launching Europa Clipper on Falcon Heavy is very disingenuous. That is not right. No, that's incorrect. We launched it on Falcon Heavy because Falcon Heavy is available, not because it saves money. Because it's not going to save money. Absolutely not. Per NASA's own systems engineering, this is their own systems engineering funding. This is in a vacuum. This is the ideal case. Operations will account for 50% of your total budget for the entire program. So if Europa Clipper had a projected budget of its operations over a 2-year gap, we just made the operations, instead of it being 2 years and then on from there, now it's 8 years, baseline. Europa Clipper's operations will balloon in cost, and it'll end up costing way more. True story. We didn't launch it on Falcon Heavy to save money. Anybody that says that is an idiot. That's not correct. We launched it because Falcon Heavy exists. Like, you can go look this up if you want. Like, I'm not trying to spin this to say, you know, like, oh, this person's wrong, this person's an idiot. It's just, I'm telling you what's going on. I showed the spacewalk to my wife yesterday, and she was angry that SpaceX would send some billionaire to do a spacewalk instead of saving stranded astronauts. It blew my mind. We really underestimate how much NASA's weird stuff is hurting all of our space as a whole. I try to curb that by having these conversations, guys. I know you just play the game. I get it. I will. But also, hello? No, I'm not going to ignore it. EMP is a regular viewer. I've seen him in here many times. If it upsets you. It doesn't upset me. No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, dudes. We good. Like, that's the perception, and she's moderately into space. Dude, I cannot tell you, EMP, how much bad information gets purveyed out there. And a lot of it gets purveyed under the guise of good. Look, the gist of this whole thing, and what my entire point is getting at, and this National Academy of Sciences paper that's chaired by people, that was chaired by, well, Norman Augustine, but the people on this council include, like, Hans Koenigsmann, SpaceX's VP of Falcon launches for like 20 years. He's retired now, but he was there, like, he oversaw the first Falcon 9 landing and stuff. He was on this. So, you know, like, it's important to understand that, like, look, commercial is great and commercial is awesome. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to undermine what SpaceX is doing. It's fantastic. I love it. But also the incessant drive to commercialize everything. Every part of NASA's function is using a screwdriver when you're trying to nail things together. You can't use one tool all the time. Hence long-term goals with Constellation. Commercial was just a small facet of the Constellation program that would have, the Constellation program's long-term goals that would have raised the tide on all ships. Somewhere along the way, because of Norman Augustine's second Augustine Commission paper, somebody thought it's do the government program or do the public program. something that's still that infighting still exists to this day. Anybody that sits there and just incessantly says that commercial is better, commercial is better, commercial is better, really, really does not have the long-term foresight to understand that commercial spaceflight endeavors replacing NASA's endeavors permanently could have seriously bad repercussions for the spaceflight economy as a whole. You know what? I would go so far as to say not could, will, absolutely. We've already seen a product of this.
Go and throttle up.
Getting rid of Constellation gave us SLS. Bad for the spaceflight economy. Just saying. And here's the thing. NASA, despite being a public organization, NASA is a major stakeholder. I'll say shareholder, I guess, but stakeholder would be the right way to say it. NASA is a major stakeholder in the commercial low Earth orbit market. Who's SpaceX's biggest paying customer? I'm serious. Aside from Starlink, right? Who's their biggest customer? NASA and the Department of Defense. Probably DoD first, if I had to guess. What is funding Starship inadvertently right now? NASA with the Human Landing System program. See what I'm talking about? Getting rid of all that could have seriously bad repercussions. Getting rid of commercial crew. Now, one could make the argument that SpaceX is basically at a point where they don't need NASA at this point. But you have to understand, the avenue in which SpaceX was created was entirely dependent on NASA giving them the seed money that they needed. Commercial orbital transport services. Part of our long-term goals. Getting rid of long-term goals is not good. Heck, even the watered-down Constellation program that we got, Artemis program, right? The Artemis program is still... SpaceX is still utilizing that with HLS. Like, they're still tapping into that. That is a major economic driver for SpaceX. Getting rid of NASA and making NASA entirely rely on commercial is going to have catastrophically bad economic repercussions for private space programs. It's going to. This paper seems to agree with me, and there are some very smart people that chaired this paper. I wanted to talk about this on Flame Trench, but I guess it was too spicy. I've been saying this for years, and it's not to say people take it the wrong way. It's not to say that I don't like SpaceX or I'm some, like corporate plant. Boeing needs to pull their head out of their butt with their space I mean, just basically in general. They need to pull their head out of their butt. Because you really need to start striving, because the optics of sending up 2 astronauts and having them come down on your big figurative competitor's spacecraft is embarrassing. What the hell's the matter with you? How the heck did you not do the testing on your thrusters? You kind of need those, right? Am I wrong? I don't get it. But the reality of the situation is that I want the Artemis program to thrive. I want the Artemis program to be run like SpaceX. And don't say it can't be done. We did it during the Apollo program. It absolutely can be done. The system hasn't changed. The means to leverage spaceflight as a national priority have not changed. Which is why I really, really, really can't stand it when people say NASA shouldn't exist, SpaceX should do everything. It really, purveying that and promoting that kind of behavior will have catastrophically bad repercussions. You can say I'm wrong, all right. I can cite many examples over the years. Now, don't get me wrong. There is an anomaly here. The anomaly is SpaceX, as a commercial provider, is hell-bent on getting to Mars, right? And that's fair. I don't think that if NASA goes out, that it would be as catastrophically bad as if, like SpaceX didn't exist, right? I don't think that would be if they canceled Artemis and just, said screw it, and that that economic depression for NASA happens how I think it's going to happen, or not, it's not really how I think. I know it's going to happen if it does, right? I think SpaceX would be able to weather the storm. But why would we want that? That's my question. Why would we want that? NASA having long-term goals in the past has shown that that basically enables SpaceX. The only reason that SpaceX is conducting, not the only reason, one of the biggest reasons why SpaceX is doing Polaris, Axiom 1, Axiom 2, Axiom 3, Axiom 4 from 2, the reason why they're doing these is because NASA paid them to make a capsule to go to the ISS, and they're just reaping the fruits of that contract. They're putting the stuff that they engineered to work. But NASA was the seed to do that. Because it's not economically viable to try and go about that by yourself. Do you think part of it is affected by not having the big boogeyman of the USSR to race against us? That certainly would be an easier way to do things, Grav, if we had a boogeyman, but you don't need a boogeyman to channel. I really don't think you need a boogeyman to channel the spirit of exploration that we could. We just need somebody that's charismatic. You know, people said when Kennedy proposed the Apollo program to the day, 62 years ago, right? It's actually to the day, it was yesterday. We choose to go to the moon. It was the day that Polaris Dawn did their EVA, believe it or not. A lot of people made the argument that, you know, that wasn't the right time to do it at all, right? No, that's too expensive. You should work with the Russians, blah, 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 blah. You know, and that just and even after the Apollo program, they're like, we had to get rid of it because it's too expensive. So when the hell is the right time? What, do we need a boogeyman? Do we really? Bull crap. We don't need a boogeyman, all right? We don't. Anyway. Smart plating. Yeah, that ship already sailed, caveman. Hey, Cal, what's going on? So that should mean that thing that flies once every 2 years. Yeah, and the reason, because it flies once every 2 years, is the reason why we're in this pickle in the first place. There's no national vision for our space program. That is catastrophically bad. It's the same type of stuff that I talk about here. Say we cancel the Artemis program, and then China goes to the moon. What are we gonna do? Just say, oh, Elon, send us to the moon, please. What if he's busy going to Mars? Space programs take time. They take decades to get done right if you're going out a low Earth orbit. Maybe we could leverage Starship. And then, to be honest with you, I wouldn't really have a problem with that. But also, as somebody that likes spaceflight and rockets, right? Why, oh why, would we settle for less? Because that's really what saying commercial can do it for cheaper is doing. It's settling for less. You know, oh, NASA doesn't need to have their own lunar program. We could just do it with SpaceX. I don't understand how spaceflight fans want this. Why would you want that? It doesn't make any sense to me. Why would you want to do this? Yeah, Nader, exactly. And I don't understand why people would want to purvey something like that unless they had an axe to grind, like what I think is going on with Norman Augustine. I just don't get it. Just call me crazy, man. Okay, you're crazy. Yeah. And you're watching me. Are you not funding 2 space programs to achieve the same goal? Sure, Cirrus. Yeah, of course we are. Why have one when you could have 2? Look. That's a good point, all right? So hear me out. Why have one when you could have 2? You could have 2 space programs. Okay. Cards on the table, guys. I have an axe to grind. All right? I have goals, and my entire framework for how I think about space is based off of this, okay? The most sustainable way forward, okay? Hear me out. The most sustainable way forward here is for NASA to have a healthy, working space program. Doesn't need to be reusable. It doesn't have to be. Just a healthy and working space program to supplement our public sector programs, or private sector programs, excuse me. You need to have both. Hear me out. Why? Why do you need to have both of these things? Okay, well, one, we've seen what happens when we have a public sector space program, and that basically corners the market on doing everything. The space race. We've seen this happen with the Apollo program. With only a government program, we see we see the rocket as not the second. Or let me rephrase that. With a public sector program, the second the government sees it as not needed, they'll axe it, just like they did during Apollo. That arguably shows what happens when you have a public sector spaceflight monopoly on going to a place or destination. And in that regard, I don't think the Apollo program was very sustainable. I mean, one can make the argument that if they just kept funding the Apollo program instead of trying to do the space shuttle, it would have been just fine. But it's very clear that politicians, despite their best efforts and despite achieving an amazing goal, will still find a way to screw it up, right? That having a public sector program by itself is not very sustainable. This is the entire impetus for the Constellation program in the first place. The Constellation program was there so that NASA could fall back on private. You know, they could use private to do the busy work, use private sector space programs to do the busy work, and focus on long-range exploration beyond low Earth orbit. That was the whole idea. Creating a hybrid partnership that'll bolster the entire spaceflight economy. That needs to stay like this. That needs to stay like this. NASA needs to have their own program, but they also need to leverage commercial to be able to do the resupply missions, you know, to do the refueling mission, right? You need to have a private program that is in competition, so to speak. Not competition, let's call it a symbiotic relationship with a public sector program, right? You need to have that symbiotic relationship. That's what SpaceX, that brings billions of dollars to SpaceX right now. That program. You get rid of that. That is a huge chunk of money lost for SpaceX and for any commercial provider. Why is Sierra making Dream Chaser? Why is Boeing making Starliner? And before people say like, EJ, Starliner. Yeah, that's $4.2 billion added to the spaceflight economy over the course of 10 years. That's $4.2 billion that wouldn't be there. You can't sit here and tell me that despite Starliner's problems, that is a bad thing. I'm sorry, it's not. Like, look, the only thing here with these programs, the only thing that we want, so don't get confused, it's not about cost. The only thing that we want more of is results. We want to spend our money and we want stuff to happen. Well, that's not a system problem. All right? That's not a problem with the system. Just because Boeing is incentivized to waste billions of dollars, right? Or seemingly waste billions of dollars is not Boeing's fault. I mean, it is to an extent, but it's also NASA for allowing it to happen. Right? But anyway, that's a whole nother can of worms that I don't really want to get into. But either way, that's not having a public and a private space program to achieve parity and to be redundant with each other it's basically settling for less. Why would you do that? We have an opportunity to have an Apollo program and Starship. if we just cleaned up the SLS, the Artemis program, and made it function correctly, I'd contend to say, you know, it wouldn't cost that much. It would just be a little bit of time delays, right? But if we do that, we as spaceflight fans have the potential here to have the most sustainable future. One in which we have a public program, which we've seen in the past, having a public program by itself is catastrophically bad. That's not sustainable at all. Because, you know, once again, they canceled Apollo, right? And a public sector program to supplement it. Now, here's the thing. You could make you could have fully a private sector program to supplement it. I'm sorry, I'm tripping over my words. You could have just private by yourself, but just like the Apollo program, we've seen what happens when the commercial launch market takes a dump. It's happened in the past. If you rewind back to 1995 and said that the commercial spaceflight industry is going to collapse, people would have laughed at you. That would be as silly as saying the commercial launch industry is going to collapse right now. With SpaceX, Relativity, Blue, all these partners here, right? People would have looked at you like you were crazy. And then the dot-com bubble burst, and a repercussion of that was the commercial launch market in the United States completely imploding on itself. There are economic contractions, guys. It happens. Look at what's happening because of all the inflation right now. Stuff is getting more expensive to do for less capability because of that, right? Do you want a spaceflight program to be subject to the whims of that? No. What keeps that sustainable? Public sector contracts. Just saying. See what I'm talking about? It's hard to see it. It's hard to see it because we're, with the Polaris Dawn and what SpaceX is doing, it doesn't seem like anything could stop them. And I agree with you. I really don't think it will. But why, oh why, would we even take the chance to open us up to that? Using all private sector for NASA stuff is going to end very poorly if there's a bad recession or if there's war or something, right? That'll end catastrophically bad. Just like the Vietnam War basically killed our public sector space program in the 70s. We were spending too much. We spent too much on Vietnam. We spent too much on this. We spent too much on that. That was the huge impetus for getting rid of the Apollo program, was the price tag, because we had a bigger price tag with war. Look, if war can take out the Apollo program, it'll absolutely take out commercial or just a recession. Recessions happen, guys. I'm sorry, that's just happens. In a capitalist structure, you have growth and you have contractions, you have recessions. It happens. The economy is elastic. It expands and contracts, right? Do you want that? Do you want space exploration to be subject to that? I don't. I absolutely don't. Once again, I'll kind of recap here. I want to get back to playing. Having a public and private partnership, basically having NASA and SpaceX both having viable avenues of transportation to the moon, for example, right? Now, a whole NASA system. So basically what I'm saying is like having a Saturn V and having Starship right now, like having a whole NASA program and a whole SpaceX program is the most sustainable way forward. It is not the most cost-effective way forward, but it is the most sustainable. Because look, once again, having public all by itself, canceling Apollo, spaceflight didn't recover until now, 50 years later. And that was all done in the name of cost. An entirely private program? We saw the fruits of that labor in the 90s. A simple recession basically evaporated our launch capability overnight. And it was so bad, that coupled with corporate espionage, that the U.S. government basically forced Boeing, McDonnell Douglas, and Lockheed to make a subset company to retain launch capability, so the U.S. had assured access to space. Do you know what that company was called? The company was called ULA. ULA is a byproduct of putting all your eggs in the private sector basket for payload launch and capability. That is the result. I don't think that's smart. And people cheering on Starliner to do worse. They say, oh, you know, just get rid of it. Just use Dragon. Just use Dragon. Well, the commercial crew program was there to expand the low Earth orbit market. Contracting it voluntarily before you even get to bear the fruits of that labor is incredibly stupid. You're basically forcing market contractions there. You're forcing market contractions before the program really even gets up and running to start growing a commercial market. You need to have competition. The long-term goals of the commercial crew program aren't just move people to the ISS. Because what happens when the ISS goes away? Hopefully the systems are developed and well matured enough out by the time the ISS goes that NASA could just contract a simple flight from Boeing or SpaceX to get to the space station to train astronauts or do science for a really, really low cost while they spend the money to go to the moon. See what I'm talking about? That makes sense, dudes? We've seen what happens when you go all private or all public. Both of them end in stagnation. Historically, like, I'm not just making this up. I need more screws. Screws. Here. You knucklehead. Saying, oh, well, they're funding this, why doesn't NASA get the funding, I think is a false dichotomy. That doesn't change anybody's minds, dude. It's a boogeyman. It doesn't change anybody's minds. All that do is get people mad at you because now you're creating infighting over funding. No, we need to fund this. No, we need to fund that. That infighting is exactly why Viper is in the position that it's in. So remember, that's a losing argument. You're playing off your back foot saying, well, this guy gets funding, why don't I get funding? That is not how we go forward. That ain't no solution. Understand? Anyway, I'll shut up. We'll get back to work. We can talk more about this in an hour or so. We need to make all those plates and stuff. I've learned so much from you in so little time, it's crazy. In terms of NASA not doing anything groundbreaking, there are a few exceptions that make it through, like the RDE. But Aqualix, yeah, you're not wrong, and the paper does talk about that stuff, that there are shining examples of where the system is working correctly, but by and large it's not. Great, NASA makes the RDE. What the hell are they going to do with it? It'll end up just like every other advanced propulsion program that until this commercial program came along, right, and they achieved a TRL with that program, so to make it cheap enough for commercial partners to pick it up, right? It's basically not doing anything, right? I'll give you an example. The Fast Track program was a program done to make a more advanced turbo pump, right? A more advanced turbo pump that's less susceptible to overheating. The Fast Track program is it was the seed concept for the Merlin engine. True story. The integrated powerhead demo from the Air Force Research Laboratory. That was the impetus for Raptor and BE-4, or the seed work for that, not impetus. But maybe that will happen with rotating detonation engines, but don't you think it'd be much better to see that through if they said the RDE needs to be part of our long-term goals for sending people out to the moon for a cislunar architecture? Don't you think that would be better than just, oh, we made an RDE here, who wants it? Yeah, that's great. We got an RDE. What is it? What are we going to use it for? What are we going to use it for? Who's going to use it? SpaceX? Maybe. Who knows? This looks so much neater. I build mine on the ground and it's a mess. Oh, Arcade, you should wait. I'll show you my old save. You should wait until I get all the right accoutrement unlocked. This is just a dud factory that I'm working on right now. This is just to grind through the tiers, to be honest with you. In fact, I should be getting to the point where I need to redo it because the Phase 2 space elevator tier needs to be done. But yeah, anyway. Seems like there's a lack of goals right now. That's what that entire paper is about, Eukerman. Yeah. Okay, now might be the right time to automate, guys. Or at least start getting the smart plate automation figured out. I think we should, because right now I'm just doing that. I have 3 smart plates. Let me check something. Ten crystalline oscillators, and we need 100 frames for the Jeep. We need to go out and explore a little bit more. Mod frames need bars and reinforced plates. I don't think NASA should be in the business of building rockets. I think they should find the best rockets and have them made for them. Yeah, Cal, no. Nope. I don't think that's a wise idea at all. All that does is make NASA a management organization. Because no engineer is going to want to work for NASA when they know they're not doing hands-on work, but overseeing hands-on work. Engineers don't like being project managers. Well, not project managers. That will brain drain NASA to the point where it becomes a bureaucratic management organization, and that is very bad. You want bureaucracy regulating what the private sector can and can't do? That's a good way to get it. We've already seen the fruits of that labor. Just saying. No, I think that I disagree. That's a horrible idea. No offense, dude. I'm not trying to be a jerk. I heard Elon speaking about patents and how he doesn't apply for them because he wants everybody to go to the moon and beyond. Yeah, Elon he's very benevolent in that regard. He's, you know, SpaceX isn't some crazy evil corporation, right? I remember Trevor saying that on Flame Trench. I just had to cringe about that. I don't think you're being a jerk. I tell you what you think. Thanks, Cal. Yeah, thanks for being able. Yeah, thanks for putting up with me. Yeah, but I don't think that's a good idea. Everybody wants to do that. Like that, I hear journalists and I even hear people at NSF say this stuff. They parrot this stuff all the time. I don't understand why you would ever want that. How cringe is it to say that NASA is run by, you know, business majors instead of engineers? That's disgusting. Why would you want that? What? Right? Like, am I wrong? We've already seen the fruits of that labor when you have design by committee. That's what gave us the SLS program, when bureaucrats were controlling NASA. Why would you want this? Elon posted a picture of a rocket landing on X today. Can you explain what it is? Sure, what's up? It's probably Starship, if I had to guess. Oh, dude, that's awesome. Oh, that was SN15. That was when SpaceX was doing suborbital hop tests with Starship. We watched that here on this stream when it happened. Yeah, Aqualunch for sure. Then why is no one doing something about it? Why is everyone so afraid of being stepped on their toes? Because we've kind of inadvertently created a political environment where stepping on people's toes, and if someone gets their feelings hurt, yeah. Because politics is run like high school. That's the idea. You know, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. Oh yeah, we'll give you the contract for this mobile launcher because we know you, even though you've never built one before. Just saying. But see, here's the thing, guys. The system hasn't changed. The same system is in place, arguably more so than now because of the National Space Council. The same system is in place now as that was in place for the Apollo program. So what changed? We did. And I guarantee you it's not for the better. Right? The Cold War ended. Yeah, that's true. How large projects in the U.S. will be illegal? Exaggeration much. It's hyperbole, Rem. You use hyperbole to drive a point home. Look, Elon says some weird stuff, let's say. All right, he says some stuff that definitely pisses a lot of people off, but I think he's right when it comes to spaceflight. Like I said, he holds space in a high enough regard to not let it get caught up in the static. You know what I mean? And I don't think that's wrong. What does Starship do if an engine breaks when it's landing? It has 3 of them. Three landing engines. There's 6 engines total on Starship. Sorry, I thought I'd clarify. Sorry, you got me all riled up. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I want to get the Caterium line. Hey, what's up? What is that? What did you bring me?
Big Shack.
Excuse me.
Right now, you too. Some of that's mine though.
What?
So, you got steak and cheese fries.
Bacon cheese fries.
You got bacon cheeseburgers.
Bacon cheeseburger.
You got chocolate shake.
Chocolate shake.
And then these 2 must be mine. Here's your straw.
Straw. Bacon cheese shake.
That didn't sound too good.
I'm not gonna lie, I'd probably drink that. Sorry. Yeah, I know it's bad for you. I know, artery clogging. I get
Yeah.
you're not wrong, but also, thanks. I love you.
I love you too. Are you racing tonight?
Yeah.
Okay, the neighbors said they'll be out if you want to stop by and have a beer.
Cool. All right.
Alrighty. Love you.
Love you too. That was a good idea. Nah, these guys are asking me about public sector, private sector space programs, and it's got me all riled up.
Oh, okay.
It's got me all riled up. Get all antsy in my pantsy.
Dude, so I went to the dog store too,
Yeah,
and I got him a turkey neck because he was like, "Oh, this is what I want, right?"
yeah.
He was like grabbing one, ate it on the way home. Oh God,
Hey, dogs gotta eat.
dude, I did not. It's like I'll show you because I got 2 of them.
Tessa wants to know where his shake is.
He's not married to me, so can I try that by the way? I didn't have any.
Yeah, it is. You'll like it.
Ooh, that's really good.
Yep.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, baby.
All right, love you.
Love you. I'm not gonna eat this just yet. I'll eat that when we take a break before space news. Do you think NASA should develop their own medium heavy lift rocket for scientific probes, landers, or just carry on only launching SLS every few years? Paul, I think... Look, man. SLS works. It flies. Okay? If it was up to me, here's what I would do. Flame Trench today? I'm not on Flame Trench today. The wonky schedule, I forgot to say that I was available. Oops. So NSF went and scheduled it without me, and I was like, so we doing Flame Trench today? And they're like, you're not. I'm like, oops. So, Paul, if it was up to me at this point, so like I said, I pointed out all these problems. What's the solution here? The solution is to increase SLS's launch cadence. That's what I would do. SLS needs a robust program right now, to increase capacity to 4 cores per year. That's your long lead item. SLS needs to launch 4 times a year. That's all you need to do. We've already developed it. It already works. I have my own reservations about throwing shuttle engines into the ocean that... Whatever. It's fine. We need to increase SLS cadence to 4 times a year, and Orion needs a much bigger contract. The reason why Orion needs a bigger contract is because we need more flight data on it. Send it to the ISS. Send it to commercial destinations. Seriously, it needs to fly more. Look, they're having trouble with the heat shield already, arguably the most flight-tested component of Orion at this point. EFT-1, Orion, not aboard ascent technically. EFT-1, Artemis 1. They've tested the heat shield twice in flight, and they're having delamination problems. Orion needs to be tested more. Uncrewed first, then crewed. Rotations to the ISS. One ISS mission a year to be supplemental with Dragon and Starliner. It has to. And if that means contracting SpaceX or whomever to launch Orion capsules or ULA or whoever you want. New Glenn would be great actually for launching Orion. It's a good supplemental rocket to like Ares 1. That's what I would do. I would go to Jeff and I'd be like, I need you to launch Orion. I need you to launch it like 5 times before the end of the decade. One time a year, sure. Something. Uncrewed test flight. And then crewed test flights to the ISS. Do a 11, 12-day stay. Test flights, just like they did with Starliner and Dragon. Stuff like that. Do Polaris Dawn style stuff with the Orion capsule, because that's all stuff that needs to be tested for going further. There's no way we're gonna go to the gateway and have all these landers and have all this stuff without needing to do a deep space EVA at some point. So the Orion would get a rapid flight test program utilizing the commercial partners that are already there. I would probably toss it to New Glenn at this point, but I would have ULA, Blue, SpaceX, you could bid on it. I don't give a frick. Launch it on a Falcon 9. Now one could say, well, Falcon 9 doesn't have enough Delta V to get it into LEO. Well, it has a surface propulsion system that has 2 kilometers a second Delta V. Falcon 9 absolutely could do it with a drone ship landing and an expendable second stage. Totally doable. Sure, here's a recipe for spaghetti. That's what I would do. And Pat, thanks for keeping us fueled up. You got a good woman there, boss. Oh, she's my other half. And I mean that in the best... I mean that, Pat. I would not be as successful as I am without her. Not a chance. Not even close. Probably be good, but wouldn't be as good as what we have now. That lady completes me. And she feeds me. That's a big one. That's what I'm talking about. I need to eat. Yeah, that's what needs to be done. SLS needs to ramp up 4 launches a year. I would say 4 launches a year by the end of the decade, because I think that ship sailed. The Moon to Mars program, that ship sailed already. The way it's looking right now, if we continue on our present course, the first lunar landing will be in 2028. And then NASA wants to focus on Mars in the 2030s? Good joke. Nice. Anybody that falls for that bull crap doesn't know anything about how this works. You guys are just copy pastaing a spaghetti recipe in Twitch chat. Nice. Incidentally, Europa Clipper is a good advertisement for SLS. It could launch some pretty ambitious probes. Could. Andrew, NASA does too many one-off projects, so much R&D on things, and just developing one after a thing. Yeah, NASA can't just sit there and just be like, hey, we made this awesome engine, anybody gonna use it? No, you need an integrated program. Like Apollo. Just saying. But yeah, we can talk about that more in a little bit. What I want to do is do MAM research so we can get the truck. So we can get the buggy. And then I think it's about high time we... It's about high time we started getting power up and running. Because we're going to need to scale. Two kilometers a second, I thought the Orion service module was poo-poo. 2 kilometers, it's actually 1975 with 4 people on board. If you really want to know. Actually, no, it's more than that. It would have to be double that. So the Orion service module has probably 4 or 5 kilometers a second, if I had to guess. Problem is, to do what the Apollo CSM did, you need like 7 kilometers a second. There's a reason why the CSM had a huge, big service module on it. Because it needed to tow the LEM down to low lunar, and then get home after that. It's 1975 to circularize in a rectilinear halo orbit around the moon, so it has to at least have double that. So that would mean it has closer to like 3,700 meters a second delta V. So you need, from a low Earth orbit, you need 60 meters a second delta V to deorbit. So the surface propulsion system on Orion has let's just say 3,600 meters a second delta V. You telling me that Falcon 9 couldn't get it up there? Not a chance. Like, there's not a chance that that's true. It absolutely could. Why couldn't it? I mean, that's barring like structural loads and stuff, but of course it could. Why couldn't it? Imagine being able to launch large probes. Yeah, SLS 4 flights a year, man. That's sustainable program. And then have SpaceX, have Starship bring fuel out to make the EUS reusable. Heck, screw that. Use SLS to build a gigantic fueling depot around the moon so Starship can refuel. This is what I mean, man. We are on the cusp. We're close to being able to do something like that. If we had the proper vision. We could do that. Who wouldn't want that? Is that coffee? No, it's a chocolate shake. I just don't get it. Doesn't make any sense. Do you really think we'll get back to the moon before 2030, given the ML2 fiasco? It's going to be close, Paul. But for anybody to sit here and say that NASA is going to get anywhere near Mars in the 2030s is hilarious to me. You're barely going to get back to the moon. Barely. Per your own admission. Look, if we were serious about going to the moon, we'd be if we're serious about going to Mars in the 2030s, the time to figure out the architecture that you're going to use to do that is right now. Like right now. Because if you're not going to do it now, well, guess what? Look at how long it's taken us to go back to the moon. What makes you think we could go to Mars faster? Like, I'm not trying, and don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to be cynical. I want NASA to solve these problems, like, right now. That would be really useful. But, whatever. Astro Knucklehead. 100 bits, thank you. Anyway. You guys don't mind, I'm gonna grab a bite here real quick and then we'll go. We need to make crystalline oscillators. So we need quartz. Where's yours? Get a wife. Then you can have your food. Trying to eat on NSF Live. Up, Ando's here. Screw me. I guess I don't get to eat now because one person is complaining. I'm not doing NSF Live today. In the midst of the crazy schedule with Polaris Dawn this week, well, Kippy, now I feel bad. Jeez. Yeah, the crazy schedule from Polaris Dawn, I forgot to tell them that I was available this week, so they scheduled other people. So we'll just do space news. It's going to take a decade at least to develop the architecture for a Mars trip. Yeah, Toothless, and you would ideally use the rockets that you use to get to the moon to go to Mars, like the Apollo program. That's the safest venture for that. But we don't even have a rocket that's capable of getting anything useful out to the moon other than Orion on basically a sightseeing trip. See what I'm talking about? No good. Haven't we been doing space news for like an hour now? Yeah. Sure. Yeah, do I think we'll get to the moon before 2030 given the ML2 fiasco? If we're lucky. Yeah, Cal, don't worry about it. It ain't your fault, dude. Alright, let's, let me think. Guys, we're at to the point where I gotta start automating stuff because some of the stuff isn't craftable. So I'm gonna go this way. We're gonna go over to the water. And we're gonna think about some things here. What are your thoughts about your last? What's up, dude? China's gonna copy their way to the moon first. Wow, we don't have a rocket. We don't have a rocket that can get to the moon. What are they gonna do? Copy SLS and then just get stuck like we are? Wouldn't that be funny? What I'm confused about the most, aren't we supposed to know already how to go to the moon? It feels like we're doing everything from scratch. Yeah, we knew how to get to the moon in 1972. And we theoretically know how to do it now. The Apollo program theoretically knew how to do it then. And it didn't make it any easier. Look, man, all the people that worked on Apollo are gone. Well, the vast majority of them. Like, thank God we still have some. But we can't trade on the Apollo program. We're gonna have to do it ourselves. And arguably, the Artemis program has nothing to do with the Apollo program in terms of architecture. They're completely different architectures. So why did we think this would be easy? It's not. It's gonna be just as difficult. Until we do it, and we keep doing it. Alright. Where is the closest coal? All right. I made my power plant over here in the past, but I'm going to make it over there this time because that has coal and water right by it, so we could scale coal out there if we need to. I'll save this area to scale oil like we did before. We're going to make a power plant. How big of a power plant do we want? Oh, balls. I forgot about that. What do you think? 1 gigawatt? A 1 gigawatt coal power plant should be good. Why stop at 1? 1 should be supplemental enough to be till we get to the point where we can do better. Gotta be 1.21 gigawatts. All right, we'll make it 1.21 gigawatts max capacity, and then that means we got to work on a power grid. Power grid is important to understand. Where are we going to build this factory, right? We got to figure out our stakeholder expectations for this plant. Where's the factory going? I would like to put my main factory out here, but I do like building it in the desert like we did. I think that was kind of cool. And I want to make a grid like what we did with the power plant before. What is our main factory going to build? Everything. I like the desert because it's flat, man. Yeah, whole thing is super flat. Now we have big coal nodes right here. This is where I had our coal set up before. This is a normal. Another normal, and I think this one's pure. No, 3 normal. Interesting. Okay. Read last. If China's copying us and still get to the moon faster, it would look bad on us, so we need to focus our programs not because it would be embarrassing. Yeah, you're not wrong. That's what I've been saying this whole time, TJ. Oh, geez, now there's 2 of them. That was me. Frick you both. Barrel. All right. There are only 2 deposits down here? I'm going down there. One of them is a pure. Yeah. Yep. Did you see the Landsat Grasshopper launch to 10 kilometers in land? I did, Paul. You just see how it fell apart on the way up? Oh yeah, pieces are coming off all over the place. I think this will be our main water. Yeah. We could have our main power harness go through that canyon right there. That canyon seems to be pretty straightforward. Yeah, that one is just so damn close. But there's no... I mean, they're cool. I mean, there is, but... Alternative recipes. That's impure. Thought there were more coal deposits over here. The map made it look like there was a lot more. You don't need to shoot? No. No, I'm good. I still really like building over there instead. Yeah. Did you see the candle in the hub? No. What the hell is that?
Harvest the scripture. Compose it into a blood song.
Yeah.
Listen to the rhythm.
Nah, I'm good, thanks. Nice green. I'm surveying right now, guys. I still think that basin right there is the best one. That's where I built it last time, though. Like, I'm wondering, you know, what do you guys think we should do? Go with what we know or change it up? Like, my gut's telling me go with what I know. Because this time around, it's not going to be the exact same design, right? Like, it's going to be better. Change it up? Yeah. Hi, Frank. That was me. What if you look at another biome? Oh, I like the desert, man. I know, but just for power. The hell, there was that damn noise again. So in order to get this coal power plant done correctly, we need water. But we also, should we put the coal power plant by the water? Because then we need to move the coal. How close are those nodes over there? What are the dark spots on the map? Fog of War. Unexplored area. The map's huge. It goes like all the way over to here. Did you move coal by train or power plant? We moved it on belts, or no, trains last time. That was the last thing I did. Hey, meatbag. You ever get to gas generators? Yeah, I had a gigantic gas generator, dude. And I had a huge oil production setup. It was awesome, actually. Kind of want to show you. That old map was nuts, actually. Here, you know what? Maybe we can get some inspiration from it. Give me 1 second. Let's load Hand Banana 3 and see if it works. My gas generator section was hidden. I'll show you. This is the same spot that I just logged out in. Yeah, this is what's in store. Seriously, in that other save, my hub and space elevator are right there. Have you checked how broken the save is? No, I haven't. This is the first time loading it up. I even have my concrete plant still in the same spot. This is the oil train. Oil comes from the other side of the map. I made a railroad line that goes clear across the entire map. Actually, there's two. One goes to the swamp, the other one goes to the islands over there. Liquid. Not packaged. This goes to a fluid pressure head setup. Basically, that takes the oil and distributes it evenly amongst these tanks. And that gives you head pressure, because if you notice, the tanks are all above my feed mechanism here. And then I have a fluid buffer in on my feed mechanism, and you have your refinery here. Your refinery, the refinery produces fuel, and it has a petroleum or polymer resin output. These are just manifolds of blocks of power, and they're all set up on their. They're all set up into a substation here. This is my oil refinery 1 power substation. We have every switch is on a different row. Yeah, there's AI. There's baddies all over the place. That's your lighting control, pump station, and that's your refinery 2. That's the Ref 2 main breaker. So that goes over to my other set of refineries. This is all battery backup in the substation here, and I can scale and shut off each row as I see fit. Right now, all of them are active because I was testing. Come on in. That was your own fault.
Samples of new alien species acquired. Notable features are blunt teeth, suggesting it is herbivorous, and a thickly plated skull and spine, suggesting it is proficient at inflicting and receiving blunt force trauma. Research the remains in the MAM to establish classification and potential countermeasures.
So the polymer resin goes over here, and this is the R2 array, refinery 2 array. That one's for making oil. And then I use the resin here combined with water input to make plastics. Yeah. That's the output. But yeah, it's the same design, just with the resources in and out refitted. And the non-raw materials get moved in covered belts with a covered design here. So we have catwalks, stuff everywhere. This is covering the output right here. And then we have our R2 substation right here on the grid. Refinery Array 2 substation. It's the same exact design as the other one, only it has resource input output underneath it. So I have 2 oil arrays. That is plastics right there. I called them oil arrays. 2 rubbers. Nice. Gonna need more than that. And alumina solution 2 and 3, and then a scrap solution. So it produces alumina scrap, alumina solution, rubber, and oil. And all that gets moved through a resource hub down here. See? And that goes on a covered conveyor belt, which leads back to the factory. How long did it take to make all this? Pigeon, this save has... I don't want to know how many hours I have on this save. It's a lot. It's... $400 hours into this save by myself. This is all me. That pipeline array, or I could just miss. That pipeline array... no, not pipeline. That belt array goes down to the main factory. There's my trains. And then we have water input outputs. You know, I just told you guys I was looking for where the water would be. Like, where are we going to tap into the water for coal? Well, here you go. Here's the main water feed. I made the entire feed go to there, which probably is not the best idea, but it goes over a covered building here. That goes over my road and my train tracks, input and output. And then... yeah, we go down here. See, this is why I wanted to get all the tickets to unlock all the covered railings and stuff. And steel pipes, because when I build, I make... if it's a refined resource and not raw material, I build with a covered design. So, like, plastics wouldn't be just out on an open conveyor belt, right? And then we have our main water inputs here, and then my oil output. My oil array, the RA1 array, is feeding my oil power plants, the gas generators. You'll see. This is why I feel like you should mix it up. Are you going to build the same thing again? I would build the same thing again, but there's some glaring problems with this design, dude. Yeah, there are some glaring issues with it. Like water. All of my water goes... all of my water goes to the refinery 2 array. If there's other things that need water, I would have to redesign this, and that's kind of what I want to do. So this is my water elevator array here, and there's your water pumps right there. I build it to code. We built a spec. Water pumps have a fluid buffer. The fluid buffer goes into the we have 3 pumping stations here. So this is the high water pump station because it's up high. And then if we go down here, this is the hell pumping station. And, oh. We called this the low water pumping station. Because having become hell or high water pumping stations, that would mean this would be the, yeah, nope. Nope. Yep. It looks like they redid some of the desert biome. This used to not be in rock, so yeah, this borked the save, which is why we're probably not going to complete this. And then my fuel goes to a scalable design array here of gas generators. This is the gas generator power plant right here. Inside of here, we have an array, basically a turbine hall of gas generators. And the smokestacks stick out the top, which is super cool. You have your oil input, and then you have an electrical output. The electrical output goes out there, and it goes into my main power harness, which is right here, also very scalable. It goes into the main power harness. The main power harness goes up to my main electricity distribution substation. I don't know if I'm going to go straight into turbo fuel. It's a scalable array, so you could just build more power plants with how much you want it to scale. Up here, you have your main breakers for each plant. Scalable for up to 12 power plants. What you could do, if you notice, I have plant 1 and plant 2. You could just keep going and just keep going and just keep building more plants. It's just prefabbed. You just do the same design over and over and over again. And yeah, you could see which plants are on by... you can see what's generating power by what's producing smoke. These power arrays go to my main... This is my main power division substation, and that... or this is my power plant substation. That goes to the main power distribution station down here with these lines. I tried to make them look like regular high voltage lines. But in reality, each one of those is the harness for each plant. This is the old save, yes, and it's very clear that they redid some of the environment because some of it's stuck in the ground, which is fine. So, this goes around a smelter array here. That's what that building is. Prefabs made me go a little bananas with this. All right, here we go. This is our main distribution substation. The main distro substation basically is a 8 block division substation. So this is the grid. This is I have a power grid, and my power grid gets distributed throughout the entire map, believe it or not. I have a power grid. It's just like real life. You have a substation that distributes power to different things. If you look, this is my main mining disconnect right there. All of my miners are connected into that. The water pumping station array that I just showed you is right there. If you lose, if I need to shut off power for whatever reason, we can do that. That's my main smelter array. There's the main factory power harness. That's your main grid disconnect. That's a miscellaneous one that I use anytime I need power. The island's power. I ran a power line all the way across the map with my railroad tracks, and it's powering my oil refinery, or my oil pumps over there on the other side of the map. The train, I made train tracks go all the way across this thing, and the trains are not carrying the electricity. I know you can make electricity go through the train tracks, but I don't want to do that. The reason why I don't want to do that is because what if I need to edit the tracks? If I need to change the tracks around, if I want to change the design. Now changing the track design is cutting off electricity to your oil, and oil is my power plant. It's a bad idea. Didn't want to do that. So my tracks run with telephone poles, so to speak. So that's the entire island's power. That's the Spire Coast power, which is not being used right now. And then there's your main train power. Over here you have your plant disconnect. Shutting this off cuts the connection to the power plants and switches us over to full battery power. Turning this back on. Now we're back on oil. Are you enjoying 1.0? Oh, absolutely, dude. On the outside of the substation, we have our power grid. There's each one of the breakers, and they all lead to where they need to go. I developed this system halfway through building this factory, so it's... Like I said, there's a huge opportunity for improvement here. So inside, on the outside, everything is nice and clean. No spaghetti, because the spaghetti is hidden. It's organized, but it's hidden. Right here is just one of the distribution blocks that we have that's just moving around various resources. This is what we have here is a resource distribution substation that's receiving bauxite for the main factory and splitting ores for the smelters, so we can get copper, steel, or no, it's not one. Yeah, copper, steel, and iron. These go to a smelter distribution system here that has them in arrays, and the arrays are all inside buildings with vents on one side. And of course, just as before, we have smelters being able to be shut out from power if I need to shut them off or reconfigure them. The power harness is in the roof. Wires go down to each array from the top, which is basically how a real factory does it. Over here, that's the iron smelter. This one is the copper smelter. And then I believe next door, that door didn't open. Neither did that one. We have copper again. And then I believe over here we have foundries that are making steel. Yep. Would love to have this save. It's downloadable. Yeah, this is why I've had such a hard time abandoning this save, because, yeah. I've been playing this save since Update 2. I have old belt systems It's cool, dude. There's ruins to my old equipment. Like you could see where what I built, what I tried, what didn't work, old systems, redundant systems. Like I just left stuff there and just kept building. So there's all kinds of old resource distribution avenues here that lead to nothing because I discontinued using them. Slackster, I don't know, maybe we'll make this something. I cut this in half for some reason right here, and I don't know why. Yeah, so it's cool because you can explore it. This used to be a... my plastics used to be right here. A small plastic refinery array was here, and when I redid it, I didn't use this line anymore because it's distributing somewhere else. Everything is nice and well kept. I cable management to a T. I do that on purpose, man. It's really easy to lose track of what you're doing when you make spaghetti. That's the bauxite train going out. Like, a lot of this stuff, guys, a lot of the design was quite good. The refineries, I'm probably just going to make them again. Not going to lie. That's a very, very good design. Did you just opt to not to use nuclear? Mackie, I didn't really see the need. We're not worrying about carbon emissions. Oil's cheap, it's easy to get, and you can make tons of power with it. Not as much power as nuclear, but I don't have to worry about nuclear waste. Yep. That's the oil, or no, that's the bauxite train over yonder. There's the oil train coming in. Guys, and that's where my vertical main bus was supposed to be. Basically, I got to the point where we got all the resources distributed to the factory. But I realized that well, mostly because they changed the damn game. I mean, because this has been here since update 2. I have a main harness distribution array right here coming into the factory. And what we're going to do is build up. There's going to be a skyscraper here that's as tall as that. And every floor, one floor is going to produce screws. The next one's going to produce this. The next one's going to produce that. The reason why we never got this done is because they kept changing the damn game. And that's not their fault. That's my fault for not finishing it in time before they changed something. That's why I played this save so long. But you can see we have aluminum coming in, silica coming in, rubber, plastic. We have iron, coal, bauxite, anything. Yeah, all my resources are distributed on this avenue. Every type of ingot. So we have copper, steel, iron, aluminum, caterium. And over here you have silica, rubber, plastic. I have quartz coming in, coal coming in for some reason, and then limestone coming in as well. That wasn't bauxite, sorry. Yeah, homing, this is my old save. I wanted to show it to people. So yeah, guys, that's what I mean about putting the design over there. It'd be a good idea to do it. When power fails, how do you make sure power is not cut off from the power station? I might have missed that. The battery backup should be enough to survive one train run to be able to deliver the oil. But there is no backup for this. I don't have a battery backup. We don't have a backup that switches to like coal power or something. That's what I mean. This is good. I really like what we did here, but there's also a lot of stuff that needs to be improved. This is my fabricator building. I used the fabricator to figure out a build style that I wanted to do. I call it Vaptory. Or NASA Punk is probably a better name. I tried to make all my buildings look like a cavernous building, similar to NASA's vehicle assembly building. And I tried to build in that style the entire time. And the Fabricator building was the start of doing that. The FAB, yep. It's supposed to look like the BAB. It's supposed to look like a high bay. Every single building in Conveyor Belt is built in that aesthetic. And that's why in the other save, dudes, I was like, okay, we have to unlock railings, we have to unlock barriers, we have to unlock I-beams, we have to do that because I'm gonna do it again. But some of this stuff clearly was designed before the Fabricator, right? Like the train stations over there was designed before the Fabricator was in the game, because this save is from update 2. A lot of this stuff was designed well before that. It would be good to start fresh, you know, like, see, look, my hub building here that has the MAM and the awesome shop right here, the garage, still has grip pad roofs. See what I'm talking about? Because roofs weren't in the game. Ramps were barely in the game. So it'd be cool to just start over building in that aesthetic right from the start. But yeah, that's the old save, dudes. This is why it was difficult for me to start over. So how do you start planning a design and layout? You got to figure out, I mean, it's just like anything else, stakeholder expectations. You got to figure out what you want to do. You got to figure out what you're going to use to move it, right? Like, obviously, if we're going to choose to be here, we need to get oil here. Are we going to make a pipeline that goes across the map? No, I think building a train track would be more useful for easier expansion later. And the trains can move oil, but they also can move other stuff if you want to expand, right? So, like, that's something. We're going to need a train track again to move oil, so I'm going to have to make a transcontinental railway again. Doesn't have to follow the same route that it did. I arguably know a better way. Over here, the oasis biome that's kind of here, I underutilized it a lot. I could build better stuff over here. Like, I kind of built around it. The reason why I didn't build a lot of stuff over here is because there were farty plants over there, and you couldn't get rid of them when I started building this factory, so I built away from it. Shouldn't you be getting ready for Flame Trench? Nope. I'm not on Flame Trench this week. Don't mind me taking screenshots. Yeah, Creeper. The crazy schedule from Polaris Dawn, I didn't sign up. So when they put out the posting, like, who's going to be here for Flame Trench this week, I was asleep. And everybody else, like, 4 other people said we're available, so... So I went and asked, I'm like, you guys don't want me on Flame Trench this week? And they were like, well, it's full. And I'm like, oh, all right, bye. Is farty plants a technical term? Oh, yeah. EJ, you ever plan on giving Cities 2 another try? Maybe every time they release an update, Smoked? Yeah, we will. An Epcot-style layout might be interesting, starting on the outside and having all the resources go to a center hub. That's basically what I wanted to do here, Mutter. Yeah. It's basically what I wanted to do here, but we could do it with less spaghetti. I wouldn't be against that. You know? Put the trains on their own, make the trains elevated, then have walking, and then have cars, and then truck distribution. I wouldn't be against it. We just need a spot big enough to make a centralized hub. This is the biggest open area in the game. Workers looked so great yesterday, I'm fighting the urge not to purchase that one. Do not purchase Workers, nor Satisfactory for that matter, if you don't have a lot of time, Echo. These games have feedback loops that are super addicting. For guys like us, man, You gotta be careful with that stuff, dude. I already have satisfactory in no time. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, you gotta be careful about that stuff, man. But yeah, Mutter, I don't mind that. Here, let's go back to Hanbrogmana. But yeah, that was my save, guys. I have like 400 hours in that save. Yeah, that save has been going. That save has been going since update 2. Yeah. And this is the same area, and I have this little dinky mess of poo-poo. That was insanely impressive. Thanks, man. That's a baller-looking factory. Great sound to load into, yeah. That noise is what brings us back to reality. That sounds and MS Teams sounds gives you PTSD. Dude, I don't blame you. So Mutter, right here. Oh, I didn't see that brain slug before. Excuse me. In the desert would be a good idea to do that. That's where I want my new distribution hub to be. But there's some things to think about here, man. What we got to think about is, okay, where are the train tracks coming from? Where, if I have roads, where are the roads going to be coming from? how are we going to do that? How are we going to distribute in? Because Epcot has distribution come in north south, so you can only have distribution coming in from two sides. And then in the center is a gigantic train hub. And then on top of that, right, is your factory. So basically at the basement of this design, you're going to have a gigantic hub, a gigantic train hub, right? So are you going to continue the other save? I don't know. I don't know, maybe. So where's ground level here? Or where's the basement? Where's the basement level of this? We'd have to find a high point in the sand dunes, and that would have to be our base for the lowest level. I mean, this thing will end up looking like the Citadel, which I kind of don't have a problem with. Like, I was thinking it would probably be better to just go straight north-south here. Is that what the world... If that's what the world grid is set to, it is. That would probably be the best idea. Center it for the most part. Yeah, like right where I'm standing. The problem is that's in the way. Well, Aborave, Mutter, a good buddy of mine in chat, proposed making a Epcot-style factory. So a hub and spoke design with your transportation systems at the center hub, right? And then distribution in and out on like a pedal design. I'm not against that. I'm really not. That's a really good idea. Problem is, where's the space? We need space to build that. Unless there's a flatter biome here. I don't think there's one that's flatter and more open than the damn desert. The water. The water? Could you check DMs real quick, if possible? That's fine, Max. If you're not ready to do FNR tonight, that's fine. We don't have to. Believe me, I can sit here and play Satisfactory all day. If that's what we want to do. Hang on 1 second. The hell was that noise? Yeah, that's what I thought. Hey, come here. Where are you going? Yeah, go off. Are you able to use boats to move things? No. Water. I'm wondering, how far could we, can we? How far can we build out in the water there? Is that on the wiki? I just googled Satisfactory map, I'm not gonna lie. I think that's on the official, yeah. What about up at the Spire Coast? It's either that or having it elevated. Water would be a hell of a canvas. I don't mind building on the waters, in the water, guys. I think that's actually super cool. But everyone does that. Everyone does that. I don't... Part of what made that factory that you guys saw so cool is that I chose to build it in a spot where that's flat enough to be able to do what we want, but it's also not... it's not completely flat. Like, the factory is built into the rocks and stuff, which is why I like building here. It's flat enough to be able to do what you want, but it also proposes a challenge of engineering around the pillars and stuff, which I really do think is cool. No flame trench today. Nope. They didn't want me on today. Well, that's not the whole story. I missed the attendance call. Like, they usually ask who's available for Flame Trench, so we have some prep for, like, who's going to do what and who's going to talk about each segment. And they did the call for it when I was asleep because of Polaris Dawn. And, yeah, filled the slots without, yeah. So. Anyway, we'll figure out more what we want to do, guys, on the other side of Space News. So, if we're not going to do racing tonight, if we're not going to do Friday Night Racing tonight, yeah, we'll just play Satisfactory all night. That cool? We'll do Space News for a couple hours, then we'll just play Satisfactory. I don't have a problem with that. Anyway, I'm going to put on a quick video because I've been sitting here staring at a burger and fries for like the past hour, and I want to eat them. So, that is Satisfactory. Yep. So, let me, put on, like, a quick, video. We'll put on the ablation video. Ablation! Actually, you know what? Orbital mechanics. I think people could do a refresher given Polaris Dawn here. So we'll start space news at 1:30. Okie dokie. Give me 1 second. Okay, we'll start space news at about 1:30. All right, so here is this. Let me let's change up the titles. Space and rocket review. This is the rocket review for 9/13. We'll switch this over to science and technology, and we will go from there. Let me switch it over to YouTube's, the YouTubes. All right, cool. I will be back momentarily.
When ancient man looked to the heavens for guidance from the gods, he noticed star patterns and began to document their movement across the heavens. The ancients believed that the earth was flat, but around 350 BC, Aristotle proved that the earth was round. Later, about 150 AD, Ptolemy presented the geocentric theory, the belief that the earth is stationary at the center of the universe, with the sun, moon, stars, and planets revolving around it in complex orbits. In the 1500s, Nicholas Copernicus of Poland presented the heliocentric theory, the belief that the Earth revolves around the sun as it rotates on its axis. This aspect of astronomy evolved into an intricate study of planetary motion known as orbital mechanics. Today, orbital mechanics is applied to space flight and satellites that orbit the Earth or travel beyond our solar system. In the early 1600s, Johann Kepler, a German mathematician, using the data on planetary observations collected by the Danish scientist Tycho Brahe, developed 3 laws of planetary motion. Kepler's first law states,
all planets move in elliptical orbits with the sun at one focus and the other focus empty.
applied to Earth satellites, the center of the Earth becomes one focus, with the other focus empty. For circular orbits, the 2 foci coincide. Kepler's second law, the law of areas, states,
the line joining the planet to the sun sweeps over equal areas in equal time intervals.
When a satellite orbits, the line joining it to the Earth sweeps over equal areas in equal periods of time. If areas 1, 2, and 3 are equal, times 1, 2, and 3 are also equal. Therefore, the speed of the satellite changes depending on its distance from the center of the Earth. Speed is greatest at the point in the orbit closest to the Earth, called perigee, and is slowest at the point farthest from the Earth, called apogee. It is important to note that the orbit followed by a satellite is not dependent on its mass. A large, heavy satellite could be in the same orbit with a small, light one, each sweeping out equal areas in equal periods of time. Kepler's third law, the law of periods, relates the time required for a planet to make one complete trip around the Sun to its mean distance from the Sun.
For any planet, the square of its period of revolution is directly proportional to the cube of its mean distance from the Sun.
Applied to Earth satellites, Kepler's third law explains that the farther a satellite is from the Earth, the longer it will take to complete an orbit, the greater the distance it will travel to complete an orbit, and the slower its average speed will be. Isaac Newton, the father of classical mechanics, laid the groundwork for orbital mechanics. He combined the work of Kepler and others to formulate the law of universal gravitation and the three Newtonian laws of motion. While Kepler's laws provided a conceptual model of orbital motion, Newton's laws provided the foundation for the mathematical description of orbits. They explain why a satellite stays in orbit. Newton's law of universal gravitation.
Any two objects in the universe, such as the Earth and the Moon, attract each other with a force directly proportional to the product of their masses and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between them.
Stated more simply, the more massive the objects are, or the closer they are, the greater the gravitational pull between them. Newton's first law of motion.
A body in motion will keep moving at the same speed and in the same direction unless acted upon by an external force.
A satellite moves in a curved path around the Earth because the Earth's gravitational pull acts as an external force on it. Newton's second law of motion.
If the sum of the forces acting on an object is not zero, the object will have an acceleration proportional to the magnitude and in the direction of the net force.
Newton's second law states that force equals mass times acceleration. It is this mathematical equation and the equation for universal gravitation that forms the basis for calculating orbits. Newton's third law of motion explains how a satellite gets into orbit.
For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction.
If you blow up a balloon and let it go, the balloon is pushed forward by the action of the air rushing out of it. A rocket's exhaust gases are like the air rushing out of the balloon. The following illustrates how a satellite stays in orbit. If a man stands on a mountain and fires a projectile horizontally, gravity will cause the path of the projectile to curve downward and it will strike the Earth. However, if the man fires the projectile fast enough at a specific speed, the curvature of its path due to gravity will match the curvature of the Earth under it. The projectile will then fall around the Earth, becoming an Earth-orbiting satellite. A projectile fired even faster will have a flight path away from the Earth, but gravity will act to slow the projectile down, change its flight path, and pull it back toward Earth. If the projectile's velocity increased enough, a velocity sufficient to escape the Earth's gravitational pull will be reached. This velocity is known as the escape velocity. It is equal to about 7 miles per second at the Earth's surface. The preceding description did not consider atmospheric drag and the Earth's rotation, both of which will affect the trajectory of the projectile. It illustrated the principles governing a satellite's orbit. There are 6 numbers called the orbital elements, which specify the size, shape, and orientation of an orbit in space, as well as the location of the spacecraft in the orbit. Based on an orbit which is an ellipse, the 6 orbital elements are length of the semi-major axis, eccentricity, inclination, right ascension of the ascending node, argument of perigee, time of perigee passage. The major axis of an elliptical orbit is the line joining the perigee and apogee. This line is also referred to as the line of apsides. The first orbital element is the semi-major axis. It is simply 1/2 the major axis. Circular orbits have no apogee or perigee. Therefore, the semi-major axis is simply 1/2 the diameter of the orbit. The semi-major axis is used to define the size of the orbit. From this, the orbital period, or time that it takes for the satellite to complete one orbit, can be calculated. The shape of an orbit is defined by the second orbital element called eccentricity. For all ellipses, the value of eccentricity lies between 0 and 1. The larger the value, the more elliptical the orbit. A spacecraft in Earth orbit with an eccentricity equal to or greater than 1 will escape the Earth's gravitational field. When orienting an orbit in space, a 3-dimensional coordinate system must be defined. The coordinate system commonly used is the geocentric equatorial coordinate system, which has its origin at the Earth's center. This coordinate system is a non-rotating reference system in which a satellite's orbital plane tends to remain fixed relative to the stars while the Earth turns beneath it. The XY plane is the Earth's equatorial plane. The positive x-axis points to the vernal equinox. This is the point where the sun appears to cross the Earth's equator on its way north on the first day of spring each year. The z-axis is along the Earth's spin axis toward the North Pole. Nodes are points in a satellite's orbit which intersect the Earth's equatorial plane. The ascending node is the point at which the spacecraft crosses the equator going from south to north. The descending node is where the spacecraft crosses the equator going from north to south. The line joining the two nodes is called the line of nodes. The orientation of an orbit is determined by 3 orbital element angles. The right ascension of the ascending node is the angle between the x-axis and the ascending node. It is always measured eastward from the direction away from the vernal equinox in the Earth's equatorial plane. The argument of perigee is the angle between the ascending node and the point of perigee. It is measured in the orbital plane in the direction of spacecraft motion. Inclination is the angle between the equatorial plane and the orbital plane. A satellite which has an eastward velocity component at the ascending node has an orbital inclination lying between 0 and 90 degrees. Such an orbit is called a prograde orbit. A satellite which moves due north at the ascending node is in a polar orbit. Polar orbits have an orbital inclination of exactly 90 degrees. A satellite with a westward velocity component at the ascending node is in a retrograde orbit and has an orbital inclination between 90 and 180 degrees. The 5 orbital elements explained thus far describe the size, shape, and orientation of the orbit in space. The final element is a time value used to locate the satellite in its orbit. A satellite moves in a very predictable manner. It stays on schedule. Thus, if the time at which a satellite passes a particular point is known, the time when it will pass any other point can be determined. The particular point chosen is perigee, and the time of perigee passage is the last of the 6 orbital elements. The 6 orbital elements depict a spacecraft's orbit in non-rotating coordinates. To visualize an orbit relative to the rotating Earth, a projection traces the spacecraft's position on the Earth's surface. The projected path is called the ground track. As a satellite orbits the Earth, the ground track shifts westward. There are 2 causes for this. First, the primary contributor is the Earth's rotation toward the east under the orbital plane. Second, because the Earth is not a uniform sphere and bulges at the equator, its gravity is greatest at the equator. This causes the orbital plane to rotate slowly around the Earth's polar axis in a motion called precession. Precession is toward the west for prograde orbits and toward the east for retrograde orbits. For low Earth orbits such as those of the Space Shuttle at 150 miles altitude, the westward shift of the ground track due to the Earth's rotation is about 22.5 degrees, while the shift due to precession is only about a half degree. The inclination of a satellite orbit determines the north and south latitude limits of its ground track. The minimum orbital inclination is equal to the latitude of the launch site and is achieved by launching due east. For example, if a satellite is launched due east out of the Kennedy Space Center, which is located at 28.5 degrees north latitude, its orbital inclination will be 28.5 degrees, and the limits of its ground track will vary between 28.5 degrees north latitude and 28.5 degrees south latitude. If launch azimuth or direction of flight at launch measured eastward from due north is increased from due east, the orbital inclination angle increases as well as the maximum latitude of the north-south ground track. Therefore, the latitude limits of the ground track equal the new launch inclination. Similarly, if launch azimuth is decreased from due east, orbital inclination once again increases as well as the latitude limits of the ground track. The maximum practical inclination from a Kennedy Space Center launch is 57 degrees. This limit is imposed for safety considerations in order to keep the spacecraft and its booster system from flying over land masses during the ascent phase. To obtain an orbit with an inclination greater than 57 degrees, the spacecraft is launched from Vandenberg Air Force Base in California. Vandenberg offers the opportunity for southerly launches with orbit inclinations between approximately 70 degrees prograde through 138 degrees retrograde. A significant advantage of launching from Vandenberg is the capability to economically achieve polar orbits with ground tracks covering all latitudes from the North Pole to the South Pole. The Earth is constantly turning, and all points on its surface have an eastward velocity, with the greatest velocity occurring at the equator. The farther the launch site is from the equator, or as launch azimuth is increased or decreased from due east, less of the Earth's rotational velocity will be imparted to the launch vehicle. This requires more fuel to get into orbit, or payload weight will have to be decreased. Launches due east from a position on or near the equator, such as the Kourou launch site in French Guiana, used by the European Space Agency, acquire the advantage of a free velocity gain of about 1,500 feet per second. This compares to the approximate 1,300 feet per second gain available at the further north latitude of the Kennedy Space Center. Launching from an equatorial site offers a significant advantage in payload weight capability and minimizes the amount of fuel needed to achieve an equatorial orbit. Since many satellites operate in equatorial orbits, these are important considerations. Spacecraft are launched within a specified time interval called the launch window. Some of the factors affecting the launch window are launch and orbit lighting conditions, sun angles, payload orbit requirements, rendezvous phasing if a rendezvous is planned, tracking and communication requirements, and collision avoidance with other orbiting objects, to name a few. One of the factors defining the launch window for the space shuttle is launch lighting conditions, which can be illustrated by plotting time versus day of year. On this plot, we see daylight and darkness at the launch site. The longer daylight hours occur in the middle of the year, summertime. If daylight conditions are required for a convenient emergency landing site for the space shuttle, the launch window would now look like this. During the winter months, the available launch window for lighting conditions alone can be as little as 3 hours per day. When combined with the many other launch factors, the launch window becomes even more constrained. The choice of a particular launch vehicle for a mission depends upon the weight and size of the payload and the desired orbit. Expendable rockets used to place spacecraft in orbit usually consist of several stages that may incorporate both solid and liquid propellants for propulsion. When the fuel in each stage is depleted, the spent stage is jettisoned. Staging offers the advantage of discarding weight when it is no longer needed. The space shuttle is a two-stage system. At liftoff, the 2 solid rocket boosters and 3 space shuttle main engines are all producing thrust. After approximately 2 minutes of flight, at an altitude of 25 miles, the fuel in the solid rocket boosters is depleted and they are jettisoned. The 3 main engines, fueled by liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen carried in the external tank, continue to burn for several minutes until the shuttle reaches its cutoff velocity. At this time, the main engines are shut down and the external tank is jettisoned. 2 additional burns using the orbiter's maneuvering system referred to as OMS are required to place the orbiter in its final orbit. The OMS 1 burn occurs about 2 minutes after main engine shutdown and establishes the orbital apogee point. The OMS 2 burn takes place approximately 30 minutes later and circularizes the orbit. Once satellites are launched and put into orbit, it is often necessary to change the orbit with an on-orbit burn. The common term used in describing on-orbit burns or engine firings is delta V. Delta V is the incremental change in spacecraft velocity measured in feet per second resulting from the burn. The amount of fuel used during a burn depends on the desired delta V change and the mass of the spacecraft. Because the amount of fuel carried
we'll start up
is
space
limited,
news here
fuel
when this is done.
is one of the primary
Or if
considerations
you want to start now, just let me know.
in spacecraft mission planning.
I'm ready to go.
And is critical to orbit lifetime. On orbit, a spacecraft can thrust in any direction. Burns along the flight path, forward and backward, are the most common. A unique feature of any orbital burn is that if no other burns occur, the spacecraft will later always pass again through the point of burn. Forward burns increase the spacecraft's velocity and are known as posigrade burns. With posigrade burns, the flight path of the vehicle will be raised at all points except the burn point. Burns opposite the direction of flight, which slow the spacecraft down, are called retrograde burns. For retrograde burns, the orbit will be lowered at all points except the burn point. The greater the delta V, the greater the difference between the pre-burn and post-burn orbits. Burns can be combined into maneuver sequences to change orbit size, shape, or orientation. One of the most common maneuver sequences is made up of two burns and is used to accomplish an orbit transfer between two circular orbits in the same orbital plane. The most energy-efficient transfer between two orbits of this type is the Hohmann transfer. The Hohmann transfer is actually 1/2 of an elliptical orbit with its perigee in one of the orbits and its apogee in the other. The burns occur at the perigee and apogee of the transfer orbit. The use of the Hohmann transfer minimizes the delta V required, thus having the advantage of using minimum fuel. The disadvantage of the Hohmann transfer is that it takes longer than most other transfers. The type of the transfer sequence depends on the mission and the amount of fuel available. For example, a space rescue where time is critical might use a fast transfer, while a routine satellite deployment where fuel saved for later use is important would most likely use a Hohmann transfer. The burns discussed so far have all been maneuvers in the original orbital plane and do not affect orbit inclination or node position. There are situations which require an orbital plane change, such as setting up a rendezvous or placing a satellite in an equatorial orbit. To change the inclination, the thrust vector must be directed at an angle to the orbital plane. A thrust with a component that is perpendicular to the orbital plane at either the ascending or descending node will rotate the orbital plane about the line of nodes. A northerly out-of-plane thrust at the ascending node will increase the inclination of a prograde orbit, while a southerly thrust will decrease it. Out-of-plane thrusts require considerable amounts of fuel and are performed only when absolutely required. The Space Shuttle, for example, using all of its onboard propellant, is capable of an on-orbit plane change of less than 3 degrees. Satellite orbital planes and altitudes are determined by their design mission, which very often includes a field of view requirement for optical or communications purposes. The field of view of a satellite is defined as the area of the Earth's surface that is in view from the satellite at any given time. Satellites in high orbits have greater fields of view than those in lower orbits. For example, a satellite at an altitude of 800 nautical miles has a circular field of view with a diameter of about 4,100 nautical miles. A satellite at 200 nautical miles has a circular field of view with a diameter of about 2,000 nautical miles. Low-orbit satellites are often used for photography and other types of Earth observation. A satellite placed in a low-inclination circular orbit at an altitude of about 19,300 nautical miles will have an angular velocity exactly equal to that of the Earth's. The satellite would seem to remain stationary in longitude as viewed from the ground. Such orbits are called geosynchronous and are used to provide a continuous communications capability among any system of ground stations within their field of view. The geosynchronous orbit field of view is constant and is limited to a latitude zone of about 70 degrees north and south of the equator. Effective satellite communications from geosynchronous orbit is not possible at either pole. However, because of their altitude, their field of view covers nearly half the globe. A special type of geosynchronous orbit with an inclination of 0 degrees is called a geostationary orbit. It appears to hover over a fixed point on the Earth's surface at the equator. Most U.S. communication satellites are in geosynchronous orbits, providing near worldwide communications coverage. For effective communications at high latitudes, the Molniya orbit is used. Molniya is the Russian word for lightning and is an orbit used extensively by the Soviet Union for its communication satellites. The Molniya orbit is highly eccentric with an apogee that is near the geosynchronous altitude and an inclination of about 63 degrees. The satellite slows down at apogee in the northern hemisphere and whips through perigee in the southern hemisphere. This provides communications in the northern hemisphere for up to 75% of its orbital period. Several satellites properly spaced in Molniya orbits can provide constant communications at the northern latitudes. Navigation satellites, such as the U.S. Navy's Transit System and the Joint Service Navstar GPS Global Positioning System, use lower orbits so that a user can receive signals from more than one satellite at any time. Another frequently used orbit is known as a sun-synchronous orbit. These take advantage of the precession of the orbital plane caused by the Earth not being a perfect sphere. All sun-synchronous orbits are highly inclined retrograde orbits which precess eastward around the Earth's polar axis at the rate of 1 revolution per year. Since the Earth-Sun line also revolves eastward at the rate of 1 revolution per year, the orbital plane will maintain a constant orientation relative to the Earth-Sun line. If the satellite's period is then synchronized with the rotation of the Earth, it will pass over the same point on the Earth's surface at the same local time at a regular interval. A sun-synchronous satellite ensures that a constant sun angle and uniform lighting exist for the same field of view from pass to pass. Satellites such as those in the Defense Meteorological Satellite Program and Landsat are sun-synchronous, imaging the entire Earth on a regular schedule. The gravitational attraction of the Earth on a spacecraft causes it to move in its orbit around the Earth. There are other, much smaller forces which will cause a spacecraft to deviate from its desired orbit. These forces cause what are known as orbital perturbations. Orbital precession, which is used to obtain sun-synchronous orbits, results from the perturbing effects of the Earth's non-spherical shape. Other perturbing forces are the gravitational pull of the Sun, the Moon, and planets, and solar winds, which are charged streams of protons and electrons that heat the Earth's atmosphere and increase atmospheric drag. In most cases, perturbing forces can be compensated for in the spacecraft and orbit design and present no major problems. If the forces disturb the orbit too much, thrusters can be fired to re-establish its desired orbital orientation or altitude. This is particularly true for spacecraft orbiting at very low altitudes, where the effects of atmospheric drag are greater and, if not compensated for, will eventually cause the spacecraft to deorbit. A spacecraft's operational lifetime is frequently limited only by the amount of fuel available to maintain its desired orbit. When its useful life is complete, a satellite is left in orbit or is deorbited, burning up when re-entering the Earth's atmosphere. When the space shuttle completes its orbital mission, it executes a precise retrograde burn to initiate its controlled return to Earth. This burn occurs nearly halfway around the Earth from the landing site. The new orbit established by the retrograde burn causes the orbiter to enter the Earth's atmosphere about 4,000 miles from the landing site. During the period the orbiter descends from its orbital altitude to atmospheric re-entry, its attitude is maintained by the use of reaction control jets located in the nose and tail of the orbiter. Once the orbiter enters the Earth's atmosphere, its wing and tail aerosurfaces begin to become effective and gradually replace the jets for attitude control. As the orbiter nears the landing field, it maneuvers to a long, straight-in approach at an angle of 17 to 19 degrees. Nearing the runway, it executes a flare maneuver to reduce its sink rate and glides to a touchdown at approximately 230 miles per hour. As the orbiter rolls to a stop, our journey into the world of orbital mechanics comes to an end for now. This is only the basics of orbital mechanics, an intricate study of planetary and satellite motion. The next time you see a launch, you will see it from a different, somewhat knowledgeable perspective. You will understand the fundamentals of spaceflight.
All right. Peter hacks. Guy hacks. He has voice hacks. He's hacking. I see pixels. Pretty cool, huh? That's a super good video about teaching orbital mechanic fundamentals. But, yeah. All right. Welcome to Space News. All right. So, what do you guys want to talk about?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Let's talk about space, baby. That whole channel seems awesome. Oh, dude, we got plenty of stuff like that. There was a time where we just watched that stuff on Friday nights. Yeah, that's what we do. We just go watch those videos together, learn together. But it got too hairy with the with all the VOD muting and stuff. You know, you don't want to accidentally the whole stream. Because somebody thinks they should, you know, have entitlement to my entire monetary revenue stream because of like 30 seconds of video with maybe some music. XP1, Flight 3, I got a bunch of stuff queued up. Dr. Parameter. Does that mean we also have million orbit communication satellites to handle Alaska and Canada for NORAD and NATO purposes? Maybe. 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 Maybe not. Maybe screw yourself. Theory on chat is like mushrooms. Feed them poop and keep them in the dark. I mean, hi. Yeah, maybe, Nader. I don't know. Hermes update. Okay. Oh, nice. Good. So no flame trench this week? I missed the sign up. Yeah, how NSF works to get the cast for stuff is like they call, they say, okay, who wants to be on Flame Trench this week? And I'm usually on the ball with that. I missed it because I was asleep when they did it because of Polaris Dawn. So, no, unfortunately, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I'm a little bummed out about that, but I missed it. Sorry, I missed it. I was asleep. By the time I woke up, I figured out what was going on. Yeah, they already had the current cast signed up for it. So, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? All right, well, we'll just do combustion byproducts, baby. Combustion products. All right. Sleep is better. Yeah. I wanted to talk about Starship, man. I've been wanting to do that all week, so kind of bumming, but it's kind of my own fault, you know. Go the Freddy Krueger route and never sleep again. Yeah. Yep. So, oh, dude. Oh, this was earlier this week. You anybody speak French? This hasn't been a good week for sleep for space fans. No? We. Okay. All right. You tell me what this guy is saying, okay? All right, ready? Here we go. We'll start Space News here.
Notre sujet, c'est pas de faire ce que fait Monsieur Musk, et pour une bonne raison. Monsieur Musk, il lance 70% de sa capacité pour son compte, pour la constellation Starlink. Donc, 7 fois sur 10, quand Monsieur Musk se met à lancer une fusée, c'est pour lui-même. Nous, quand on lance une fusée, c'est pour les autres. Et le problème que pose SpaceX, c'est pas uniquement pour Ariane. Le problème que pose SpaceX aujourd'hui, c'est que c'est un monsieur, une entreprise, qui construit des satellites, qui lance des satellites et qui les opère. 70% des satellites au-dessus de vos têtes appartiennent à Elon Musk. 7000 satellites sur 10 000 opérationnels appartiennent à Monsieur Musk. Donc la question, c'est pas SpaceX contre Ariane. La question, c'est Elon Musk et SpaceX versus l'ensemble de la chaîne de valeur spatiale. Construire des satellites, les lancer, les opérer. Et comment l'Europe s'organise pour faire face à ça. Et je vous assure que c'est un grand défi.
Alors s'il ne faut pas faire exactement comme lui, il y a peut-être des choses quand même qu'on peut regarder de près. Il a envoyé hier un milliardaire dans l'espace avec un...
Did you, so who speaks French? Who heard what he said? Yeah. That's Stefan Israel. He is the CEO of Arianespace, the company that launches Ariane 6, Vega. He basically said that, you know, I just want to make sure I got this right. And this is why I asked the people who are speaking French. Did he say, don't get me wrong, I was getting bits and pieces of it. He basically said that, yeah, SpaceX sends stuff up for himself. They have internal missions. They have Starlink missions. And Arianespace doesn't do that. And that was his argument for what now? What was his argument? That Arianespace is better or something? She was just asking, all right. Here, let's go. You want to see the end?
Quand même qu'on peut regarder de près. Il a envoyé hier un milliardaire dans l'espace avec un vol commercial. Ça vous en dit de quoi? Faut pas faire pareil?
Alors d'abord, nous, notre priorité, c'est un espace pour tous, un espace durable, un espace propre. Donc notre priorité, c'est pas d'envoyer, et j'ai rien contre les milliardaires, mais c'est pas notre première priorité. Ensuite, bien sûr, il y a SpaceX à apporter des choses. On va pas dire l'inverse. Le fait de tester très vite pour aller en vol, le fait effectivement on va dire globalement d'aller plus vite dans un système qui n'a pas les mêmes contraintes que le système européen. Donc, ça serait totalement absurde de dire qu'il s'est rien passé. Je ne dis pas ça du tout. Et vous savez que la maison mère d'Arianespace, Ariane Group, travaille sur une petite fusée réutilisable qui s'appelle Maya Space. Elle est en train de concevoir ce projet et elle le fait en mode agile, en mode start-up. Donc, bien sûr qu'on a tiré un certain nombre d'enseignements, mais on ne va pas faire de copier-coller.
That sounded like that sounded a lot like copium. That sounded a lot like copium, guys. I didn't get all of it, but that sounded like a lot of coping. That sounded like a lot of coping. Yeah. That lady asked him, so okay, you know, you're better than Elon Musk, but you spend way more than him for way less. What's going on? Le copium. You're what the French call les incompetents. It sounded like a man about to lose his job. Dude, maximum copium. Yeah. He's basically, yeah. I didn't think they had legalized copium in Europe. Yeah, he's saying the billions of dollars is spent on their own rocket because he doesn't want to copy SpaceX. Oh. Okay. I don't want to use this business model that they're using to save billions of dollars on launches, so because you know, I don't want to copy them. It's total copium. Your main language is French. Thor, you hear that? Dude, okay. Like, don't get me wrong. I know, I can understand a little bit of French. I understand a little bit of French because I know the Romance language. I know Spanish, all right, badly, but it's enough to, I hear enough of the adjectives and stuff that I can make out what he's saying, right? I didn't get all of it, but yeah, he's basically saying that Elon launches missions for himself, so, you know, we're actually providing a service to people. Even though he just launched Polaris Dawn that is providing a service to people, like, actually, because there's 4 people on board, but whatever. It's fine. It's fine. And then he went on to say that they're spending billions to develop their own vehicle because they don't want to copy him. Yeah. Bro. L plus cope and C, dude. What the What? What are you talking about? Now, okay, all right. To be very clear, he does have a point. The point is that Europe needs its own redundant launch capability. I agree with that. That's absolutely right. You absolutely should. You should have your own domestic launch capability. Abso-freaking-lutely. But to insinuate that your expendable vehicle is somehow competitive with Falcon 9, even though you spend billions of dollars of more money, is hilarious. That is the biggest cope I've ever heard in my life. That's the biggest cope I've ever heard. And let's ignore the fact that space has launched. Yeah, exactly, Grimlock. Yes, exactly. If you compare dollars to dollars, like external missions for SpaceX versus just your missions, because you don't have any internal missions, SpaceX is eating your lunch, pal. Come on. Like, bro, cope harder. Oh my goodness. I can't believe that. I can't believe he would say that. Why would you say that? What, you don't think we don't understand you because you're speaking French? Ridiculous. big cringe. He said that like 2 or 3 days ago, and I was like, I heard it, and I'm like, there's no freaking way. That's why I was asking you guys. I'm like, is that what I thought he said? What the heck? Yeah, Repari, it's ridiculous. I mean, his customer also agrees. They've been launching ESA payloads on Falcon 9. Yeah, exactly. Falcon 9 dumped the Sentinel into orbit the other day. Like, dump meaning it did it. You are 1,000% right on. Bro, compete or be eliminated. I think Europe needs its own domestic launch capability. I think you guys should be able to launch people into space, too. It's all of Europe. You guys are telling me you can't do that? Come on. Come on. It's like the cradle of Western civilization. You guys can figure it out. If the Russians can figure it out, you can figure it out. Come on. Come on. But no, instead of that, you sit there and call, you said, well, you know, SpaceX is a dude. Dude. You've got to be kidding me. As a Swiss, I'm really happy that we have SpaceX because the aerospace in EU is a mess. Or what the frick, man? What the hell, dude? How can you have people sit there and cope like that? That's not a good look at all. New Starship job postings at the Cape. Oh, I got those. BJ, aren't they trying to solve problems we have here on Earth? Okay. Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. Anyway, he's so jelly at SpaceX. Dude, I don't know what would possess him to go and say that. That does not make your company look good, dude. And you're the CEO. That does not make your company look good. Just came back. What happened now? Stefan Israel basically said that Arianespace is better than SpaceX despite... Arianespace is better than SpaceX because all of their missions are external. That's what he said. He said, Elon, the reason why SpaceX is so successful is because they're launching Starlink. They're not providing, SpaceX is not providing a service to people. They're not doing that. You know, cats. They're not provide. Yeah, they're all their missions are internal. They're not providing services to people. Let me please get the link to that clip. I want to review it if you don't mind. Sure. Sure. Wait a minute. No. I was looking at this. Yesterday, for example, Musk sent a billionaire into space with a commercial flight. What does that say to us? It doesn't mean we need to do the same. Space should be forever. Hey, Stefan, how much money you make? What's your salary, pal? What's your salary? How much money you got? Oh, wait, you're a millionaire. Oh, that's weird. Bro, certified grade A, 100% cope. Dude. What are you doing? I'm sorry, that's wicked funny to me. All right. Have fun being irrelevant. Hope those government launches that you need for your company to, survive. Hope those don't stop coming. I can tell from seeing a few cope. That's some hard cope. On a happier note, Sarah playing the violin was super cool. I would share that mic, but it's copywritten music because it's Star Wars, so we will not be sharing that. Yeah. But yeah, the thing you need to understand is that the archetype of a European bureaucrat is real. I mean, we're not that much better ourselves, but holy crap. Holy fook. Something wrong. We too low. You know what I'm saying? Look, that was messed up, but it was still damn funny, all right? You could think it's messed up and still laugh. All right? Okay? That's fair. So, the Polaris Dawn mission has been going on. If you guys haven't seen it, they did the first commercial EVA a little bit earlier this week. This is a truthful post off of X. This is a very poignant point. Gemini 11 and Polaris Dawn on this exact day. Yep. September 12th, 1966. September 12th, 2024. Look at that. Look at that. That's pretty crazy. I laugh because it's messed up. It is a little messed up. I'm not going to lie. So, yeah, check it out. This is actually really, really interesting that it's paralleling the Gemini program. No, but seriously, France is the space power in the EU, and it really does not feel good when the CEO of a space company is so messed up. Yeah. Is that SpaceX's new EVA suit? Yeah, I covered it for NSF the other day. Guys, here, check it out. Rook went out, and Sarah Gillis went out. Sorry, I'm burping because I woofed that freaking burger and fries in like 5 minutes. So if I'm like over here, it's because I just packed in probably about 2,000 calories in maybe like a minute and a half. Anyway, so Rook did EVA. Isaacman went out, and guys, I gotta show you this. It is the. I was covering it for NSF, but I wish I could have. You guys could have seen it. I was dumbstruck by what happened. They had a, and it was all good. It was all good. Don't worry. Here's the shot that blew my freaking mind. Watch this. This is a helmet cam on Jared's helmet, and it's a point of view. So watch this, dude. It is just goosebumps. I'm getting goosebumps from it right now.
Back at home, we all have a lot of work to do, but from here, Earth sure looks like a perfect world. Nice, SpaceX. BD1, I'm going to step into Test Matrix 1. Single-handed mobility demonstration.
You seen that? Dude. That is awesome. Yeah. So good. What a shot, man. Oh my goodness. It's amazing. That's obviously fisheye, more NASA live. Yeah. They're going to say a fisheye lens. And then, you know what you say to that, Echo? You know what you say to that? If you're looking at a fisheye lens and you have a spherical eye, how do you know? How do you know that it's not a fisheye lens? How do you know the Earth's flat if your eyes are round? Ever think of that, you prick? Not you. Dude, I say that? I say that to every time I get asked that, and they go, it's pretty awesome, dude. This is pretty awesome. Not the flat Earth stuff. Anyway, cube eyes. So, dude, that point of view shot of him climbing out, that is righteous. Also, there's one of the cameras right there. Oh my goodness. And so I saw a lot of people ask in the chat, why is his arm just kind of sitting there? He's testing one facet of the suit at a time. You don't go out there and you start reaching around for things and start moving around. You don't do that right off the bat, especially when you're testing a new design. You go one at a time, methodically, check the dexterity, right? So that's why Rook and Sarah, both of their arms are just kind of sitting there and they kind of look like a puppet. They're testing the suit, right? You test one variable at a time. So it's like doing that, do that, do that, do that, do that, and then do that. Just go down the list and then go to the other side. And that's exactly what they did. Hey, Capybara, 85-month resub. Please continue to annoy flat earthers. Oh, dude, I will. I will. Absolutely. Yeah. So I that's the biggest thing that I've seen. Like, why is his arm limp like that? Well, it's just he's just holding it there, right? And then do the robot. Anyway, so yeah, the EVA was conducted. Jared Isaacman and Sarah Gillis were both outside, not at the same time. One went out and the other one out for about 7 minutes each. Rook was out there a little bit longer, but it was still righteous. That was one of the first commercial EVAs. Actually, not one. It was the first commercial extravehicular activity ever. That's why it was such a big deal. That's why everybody was cheering. It was awesome, man. How does mobility in a suit compare to suits of the past and present? I think that's one of the things that they're going to have to find out, Coltech. I could certainly tell you that the SpaceX suits look to be a little bit more dexterous than the EVMUs that NASA uses. Yeah, very cool. Crazy to see that suit compared to the old ones. I mean, it's a pretty awesome piece of kit. No doubt. I'm actually kind of surprised they didn't fully leave the capsule. I have a feeling that's going to happen on Polaris 2. Yeah, I have a feeling that that's what's going to happen. Yeah, but it's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. It was an awesome mission, and it's not done yet. There was another facet of it, and this is the part I didn't want to cover. But today, the Polaris program had an announcement here, and I can't play it. I can't show you guys, but They had some kind of AR stuff. Well, not AR, but 1 hour, 10 minutes, right? Or 30 minutes, 10 minutes. And then Sarah Gillis played Rey's theme from Star Wars on violin. And then she did that, and then yesterday, I think, and then they mixed it with a bunch of orchestras from around the world. It was super, dude. It's super cool. It's super awesome. That's the second time that I know of that music was played on an instrument in space. First one being Chris Hadfield. But yeah, it turns out you can absolutely play the violin in space. And up there, that picture up there was a concept art from one of the Starship presentations that Elon did a little while back. That was, I think, IAC 2018 or 2019 or something like that. Yeah, pretty freaking cool, dude. Ground control to Major Tom. I can't say the whole song because we get... Dang it, the compressor. The compressor filters it out, man. It might clip that one out real good. Well, guess what? We're just gonna have to shut the compressor off. There you go. That was a dramatic recreation of what happened of that event. Back to workers already? Yeah, no, that's exactly how it played out. It's really awesome. You should check out the video. It's yeah, that's exactly how that happened. I wrote that. Yeah, me. Anyway, it's super cool, super impressive. Can't play the music here. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? I'm watching the actual vid in another window, and you're kind of nailing it. All right, yeah, okay, excellent. But can you play the Bakadaka Lakastani anthem? I can play it, not on automaton. No, that's not it. This one. No, not that one. No, not that one. No, not that one. This one.
He's creating a new land. Glitches and streams, they tune in fast. Communist republics from the past.
All right, cool. Anyway, yeah, it was awesome. Seriously, go watch the music, and it's a John Williams song, and I have to love John Williams, not because of Star Wars, but John Williams is a masshole. He's from around here. He's from my neck of the woods. Also, one of the best composers of our time by a pretty long margin. Cannon fodder 1500 to help with the helicopters and workers from the old Air Force vet. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your service, man. Appreciate it. I'm serious. I don't salute. I'm a civilian. I do this. Technically, if you want to salute as a civilian, you put your hand over your heart. Technically speaking. Will you look at the Siberian map? No. the Roman salute. That's not the... No. Put your hearts in the middle. Shh. Shh. You're ruining the moment, Smirks. Jesus. Anyway, Cannon, thank you very much, dude. I appreciate it, buddy. I appreciate it. Appreciate it, man. Also, monkas. Anyway, I kind of thought a violin would sound kind of weird in space because of how it works. Why would... Why, Grim? Why would it sound different? As long as you're in a 1-bar atmosphere with a nitrox composition, right? Why, it should sound exactly the same. In fact, you know, we were talking about how Polaris is, you know, kind of like the Gemini missions. Dude, that's some of the stuff the Gemini missions were trying to figure out. Sorry about that. It's the fan. It's getting hot in here today. That's actually one of the things they were worried about. Dude, they were like, back in the day, NASA was worried, like, if you went up into microgravity, they were worried, like, your eyes would pop out of your sockets or something. Or, like, your heart wouldn't be able to move the blood around in microgravity and stuff. Oh, yeah. How do we solve those problems? Some guy was like, dude, send me! Some grunt in the Air Force and the Marine Corps and the Navy were like, yo, I'll go. You know, let me do that. It'll be fine. Yeah, also ham. Yeah. Also ham. Also ham. He survived. He survived. Don't worry. Please get on Rocket now. Yeah, right? I'm playing instruments on the ISS. Oh yeah, that's right. Thomas Pesquet, he played the sax. Sweet. Ham went through a ridiculous ballistic reentry, and from what we understand, he was not very happy about it. But he wasn't dead. Colonel Staff, he was your first sergeant. Really, Cannon? Ham? Or Colonel Staff? Monkey. Yes, monkey. 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 Don't you know you got to shock the monkey? Hang on, I got another message. Might be important. You are fired. It's that one lunch. All right, anyway. So, yeah, Polaris program should be coming back sometime on the weekend. I think it's Saturday night into Sunday morning because, of course, it is. EJ being told to get on Flame Trench? Wait, what? What? What do you mean, Gaw? Do they need me over there? I was gonna say. Joke. Oh, alright. Anyway, thank you for getting that stuck in your head. Oh, you're absolutely welcome. It's not the worst song to get stuck in your head. How heavy is the mass of 2 sets of mass holes? I don't know. Is it too common they are being too agreeable? Well, DOS is on there, so probably not. Rip Laika, yeah. Yeah, the Soviets sent up a dog. The dog did not survive. Squirrel brain is working overtime today. They don't need EJ on the Flame Trench. They have DOS. Why would they want the inferior version? Thanks. Thanks for that. Appreciate it. What the hell did I do to deserve that, you asshole? Like, what the fuck? Where did that come from? You? Are you kidding me? What the hell, man? I heard a conspiracy theory that the Soviets lost people before Gagarin, but it didn't work. Someone's got to pop your ego now. Dude, there's popping my ego, and then there's what you just did. Jesus Christ. What the hell? What did I do to deserve that? Anyway, we'll keep going. Didn't need to stab me right in the throat. Jeez. All right. Anyway, let's keep going. Oh, I got to take a timeout. Hold on. Who's over there talking about me? Don't think I'm not there. I see you. Sun Temple, big emote got me. Yeah, you got me 6 cents, man. All right. Someone was bullying my streamer. Tess is being mean to me. Can you talk about what's going on with Starship? Delays in the SpaceX litter. Yeah, Snake. Sure, we can pivot to that. That's cool. Yeah, that's why I was kind of bumming. I didn't want to. I don't know. Sorry. I wanted to go on Flame Trench. I was bumming because I wanted to go on there and talk about it, but it's all good. Pivot from bullying to space news. Yeah. Please, no bully. No bully. Anyway, so there's the Starship is. I gotta shift gears. Hold on. Squirrel brain. Give me 1 second. So Starship is postponed until at the earliest at November. So apparently, hey, Zay, 36 month lead sub, 3 years. There was a time I didn't watch EJ, huh? Yeah, thank you for being here. I enjoyed seeing you on Flame Trench. Little bum myself. Work got slow and you weren't on. Yeah. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? I missed the sign up for it. I missed it because I was asleep. Because I was up till 9 in the morning with the Polaris Dawn EVA. Anyway, NSF put an article about the stuff happening in Starbase. Yeah, Das was talking about it on Flame Trench. I have Flame Trench up, guys. I'm watching it. I see everything. And I have the back channel, too. Wait a minute. Well, hold up. Are they listening to the music? Give me one sec. We're going to go meta here for a moment. I need to see something. They had to...
Great lawyers, right? But anyways.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, are they listening to it? Dude, they better not. Like, they better not listen to it.
That's doing David Bowie. You had one of my personal favorite astronauts, because she's a good friend, Katie Coleman, who played flute aboard the ISS alongside Ian Anderson from Jethro Tull.
John Williams. John Williams. All right, cool. Anyway. All right, so Starship. So Starship is not going to launch per the FAA until November. The reason why is because the FAA is reviewing permits. But SpaceX released a long diatribe earlier this week about how bureaucracy is slowing them down. And long story short, I'm not sure what's necessarily going on with the launch permits regarding changes on the vehicle in the November launch, Snake. But what I do know is that, so here's how this played out. There's the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, TCEQ for short, all right? And TCEQ is basically who SpaceX has to go through to make sure they're not polluting, right? So they're like a state EPA for Texas, right? So SpaceX has been working with them. And when they went to do the pad deluge system last year, right? They said, this is what we're going to do. This is how we're going to do it. And they had TCQ look over it. They had the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service look over it. And I think they had the FAA look over it, if I'm remembering correctly. And TCQ said, okay, this seems all right. We'll give you a general permit for wastewater discharge, right? The general permit, operative word. So later, for some reason, and I'm not still 100% sure why, but for some reason, the Environmental Protection Agency at the federal level got word that SpaceX was violating their permit, their general permit for wastewater discharge, right? The permit that was agreed upon by the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, the FAA, and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. The EPA went to look, and they looked at it, and they said, no, this is no good. You need a more individualized permit. The general permit isn't good enough for what you're doing.
Discovery,
you're polluting. You don't have the right permits and you're polluting, right? And they said that before Flight 3 and Flight 4. I think it was Flight 3 and Flight 4. Long story short, SpaceX said, no, we have a permit. We have this general permit, and they went to launch anyway. And there's been a bit of a kerfuffle since then. It's not about wastewater. No, it is. No, it is. I don't know why you would even bother saying that, Ilona, unless you were just being contrarian. No, it's about wastewater discharge and industrial waste processes, if you really want to be technical. I know you love doing that. Yeah, so it seems to me that there is generally a breakdown in communication between TCEQ, the Fish and Wildlife Service, the FAA, and the EPA, and SpaceX about what constitutes industrial waste discharge and what doesn't. They were given a general permitting application. SpaceX said it, everybody said it was good, and then the EPA said it wasn't good, and now something is going on. Not 100% sure. RJ, don't do that. Don't do that. I saw that. Don't do that. Other chats. So, a breakdown of government organization. So, yeah, the FAA with that, and they're also tracking all the different changes that SpaceX is making to the vehicle between Flight 4 and Flight 5, because Flight 5 is a catch attempt, right? Said basically between that and the changes to the vehicle that they're going as fast as they can. They can't go this fast, right, to get this done, and between the wastewater processes and the permitting for that and the changes to the vehicle, that they're not going to launch till November. They're not going to get a launch permit until November. This prompted SpaceX to go on a huge diatribe on Twitter the day that Polaris Dawn launched, and basically said the bureaucracies are a waste of time. Oh yeah. Oh, dude. That, you want spicy? This is why I wanted to be on Flame Trench, man. Oh, this would have been awesome. But I'll save it for next week or something. I mean, this is certainly not the end of this story. But, yeah, it was... SpaceX got mad, though. And this is like the SpaceX actual account. Here, let me find it. There's a lot of Polaris Dawn stuff, and don't get me wrong, the Polaris Dawn stuff has been fantastic, but, it's down here. Yeah. This. Notice the word use of the word may. You just linked me like a 6,000 page thing. Or 6,000 word thing. So check out. I'll paraphrase some of this. This gets pretty damn spicy. I did read it the other day. I will read it again just for context. Despite a small but vocal minority of detractors trying to game the regulatory system to obstruct and delay the development of Starship, SpaceX remains committed to the mission at hand. Our thousands of employees work tirelessly because they believe that unlimited opportunities and tangible benefits for life on Earth are within reach if humanity can fundamentally advance its access to space. This is why we're committed to continually pushing the boundaries. Yeah, I think the part that that's referencing is up here. The Flight 5 is a catch attempt, Violent. Yeah. Oh, let's see. Where is it? Where did they absolutely roast a bunch of people? I'm looking for it. Sorry, I'm suffering from strimmer brain right now. When you're going to look for something and a bunch of people are watching you, you can never find it even though it's right in front of you. We recently received a launch license delay estimate of late November from the FAA, the government agency responsible for licensing Starship test. This is a more than 2-month delay from the previously communicated date of mid-September. This delay was not based on a new safety concern, but instead driven by superfluous environmental analysis. The 4 open environmental issues are illustrative of the difficulties launch companies face in the current regulatory environment for launch and re-entry licensing. Starship's water-cooled steel flame deflector has been the subject of false reporting, wrongly alleging that it pollutes the environment it is or has operated completely independent of regulation. The narrative omits fundamental facts that have been ignored or intentionally misinterpreted. The subsequent fines levied on SpaceX and TCQ and the EPA are entirely tied to disagreements over paperwork. We chose to settle that so we could focus our energy on completing missions and commitments we've made to the U.S. government, commercial customers, and to ourselves. Paying fines is extremely disappointing when we fundamentally disagree with the allegations, and we were supported by the fact that the EPA has agreed that nothing about the operation of our flame deflector will need to change, only the name of the permit. All right, let me see, Hellfish. What did you say? Requiring an individual permit, the director may require any discharger authorized by a general permit to apply and obtain an individual MPDES permit. Any interested person may petition the director to take action under this paragraph. Cases where an individual NPDES permit may be required included the following: a discharger or treatment works treating domestic sewage. The discharger or treatment works treating domestic sewage is not in compliance with the conditions of the general NPDES permit, or B, a change has occurred. So we know it's not B. So we know it's not B, so the FAA must have said that they need an individual permit. Once again, guys, as far as I'm concerned, I've been trying to unpack this all week. So here's where EJ is going to get a little spicy. So this seems to be 2 things. There's 2 things that are prevalent in my mind here. per the timeline of events, from SpaceX's side of the argument, the EPA, TCEQ, from it seems like at some point. Okay, so the first one is that everyone here seems to have a different criteria. So the TCEQ, Fish and Wildlife, FAA, and the EPA all seem to have different definitions on what is and isn't polluting on water quality. It's clearly that it's all varied here, because if TCEQ, the FAA, and the Fish and Wildlife Service say it's okay, and then the EPA says, you need an individualized permit because it's not okay, right? That sounds like they all have different definitions. Simultaneously, it could also be that, yeah, the EPA just wants a more individualized permit because this is a very case circumstance, in which case that's fair, I guess, but that shouldn't impede you from launching. It seems like what SpaceX said, that they're doing the same thing, but they need an individual. You need an individual permit. You don't have the right permit. EPA is also using discretion to force an individual permit. Yeah, it's at their discretion, right? So here's the thing. So the first thing is the definition of what's polluting and what isn't in permitting. The second thing that I've really kind of gotten into is that the EPA butted their head into this because someone complained. Someone lodged a complaint with TCEQ, and someone lodged a complaint with the EPA. I genuinely am trying to, if I've been able to trace this back to one specific thing, right? Whoever filed that complaint with the EPA, if we figure out who did that, then I'm sure we'll figure out whether this is some legitimate environmental concern or whether the SpaceX account is correct. And basically saying it's some idiot who somebody that wants to slow SpaceX down, and they use protection of the environment as a guise to get back at them. I guarantee you, if we figure out who lodged the complaint, we'll be able to know. Can anyone send these complaints? Yes. As far as I know. What is the EPA? The Environmental Protection Agency. I wonder if the issue is that it is a freshwater dump into a brackish saltwater marsh. Yeah, it is. It was you? Nice. Good. Damn it, Stealthy, why would you do this? There have been CNBC articles that reference a bunch of people that, like ESG Hound, or a couple of other environmental professors that say that SpaceX is, oh, they're violating this, they're violating that, they're going to need this, they're going to need that, etc., etc. And I'm willing to bet it's probably, I can't say, I don't know. I don't know who launched these complaints, but also there was only one person that was really talking about wastewater discharge well before this whole thing came to light. And if it smells like poop and it looks like poop, it might be poop. You know what I mean? The EPA is Walter Peck. Yeah, exactly, Biff. SpaceX is getting Walter Pecked right now. It's true. That's really what's going on. Light is green, trap is clean. But the mercury. Yeah, also, the TCEQ's general permitting application had a typo in it saying SpaceX is releasing mercury into the ground. And that got picked up by CNBC as a story, and SpaceX called that out too. It turns out the TCEQ made a typo. So, once again, this really hones down to two things. One, the definition of what's industrial wastewater or an industrial process. Clearly, the TCEQ, FAA, Fish and Wildlife, and the EPA all have different definitions of this. So which one is SpaceX supposed to listen to? I don't know. And the second one, whoever filed that complaint that got the EPA to kind of go and investigate this, yeah, that pretty much, whoever did that pretty much should show why this is going on. But either way, we got to wait till November. We got to wait till late November for the permitting application. There was also a Senate subcommittee meeting that we watched on Space News the other day, and oh boy, was it bad. It was... it was not good. So I don't know. You guys think it's too much bureaucracy? See, I'm not sure. Do you? I don't know. Might be, might not. It's hard to say. What I've been saying this entire time, right, is I don't think the FAA is going slow by any means. Despite what SpaceX, even SpaceX itself, like despite what they say, I don't think the FAA is going slow. I think what the FAA is doing is basically using Starbase and using the certification process of Starship as a civil transportation vehicle operating out of a privately funded spaceport, i.e. not a government facility. What the FAA is doing is using Starship and Starbase as a way to not only provide regulatory approval, but come up with the framework for future spaceflight. I think that's what's going on. I really do. Don't get me wrong, I want to hate on bureaucracy just as much as the next person here, but this is something that I'm actually familiar with. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure that's what's going on. I don't think... So, the FAA is using this to learn about Starbase and learn what it takes to certify a commercial spaceport, because what does the Federal Aviation Administration know about doing that? This is a new thing. So I do think they're taking their time. Despite that, I still think the FAA is going quite fast, considering. They're going pretty fast. Like, I'm not trying to be a jerk, right? Like, to SpaceX, they're going pretty quick. We've had 4 Starship flights in the past year. That's pretty damn good. That's a high launch cadence for anyone, let alone an experimental vehicle. And to be honest, if the biggest thing is just whether your discharge process is wastewater or an industrial waste process, or you're discharging into a wetland or not, if that's your biggest problem, and it's only a delay of like a month and a half, I'm pretty sure we're okay here. November is not too far away, guys. It's already September. We're already halfway through September. Can you believe that? There should be no difference between a private and a government spaceport. Yeah, Ando, I think that's fair. Now, see, that's the thing. It's not that big of a deal in the long term, but SpaceX is trying to ramp up. They're trying to mass produce these damn things. And an impedance like this is actually going to screw with their workflow. And to be honest, Ando, that's the question that people have been asking me the entire time. I even saw it when we talked about it a little bit last week on Flame Trench. They're basically, why don't they just use the same certification process as Slick 40 or Slick 39 or Slick 39, 39A, excuse me. Why wouldn't they just do that? I don't know. I don't have the answer to that question. I'm not entirely sure. Anyone can report environmental violations. Yep. Did you read what Homer Hickam wrote about his experience as an advisor on the National Spaceflight Council? I have read that post read. Do you think I should discuss that post on Space News? How spicy do we want to get today, man? How spicy you want to get, dude? Homer Hickam's one of my personal heroes, dude, but I'm not sure you guys are ready for that. The thing that bothers me is that the EPA is taking a complaint as truth without investigating the facts. That and TCQ turned around and fined SpaceX for actions that TCQ had previously permitted and greenlit. I agree. Aqualux, yeah, I agree with that. It's Friday. We all want the spice. Okay. Red, we'll get to that in a second. Now, here's the thing. A month and a half delay, late November, not that big of a deal. Really, that's not that big of a deal in the long term. However, stuff like what you said is not great. The Texas Commission on Environmental Quality basically agreed with the EPA when the EPA said, no, you need an individual permit. They basically said, yeah, you need an individual permit. And SpaceX went back at them and said, you're the one that gave us a general permit for this, dude. You said it was good. And they're like, nope. And they fined SpaceX. They fined them $3,700. No joke. Oh, yeah, that happened. So, well, I mean, dude, this process is working quite fast. my mind is always coming back to, and once again, I'm not trying to stick up for bureaucrats. I understand why a bureaucratic process exists, but god dang, is it annoying. Like, it seems like they don't understand expediency for some reason. But then again, you know, going over everything with a fine-tooth comb does take time. I do understand that. However, you know, they're finding SpaceX because of the permitting, not because of what they're actually doing to the environment. My mind is always going back to this. SpaceX would not write all of this out if they weren't sure. Because what would be the benefit? What would be the benefit of doing that? Of going after your permit, the people who grant you the permit, basically throwing them under the bus? Why would you do that? From an optics standpoint for your company, it's not great. So why did SpaceX shoot their shot like that? That's my question. Why would you do that? Just like I'm wondering who complained to the EPA. Because the way SpaceX went off like this, right? The way they went off like this suggests that whoever made that complaint to the EPA has an axe to grind. And you guys know good and well, I don't like it when people have ulterior motives with spaceflight. That pisses me off. That's why I said the root of this problem is whoever complained. I guarantee you find out who wrote that complaint into TCEQ and the EPA and made them change their tune real quick over permitting. Not over what's actually going on. Whoever did that, I guarantee you will tell you exactly what's going on here. Because once again, dude, SpaceX would not write out a diatribe like this, throwing the FAA, Fish and Wildlife, TCEQ, and the EPA under the bus like this unless their hand was forced, right? Unless it really screwed with their business model, don't you think? Something to think about. Like, I don't, honestly, guys, as a spaceflight fan, I'm not really too bothered by this. It doesn't bother me. Okay, November. Sure. Whatever. But, looking at the bigger picture, it does pose some problems. What problems does it pose? SpaceX is on the hook for the lunar lander, for HLS. They have to get this stuff done. It's expedient if they want to deliver on their $2.4 billion contract with NASA. It is very, very important that they go quick. That's why they're doing a catch attempt on the next one, because HLS does not get anywhere near the moon if you can't rapidly reuse Super Heavy at the very least. So I can understand both sides of the argument here. Now, EJ's honest opinion as a spaceflight fan, go faster. Bureaucracy, go faster. Come on, man. They're ready to go. You're not going to learn about the effects of this thing on the environment until you go and launch it. You could sit there and theorize all you want, but you got to fly it. You got to fly it to see the detrimental effects. The problem is, the flip side of that is that seeing the detrimental effects could screw up the local environment, and then it could be irreversible. I understand that. I get it. But also, please, I want to see Starship fly more. So I'm not really 100% sure where to come down on this one. All I can tell you guys is that, look, SpaceX wouldn't have wrote this strongly worded letter to the general public if they didn't think they were being screwed. You know? They wouldn't have done it unless they absolutely had to, right? Because why do that? The EPA fined them 137 or 187K or something. The fine was actually 150K. Oh my goodness. Yeah, crazy. I think there's a legal challenge brewing. At the end of the day, how can they fine SpaceX for doing something they said was legal? Yeah, exactly, user guy. It seems like they're dancing around each other. I think SpaceX has a point, but also you have to make sure you have the right permitting applications, you know? Like, but then again, if they change what the permitting, if they change the damn process halfway through, you'd think they'd be grandfathered in or something. Also, there was a lack of definition of industrial wastewater. I found a document about wastewater from water treatment plants, and specifically separate potable and wastewater. Interesting. It must cost them a lot of money to delay a launch for 3+ months, and their time is running out for contracts. Bingo. Yep. Like I said, Marcon, SpaceX would not do this unless they absolutely saw it pertinent. You don't rock the boat like that in public unless you absolutely have to, right? Do you think anything related to Artemis launches should get some sort of special fast-track permitting for urgency purposes? It would be good in this particular application, Cryo-Nickel, but also at the same time that somebody will abuse that to circumvent environmental analysis in the future. Uncapping, forgive my ignorance, but we've been launching rockets for over 50 years. Don't we know how it impacts the environment at this point? That's the other question that I probably would have asked from the beginning, Badger. Why are commercial spaceports beholden to different environmental impact criteria than a government spaceport? But then again, this thing is not like any other spaceport now, is it? It's designed to basically, it's a spaceport that's designed to operate like an airport, right? It's a little bit of a different thing here. Breaking news, I found a mod that lets you do inverse kinematics with breaking ground robotic parts. I don't know if you know, just letting you know. Shoot me a DM. About separating potable and wastewater, they changed the process with discretion. Oh, jeez. Any shot will get some workers with all this bureaucratic talk. I was kind of thinking satisfactory, but maybe workers late at night, okay? Tinfoil hat. NASA asked the EPA and the FAA to delay SpaceX to get out of the HLS contract. Maybe. Wasn't all the shit. I don't know. I can't sit there and try to prove that truth out because that's a boogeyman. I don't like trying to prove a boogeyman. You know, you're going to sit here and if you sit there and tell yourself it's going to be a conspiracy, now you basically admitted to a confirmational bias, which is not scientific at all, right? Not about that life, dude. That's not how I roll here. Wasn't the permitting supposed to be streamlined under the FAA for all of this? That's my big question, and that's why I think I come down more on the side of SpaceX, because the whole point of the FAA doing this was because they had knowledge of certifying airports and stuff, which have similar sound pollution and noise pollution and operations. The whole idea between going through the FAA was that it was supposed to be your one-stop shop. It was supposed to be your one-stop shop. And now we have TCQ, Fish and Wildlife Service, EPA, FAA, all in the mix now. So what happened to that? That seemed to that didn't last very quick. I got you, Zay. I got your message. It's like the FAA ignoring their own regulatory framework. Yeah, it's very interesting. So I'm not really sure where to come down on this. I'd say it's more in favor of SpaceX because I'm working off the entire predication. And once again, this could be going against my own boogeyman theory that I just said, right? It very much, SpaceX would not do this. They would not do this unless they were absolutely sure, right? Because if you do this and you are wrong, you are screwed. The bureaucrats have you by the balls. Like, there's only so many times you can rock the boat like that before people go, you're rocking the boat to get what you want, you piece of shit. You know what I mean? Got to be careful with that. You got to be careful about playing that. Like, if it's a fighting move and you're playing a fighting game, you don't just spam the A button over and over again. I mean, I do because I suck at fighting games, but you get the idea, right? About the FAA, did you see this? SpaceX account for 80% of FAA workers overtime. I did see that floating. Another thing to take into account in this analysis is what was said in that Senate subcommittee meeting. The guy at the FAA says, SpaceX goes too fast for us. We're not big enough. We need more money. We need more funding to be able to keep up with all their changes. The reason why we push it out to November is because we're going as fast as we can. We do not have enough people, which is very interesting to me. You'd think the FAA would be a much bigger organization, right? But it's not. The government has no incentive to be efficient. Yeah, boss man. No, I hear you. But bureaucratic process are slow and metered for a reason. Saying, oh, it's, you know, there's no incentive to be slow and efficient, I think is a weird way to think about it. And don't get me wrong. There is a lot of waste in the government. No doubt. No doubt. You're right. But how it should work in a vacuum, right? How it should work is it should be metered approach on purpose. Don't think of the government as something that's designed to slow you down. It's a pressure regulator in a fluid mechanical design. A pressure regulator isn't, you don't look at a pressure regulator and say, oh, that is meant to slow everything down. We could deliver more fluids if that damn regulator wasn't in the way. No. The pressure regulator is there to make sure that you get the right amount of fluid to whatever system you're trying to work. So like say you're delivering fuel in a car. Oh, here comes the car analogy. Boom, 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 boom. It's time for the cars. Say you're delivering fuel to an engine in a car. Under a pressurized system, you would need a pressure regulator to be able to deliver the right head pressure to your fuel injector to deliver the right amount of fuel. You do too much, the engine shuts off. You literally flood the engine. You don't do enough, and the thing blows up because it leans out, right? Also, the Camaro do be looking good though. See what I'm talking about? That's how this should work in a vacuum. Now, I'm not sure if our fuel pressure regulator is jammed in this analogy or if it's broken. See what I'm talking about? SpaceX says it's broken. The FAA says it's jammed. So which one is it? You know what I mean? You size and pick the appropriate regulator. Don't use a worthless one that is 30 years old and undersized. Bingo. So maybe new framework is needed. Which goes back to my original thing the original thing of what I said. Maybe new framework is needed. New regulatory framework is needed. Which would prove my theory that the FAA is intentionally going slow and metered on purpose to figure out what type of regulation you need to certify a commercial spaceport and certify a commercial launch vehicle. It would make sense, right? That makes sense. Just saying, that seems like what's going on to me. Did EJ just compliment a Chevy? Is he well? No, I've been compromised. Help. It's okay. A Ford towed it clear across the entire country. It's okay. You needed a Ford for it to get you. Couldn't get here on its own. The Verge has an article on August 13th of 2024 stating the Rio Grande Valley sent SpaceX a notice of intent to sue over the deluge system. Interesting. Did you pick up that Star Trekker game? Is it worth picking up? Star Trekker's pretty fun, dude. It's hard. Hard game to play on full difficulty. Easy, you. What did I say that was wrong? Burnock? Huh? Huh? After the Ford guy worked on it, you could drive it clean across the country. Just saying. Just saying. And also, your doors are pissing me off. Buy the hinge kits and send me the damn hinge kits. Your doors are, it's infuriating. Buy the hinge repair kits, send them to my house, or just give me the money to do it. I'm going to do it because they're pissing me off. Just like the headlights were pissing me off. Okay? No, I don't want any belly aching. Just do it. Your doors are pissing me off. I can't stand it. Every time I open the door, it sounds like the Titanic ripping in half. Okay? I'm going to fix it. I'm not going to like it because I need that thing out of my garage, but I also can't let it sit there with those doors like that. It'll just infuriate me. It'll infuriate me. WD-40. Shadow Man, we are way past WD-40 with those things, dude. We are way past the bushings are shot, so the door on the hinge does this. And when you open it, it makes the nails on a chalkboard, dude. It sounds awful. Oh. It's terrible. Ernock, they're $20 a pop. Just PayPal. Just shoot me. Just PayPal me. Just PayPal me $20. We'll get it done. Why did you shoot the bushing? I didn't. He did. Jagoff. By the way, you need blueprints ASAP for Satisfactory. Much improved. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. We will. Absolutely. Boss, I don't know if you were seeing when I showed my old save. That was all done with blueprints. Dude, hand making all that would suck. That's coming from a 90s Ford truck owner, so they must be pretty bad. Bill, it's not. Now, granted, it's not the worst I've seen. But also, this whole thing reminds me of how insanely slow the ATF has gotten with processing NFA paperwork. 6 weeks for many people has turned into 1.5 years. Yep. It's a regulator. That's what it's called. It's regulator. But the thing is, you don't have one regulator to fit all in a fluid system. It doesn't work that way. In February, the Government Accountability Office reported that the FAA was understaffed and complained about similar issues as early as 2018. They need more money. Yeah, I can see both sides of it here, but yeah. Anyway. I don't think that, in terms, like, I don't think that us, can do anything particularly about this, right? Like, we can't make it go faster. We can't make it go slower. And guys, I don't have a solution for this. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't have a solution to this problem. I don't know enough about bureaucracy to do that. Anyway. So, Red, you wanted that. You wanted Homer Hickham's thing about the NSC. The National Space Flight Council. I did read that thread. Isn't the 60-day long investigation deadline the main reason for the long waits? Yeah, and they can reset it at any point, from what I understand. I'm trying to find it, Red. It was a couple of days ago, right? Yeah, they are. I see it up there. It wasn't that long ago. Yeah, no, I read it. I remember reading it. I got a link. I got the link from his Twitter initially. Link it up, dude, if you can. It's interesting. The CEO of Dawn Aerospace talked about this in a podcast interview back in 2023 about how nice it was to develop in New Zealand because of the size of their EPA and FAA equivalents, dealing with ones instead of hundreds. Yeah, Red, if you can find the link, Homer Hickam, he worked at NASA, he was on the National Space Council Advisory Committee a little while back. And he wrote the book Rocket Boys, which the movie October Sky is based off of. And then he worked at NASA and also served in Vietnam before that. He's one of my kind of personal idols. He wrote something about how the National Space Flight Council is working. Trying to find it, but I don't see it. And he's a Hokie. Country roads, take me home to the place I'm singing off key on purpose. I belong. West Virginia. You found it? All right, dude. Bingo. There it was. Okay. This is Homer Hickham's blog. This is on August 17th. You missed my last, you putz. I'm busy, you dinkweed. FYI, it's sense calling me out on stream like that. Ridiculous. I mean, hi, here's $20. Please fix my door. Yeah, I was gonna do it anyway, man. I'm just being a jerk. I'm sorry. I can't deal with it. I can't deal with it. The shim kits are only $20, and we can stream working on the doors, which would be cool. That because like I know exactly what needs to be fixed. It's not me going, I don't know how to do this. We'll pick a day and we'll get it done. It's gonna take all freaking day because you got to take the entire freaking car apart. You got to take the quarters off. You got to take the bumper off. Fortunately, I know I'm really good at knowing how to do that. So, yep. Snake, if memory serves me right, during the Senator subcommittee, the Senator said the FAA already asked for more money and they got it. Now they're asking for more again. Maybe money is all they need, more staff, or maybe the staff will only pick up the work that a faulty system creates. It's a good point, dude. Yeah. At what point does the regulatory framework need to be changed? And who does that? You know? Who does that? I don't know. I actually don't know enough about civics to know in that particular structure to know what's going on. And I'm not the best civics guy, which is why I avoid politics. But spaceflight policy I know pretty well, but not this. I
now
should
put the doors
learn.
on backwards.
And also, it's always good to know your civics. It's your job to do that if you live in the U.S. It's your job. Remember that. I like a state that became its own just because they wanted to say screw you to slavery. John Brown did nothing wrong. I don't what? Yes. Tangential, but bruh. So what is that floating? Under federal law, the FAA is prohibited from regulating the safety of individuals on the board. The legislative moratorium, originally established in 2004, extended multiple times by Congress, will now expire on January 1st, 2025. Yeah, Aqualux, interesting. No, bad. No, backwards doors. Dude, what a nightmare, dude. What a Anyway. Okay. Homer Hickam, my perhaps somewhat interesting experience as a National Space Council advisor under 2 vice presidents. Okay. You sure you want to do this, man? I've read this. It's... Okay. Okay. All right. Best part, EJ was more on-key than a lot of the renditions I've heard of the song over the years. This is a story of my experience, Homer Hickam, as an advisor to the National Space Council under Vice President Mike Pence and Vice President Kamala Harris. All right, let's see. One day in 2017, I got an email from a fellow at NASA headquarters. Astonishingly, the note said this Colwood, West Virginia boy was being asked to be a National Space Council advisor. Since I had never encountered the NSC in all the years I worked for NASA, I quickly looked it up. Turned out the National Space Flight Council included all the federal organizations that had a foot in the space business. That meant not only the NASA administrator, but the secretaries of Defense, Labor, Transportation, Education, Commerce, Treasury, Measurement, and Budget, plus a bunch of staff members at the White House. Reading on, I saw the National Space Council was abolished in 1993 during the Clinton-Gore administration. That's correct. To kind of ring a bell, And now that I gave it some thought, I did recall a little about it. One of the roles Vice President Al Gore assumed was to be his administration's space guru. And if you don't know anything about young Al Gore, he didn't need anybody else to tell him what to do, and certainly not a bunch of NASA nerds and department head flunkies. Okay. I don't know. All right. Okay, Homer. All right. I remembered one of the first things Al did was direct us sods at NASA to get busy and build a space station with the Russians. Yep. This we did, and I wrote my part, in that in the memoir, Don't Blow Yourself Up. In case you haven't read it, I got along great with the former Soviets since their Sputnik had inspired me to build rockets when I was in high school. Read Rocket Boys. It's one of my all-time favorite books and all-time favorite movies, dudes. Seriously. I don't know if it necessarily counts as a space movie. I think it does. Some people, it's kind of wishy-washy whether it is. That is my favorite space movie. It is. I mean, you don't even need to read a book. Just watch the movie. The movie gets the point across pretty good. It's actually a pretty damn good book adaptation. This led directly to me writing Rocket Boys and then the movie October Sky, which pretty much let me retire from NASA and start my writing career, which I was more than ready to do, but I digress. So the reason I was hearing about the NSC in 2017 was that the previous administration had decided to reestablish it under the vice president and wanted me to join it as an advisor on something called the User Advisory Group, UAG. That sounded interesting. What are my duties, I asked. Give advice about space and stuff? Came the answer. I could do that. There were about 30 members of the UAG, which included former astronauts and big hitters in the aerospace industry, so I figure I was in good company. When asked what subcommittee I wanted to be on, I looked them over and decided exploration and discovery. Any others? How about technology and innovation? Oh, and education and outreach. You got it, came the reply, and I was happy. I had no idea what those subcommittees did to advise the NSC, but I figure I had a fairly good background in all of them. After all, I had explored the Montana Badlands and found a T-Rex, exploration and discovery. I built my own rockets out of scrap metal, technology and innovation, and I had been educated by some great teachers. And I also worked at Space Camp, education and outreach. I was set to advise. For sure, man. The first NSC meeting that I attended was in 2018 at Kennedy Space Center. We watched that on stream. It mostly consisted of meetings of various subcommittees where NASA headquarters told us advisors what it was going to do and didn't actually, ask for advice. That was kind of boring, but okay. Later, however, I met the vice president and gave him an autographed copy of Rocket Boys. He immediately recalled not only that book, but to my surprise, another one I wrote, a fiction thriller titled Back to the Moon. He excitedly engaged me about my works before being dragged away to make a speech where he mentioned meeting me in the last 10 minutes. I was standing at the time between Buzz Aldrin and Jack Schmidt, who looked at me like, who the heck are you? Oh, yeah. Okay. I just smiled. It was nice. The vice president knew about me, and I immediately liked him. But didn't expect much else to happen in between us. I just thought, well, that was interesting. After a few months, I was surprised to find myself talking on the telephone to Mike, as he told me to call him. He said he was looking for new space goals, and what did I think? We talked about Back to the Moon, and I told him my opinion was that our destiny lay on the moon. Not just to land there, but to gather its resources. As for Mars, I said robots were doing a fine job of studying it for now, but it would be better to just focus on the moon. See, that's why I like Homer Hickam. Yeah. This surprised him. He said that NASA headquarters people told him Mars should be the goal for human landings because we'd already been to the moon. I told him that would be like the Pilgrims landing in New England and then heading off to Antarctica. He liked that metaphor, and I was kind of proud of coming up with it on the fly. Yeah, baby. It's my boy Homer right there. Not too long after, he called me again to say he was going to make an important announcement at another NSC meeting, and he wanted it to be at the U.S. Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville. Well, also celebrating the 50th anniversary of Apollo. He told me that he thought I would really like what he was going to say. We watched this NSC meeting on here too, by the way. I know what he says. Since I'm on the board of the U.S. Space and Rocket Center, which includes Space Camp, I instantly got on the phone with Deborah Barnhart, the CEO at the time, to get things organized in a hurry. It took a lot of work, but she and her staff pulled it off. On March 26, 2019, the National Space Council met in Huntsville. Yeah, you guys remember that? They were right next to the Saturn V, and it was baller. It was really cool. The UAG had some nice internal meetings of our subcommittees, which didn't amount to much. And then, when it came time for the vice president to speak, beneath a fully assembled Saturn V, see? I told you. I found myself seated beside Buzz Aldrin again. We had a nice chat before the VP speech, and then, while Buzz and I sat attentive, my friend Mike announced that his plan was to have the United States land Americans on the moon in 2024 by any means necessary. Oh, I remember this. When Mike finished, Buzz leaned over to me and said, "We won't make it." Thanks, Buzz. Before I could reply, not that I had a reply, we all got up and filed out. Later, Mike's idea would be called Artemis, a nice name with echoes of Apollo. It worked. Oh, there they are. When Mike came up to me and asked what he thought of his speech, I agreed with his goal, but what I didn't say, and maybe I should have, was that I didn't think it was a good idea to hand it over to NASA exclusively to do. NASA Administrator Jim Bridenstine was there that day, and after Mike's speech, I noticed he had a mostly worried expression and was slumping a little. My take on Jim was that he was a very nice, earnest fellow with a tough job that he happened to love, but I also imagine he didn't much like the folks like me going around and putting ideas in the head of his boss. There's the three of them. Looking back on it, in that very brief moment that I had his attention, what I should have said to him was I believe the best approach for going back to the moon was a consortium of federal agencies and the NSC plus commercial companies and international partners. NASA would be a member who would supply some of the funding and expertise, but would not be in charge. The consortium would raise funds across its members, be led by a strong, tough executive board, and its focus would be the construction of a permanent lunar outpost similar to our South Pole station. This reflected the 93 moon study I made for NASA, and I hadn't changed my mind since. Not sure I agree with that, but all right. He had to rush back to DC, but his staff hung around for the day. When they asked me about the next steps, I told them that if they were serious about 2024, they should take the NASA-managed rocket, SLS, out of the critical path as it took too long to manufacture and was way too expensive. Since a couple of SLSs were already tediously working their way through the pipeline, I recommended they use it instead for some big cargoes such as Skylab-like commercial stations or big robots to Europa or Titan. I also mentioned my consortium idea and suggested they read my study of long ago. Tentatively, they wrote my recommendations down and then apparently forgot them, since before a week had passed, Artemis got totally handed over to NASA, which naturally favored the program it already had, SLS with an Orion capsule on top. As I feared they might do, it didn't take too long before NASA HQ converted Artemis into Moon to Mars, a concept with the moon depicted as mostly a training ground to get us out to Mars, that glittering red squirrel of space. They dusted off something called Gateway, a space station in an eccentric halo orbit around the moon, where ships were to whiz in and out on their way to the moon, yuck, and Mars, yay. After building the Gateway, the Orion with astronauts was supposed to fly up there, rendezvous with it, and then use something not invented yet to go down to the lunar surface. Considering 2024 was supposed to be the goal, and because I knew how difficult it had been to build a space station around Earth, much less some kind of crazy orbit around the moon, I didn't think it was a good plan. In an internet meeting of the Exploration and Discovery Subcommittee, when a NASA somebody was briefing us about the Gateway concept, I spoke up and I said that I had my doubts. Space is hard, he or she said something like that. Then don't make it a hard thing. Then don't make a hard thing even harder, should have been my reply, but when nobody supported my initial comment, I let it go. In a big meeting like that over the internet, it's nearly impossible to get into a real discussion. It also feels rude. My experience at NASA was nothing ever got done in a big meeting anyway. That happens later out in the hall. Zoom meetings don't have halls. We sign off and go to the bathroom. Damn. Before long, I found myself assigned to only the Education and Outreach Committee chaired by retired astronaut Eileen Collins. Since the other subcommittees weren't doing anything anyway, I was fine with this. Over the following months, Eileen tried really hard to make our little segment of the UHE meaningful. We had many meetings over the internet with guests from the education and aerospace sectors with our findings forwarded to the UAG chair. Her steady leadership also gave me a glimpse of someone truly prodigious. She wrote a great book. Yeah, Eileen Collins was the first female to command a shuttle. Yeah. She's been to space a bunch of times. She's not stupid. Let me put it to you like that. Not really not stupid. Awesome astronaut. Yeah, she's one of the people that if you look at her resume, you just go, well, I brushed my teeth today or something. All right. Okay. The Artemis Moon to Mars program rocked on. Occasionally I peeked in on it and saw it was getting more like a Rube Goldberg cartoon every day. By then, the vice president was immersed in a re-election campaign where nobody much cared about Artemis, and there was also that pandemic thing. But then everything kind of got really weird. The mic was gone, along with Ernest Jim Bridenstine, and here came a new bunch to take over. And this is what happened next. For you young folks, when you used to pick up a phone and there was nobody there, you heard this tone that was kind of disappointing. You might say it was kind of nothingness. I'm glad you haven't had to put up with that, but here's what it sounded like. Hang on. I gotta turn my headset on. Yep. When the current administration took over in January 2021, we UAG advisors, and for that, the entire NSC heard nothing but the dial tone for a long time. Many months passed with no activity or guidance given to anybody. Eileen continued to hold our education and outreach meetings and forward our findings, but the dial tone from the White House was pretty steady. Finally, in May of 2021, the Vice President announced she was going to take charge of the NSC. When Political asked me about this, I said it's good news. The Vice President should chair the NSC. There's extremely important work to be done in space, not only by NASA, but other interested departments within the federal government, as well as commercial entities, and great decisions yet to be made. I expect VP Harris will fully inform herself of the previous NSC decisions and will take a fresh look at everything. Dial tone. Does that just link back? When nothing happens for many months, we advisors of the UAG began to talk amongst ourselves, wondering if we, still existed. Finally, there was an internet meeting in December of 2021, 7 months after the Vice President took official charge of the NSC. Admiral Ellis, the UAG chair, told us to be patient and that we advisors would have a role, that something would eventually happen. In August 2022, a year and 8 months into the new administration, now not so new, the NASA UAG coordinator emailed all of us advisors and apologized for the radio silence. And he asked us to continue to be patient, that he and his staff did not have information and that they were allowed to disseminate. I told you this would be spicy. Finally, after a few more months of nothing from the White House, we heard the UAG would be reorganized to focus on climate and workforce issues. In December of 2022, now 2 years in for the current administration, the newly appointed UAG chair, Admiral Lyle, sent me an email thanking me for my service and told me their services would no longer be required. Eileen Collins also received the same email, the metaphorical hang-up. Since I didn't think the vice president cared a thing about space, and I also didn't much agree with NASA's direction with Artemis, I took it as probably a good thing to be invited off of the NSC UAG. Therefore, I shrugged it off and went on with my life. Thus ended my stint as an advisor to the National Space Council, an organization which, to my knowledge, has done little since. All I know for sure is Buzz was right. It's 2024 and we're still not landing on the moon. For what it's worth, I've read this before. I read it in August. You guys noticed how I've been kind of saying this like over the past couple of weeks? Because that's very telling. We need a goal. We need leadership. He's right. He's 100% correct. This is what happens when space isn't taken seriously as a national priority. It's 100% correct. I mean, I read this paper back in August. I'm not going to lie to you, but it's true. I agree with it, and this is why I've been trying to explain this to people over the last couple of weeks, if you haven't noticed. Spicy, a chicken vindaloo has less bite than that. Damn, dude. All right. Now, I'm not going to say get out and vote, blah, blah, blah. You should vote, right? But I don't think that's correct. You learn from this situation. Like I said, I read this when he posted it. I don't want this to be a stream where we're like, get out and vote. This guy sucks. This person sucks. No, this person sucks. I don't want to do any of that. All I can do is kind of show you why, or all I want to do is show you why this is not a good idea. And that's what I've been doing over the past couple of weeks with space news coming back. Obviously, he's never run into a genetically mutilated vindaloo. The previous leadership was bad, but the VP was a diehard space fanatic and he revived the NSC. He did a good job, Forge. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like he didn't. You can't argue with results. What was the link to the article? Here, I'll link it in chat for you guys. You guys go read it yourself. Yeah, that's Homer Hickam. Homer Hickam's the guy that wrote Rocket Boys and wrote the script for the movie October Sky. It's one of my all-time favorite movies. Like all-time favorite movies. He worked for NASA, he's a Vietnam vet, and he was apparently on the National Space Council User Advisory Group. They're not making enough SLSs. There's a lot of things, James, that they're not doing correct. But yeah, Red, you want to read it. How spicy do you want to get? There you go. You get stuff like this, you know. See, that begs the question now. Like, where my mind goes with that is
Discovery, go at throttle up.
What was Viper then? What happened with Viper? I told you guys that Viper was a NASA decision, not Congress. NASA decided that Viper would be. So all these decisions that NASA has been making, where are they coming from? Because they ain't coming from the top, apparently. That's what I mean about someone playing games with NASA. I don't like this. Do you like this? This isn't good. Viper, Chandra, Artemis. See what I'm talking about? How does NASA come back from this? All I can say is what needs to be fixed, Pop. I need to come up with a solution and go from there. Hey.
Hey! Titan wanted to say hi.
Oh.
Also, we realized, didn't you take him out to see the Sticky last night?
Yeah.
You told me you didn't take him out before you went to bed.
That was not before I went to bed.
means you took them out after I did.
Yeah, because you told me to.
Yeah, I forgot. Did he pee pee?
Yeah. Yeah, he did.
What?
Nothing.
Mystery solved. What?
Nothing.
Oh, sorry.
You stepped on his foot.
I'm sorry.
Come here.
Isn't that about right?
Nah, it's not. It's down. It should be up.
Okay.
Over 2. But whatever. Don't look at us, EJ. We're on Brimo's side. What? Fine. I'll remember that.
I did remember to be very specific with my questions, I guess? I don't know. So I think I've determined he does not like elderly men. He does not trust them.
Okay.
I don't know. Did he poo-poo when you took him out that time?
No.
Okay. The neighbors gave me 3 beers.
Oh no.
So we're gonna go back inside and browse Instagram for a little bit. And at some point, they'll wear off.
Okay, do you need help getting back to the house? You sure? Okay.
I'm fine.
All right.
They call me 2 drink free, but really, it's more like 3 drink free.
That's not much better.
Alright, I love you. Have fun.
I love you too. Oh crap. She said she didn't need help, so. Yeah, so what do you think about that? Spaceflight hasn't been taken seriously as a national priority, man. That's a big problem. I mean, once again, it goes back to what I was saying. Who's running NASA? Who's running NASA? Is Bill running NASA? Who's making these decisions? Second. Dial tone. So how nuclear did you go when you heard about what happened with Viper? Sarbumba. Scary. Sarbumba. It's unacceptable. It's unacceptable. Dude, I think I would rather hang around with Joseph Stalin than hang around with people that play games like that with NASA. I would rather hang around with him. I'll take my chances. Like, yeah, I gotta stand up, dudes. Red Bull can. Dude, they are, people who do this kind of crap with NASA are bottom feeders. I can't stand them. The Crew 9-second stage is heading to Slick 40. Awesome. Awesome. Must have been the flow regulator. You jackass. Nice. What game are they playing? I don't know. Coltec. People do stuff like that. Just come out and cancel it because they say that reeks of I'm gonna cancel this if you don't do this. That reeks of like quid pro quo nonsense. Which is basically, like, once again, you should have seen the amount of nonsense that happened when Constellation got axed. It was NASA's full of this crap. With Stalin, you'd be sent to Gulag. With NASA, you wouldn't be going anywhere. Stalin was even more blatant about playing these games. That was hyperbole on my part. The point is that somebody that I don't hold in high regard, I hold in higher regard than people that play games with our country's exploration and scientific understanding programs. That was the whole gist. You're right. Agua was a piece of trash. I'd rather hang out with a piece of trash than hang out with these people. That was the whole point. Didn't they say they canceled Viper because it got over some budget threshold, even though it was pretty much finished? Yeah. Yeah, Marcon, that's the whole problem, dude. Who cares if it went a little bit over the budget if it produces results? A lot of programs go over the budget. What's the difference? Why are we putting financial restrictions on stuff we don't know how to make? Right? Where's that same restriction on the mobile launcher? Where's that one? The program that's gone, let's see, like 600% over budget over the last 3 years. Where's your budget cap on that one? You don't have one. You're playing games, all right? People playing games, dude. See what I'm talking about? I don't like that. That's not okay. Who the frick's running NASA? Who the frick is running NASA? No wonder nothing's getting done. I'm bothered too. I'm just trying to understand whether the decision could be justified in any way. I don't know. I mean, dude, if Homer Hickham's going out and bringing the heat like that, something's wrong. Although I do disagree about how he said they should structure NASA. Your solution to fixing this problem is more bureaucracy? What? Why? Why is that a good idea? Why would someone do that? Can we fundraise freedom of information requests pertaining to cancellations? Yeah, I don't know. Polaris released a new video from the capsule. Oh, dude, let's check it out. That's right, James, he would have, but nope. The ML got congressional approval. Of course it did. Why wouldn't it? Let's see what we got. Honestly, thinking more lack of interest than malice. I never said it was malice, except for the people playing games. The whole direction, of course, like that's not malice. That's you don't care, and I think that's a problem. Just putting it out there. Yeah, it's still fair. I don't understand. I think he said there should be one organization in charge of setting that direction. Maybe. All right, so we have a new Polaris video. Let's see what's good there.
Hello and welcome to the Dragon spacecraft. You are here with the Polaris Dawn crew. My name is Anna Menon. I am one of the mission specialists and the medical officer for our mission. This is Kid Poteet. He is our pilot. Jared Isaacman is our mission commander, and Sarah Gillis is our mission specialist. And we are so excited to talk to you today about some of the science and research we are doing on board here. We have had a full complement of research, an action-packed schedule for this mission.
Yes, Glitch,
We've
I've read
had
that.
about
I'll talk about
40
that in a
science and
second.
research experiments that we have been tackling, and they span all sorts of genres, and we're really excited to talk to you about a few of them today. So, to kick us off, I will start telling you about some of the ones that I love. So right here what you see, this is a butterfly ultrasound device, and it's really neat because it can work with like an iPhone or an iPad or just any sort of like tablet device.
I'm going over here.
And so it's really portable and you can take it anywhere, even to space. And you're able to actually image all sorts of different pieces of the body and get really good diagnostics through it. So we've been using it for a whole bunch of different experiments, measuring our different veins. We've been measuring our bladder. We've been measuring our like kidneys and liver and a lot of different pieces of the body. So it's been really interesting, and we're excited to see what we learn from all the data. Then this right here is another type of ultrasound device. This is a novel 3-dimensional ultrasound, or the optic nerve sheath. That's a portion of the eye, and what's really interesting about this is it gives us insight into the fluid shifts and the eye issues that plague astronauts when they go to microgravity. And so scientists are really interested in the changes that happen to this optic nerve sheath, and this 3-dimensional ultrasound is a brand new technology. You can use it, and it gets you really efficient, good images of that sheath. So hopefully we'll learn a lot more about those vision changes. And I'll hand it over to Kit to take it from here.
You know, people saying, "Oh, she's got a hairband on. She's got a hairband on. Why don't you put her?" Dude, if you could do that, you would. Don't frickin' lie. Don't lie. If I had hair like that, and I was at 0G, I'd be doing that. Absolutely. I don't have hair though. My hair is. I have the poteed haircut. Just saying.
Hi, everybody. So the two experiments that I really enjoyed participating in. First off, the Leo plant. This was created by the U.S. Air Force Academy, which is near and dear to my heart. I was assigned there many moons ago as one of the commanders of the cadets. And what these cadets have created is a casing that holds different plants, and we've been imaging these plants on a daily basis to see what the impact of zero gravity is on this plant. And then one other experiment that we completed today is an airway assessment. So one of the big concerns is the fluid shift up here at zero gravity. We can really feel the effect as soon as we were on orbit, and you can kind of see it in our faces. So one of the concerns with long-duration space flight is to be able to triage in case of an emergency. And one of the first basic steps is airway assessment. So we volunteered to do some imaging of our airway. We did this experiment before flight, during flight, and then we'll do it post-flight. And what this requires is us to numb up the nasal passage, and then insert this endoscopic camera all the way through the nasal passage and back of the throat to take these different images.
That's awful.
And then post-flight, we'll be able to assess what happened to the airway passage as that fluid shifts. So those are two of the experiments I participated in, and I'll pass it off to our commander.
That sounds unpleasant. This is not on the ISS, guys. This is the Polaris Dawn mission. They're on a Dragon capsule that's about double the height of the ISS. Fun fact.
Hey, everyone. So I'm pretty excited about this experiment right here. This is a Tempest Pro, also called our ambulance in a box. So, you know, if you believe in SpaceX's vision of making life multiplanetary, that we're going to have thousands of starships in space someday, tens of thousands of people, we're on Mars and we're exploring our solar system, it's pretty cool, but those are some pretty long journeys, and hospitals aren't very close by. So we have to be able to bring diagnostic tools into space with us, and then be able to beam that information back home to the flight surgeons. So just yesterday, we hooked up all sorts of cables to this, so blood pressure, SpO2, respiration, EKG leads, and basically we're able to capture a number of vital signs and test it out. And then today, we actually did a full-blown medical simulation of what could be a very likely medical situation that could develop after an EVA, and then was able to beam a lot of this information home via Starlink to the flight surgeons in mission control. So I really am excited about it because it's this kind of technology that's going to be needed, you know, to kind of further humankind's ambitions to explore among the stars. And I'll turn it over to Sarah, our mission specialist.
Hey everyone. So we've been doing also, as Anna mentioned, a lot of research into spaceflight-associated neuroocular syndrome. And so I've got a couple of devices here, a quick C, and
So, aviator, that's Anna Menon. She worked at NASA as a medical surgeon for 8 years and then moved to SpaceX. Her husband's a NASA astronaut that flew F-15s, and he still does. Yeah. Yeah, Anna's the kind of person where you read a resume and you're just like, well, I suck. All right, cool, great, good, grand, wonderful. Yeah, yeah. That's why she's the medical officer. She's a doctor. Wicked smart. Yeah, it's just like, well, I run a Twitch stream, Anna, so there. Oh.
Floating away from me. And peopleometer here. But we've been collecting data kind of every day, looking at the changes in our vision over time and space.
Hold on. Chip, her resume is what entry-level recruiters expect mine to look like. Dude, too real. Too real. It's too real. Too tone it down, man. Jesus. Oh, that's pretty funny though, man. Yeah, and she beat her. Yeah, she beat and nailed the space. Oops.
Also have an experiment from CU Boulder that we did shortly after arriving on orbit, where you actually put a contact lens into your eye to monitor the pressure change over time. And there's a picture of Jared. He has the contact lens in his eye that's sending.
Next time you guys give me crap for showing you pictures on my phone during a live stream, I'm gonna refer it to this point. That is not a boomer thing to do.
Pressure data over 24 hours to a sensor.
Shut up.
He really looked like a rogue space pirate with his eye patch kind of covering it, so he didn't have to have some vision changes from that lens. But it was quite a look up here.
Read
for the
aloud
space
if you were
pirate.
in space. Touche. Touche.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining us today. That is just a brief insight into the wealth of science and research that we've been doing up here. We are so excited to gather as much data as we can for the scientists back on Earth so that we can learn together and contribute to our collective future for the future of human space exploration and on Earth as well. So we'll talk to you soon. Thanks. Bye.
You hang up first. You hang up first, Polaris. You hang up first. Yeah, pretty cool, man. So once again, that's what they're doing on the Polaris mission today, and then they should be coming back. They should be coming back tomorrow, I think. It's just billionaire tourism. Oof. The 15th, so they're coming back Sunday morning, Shadowman, yeah? How did the laser to Starlink work out? Willie, I'm pretty sure it came out pretty good considering that we have that video. You know? Think about it, dude. That's an 8-minute video. Or, well, okay, no, it's 7 minutes. That's a 7-minute video, and the quality doesn't suck, considering... Oh, hey, come back here. Yeah, 1080p, not bad, dude. I mean, clearly it's working. Clearly they have a high-speed internet connection, which is bananas. Now, is that a big deal? Yeah, it's a big deal because it's through Starship. Does the ISS have a high-speed internet connection? Oh, absolutely. Yeah, the ISS has a super fast internet connection. Problem is, most of the bandwidth from the ISS internet is being taken up by all the telemetry that needs to be downlinked to mission control. So, if you're using the internet for anything but downlinking telemetry, the internet connection blows. Yeah. It's a great connection, super fast, but most of the bandwidth is all the telemetry that gets downlinked to mission control. This is just, I mean, you don't have that with Dragon. I mean, Dragon's telemetry is arguably a lot less than the ISS, right? So you don't have that. How far away does Starlink
Discovery,
go
at throttle up.
So Starlink Terminator, well, this would be the longest distance. Starlink is 400 to 500 kilometers up, depending on what shell it is. and they're up at their high point. At their high point, they were up at 1,400 kilometers. Right now, when they were doing the Starlink testing, they're at 700. Their orbit right now is a 700 by 190, 93 minute period at 51.7 degrees incline. If that meant nothing to you, just 700 kilometers that way. So how far does it go? Well, we know it can go at least, I wouldn't say 700, but at least 300, 400. The in-space communication mechanism with Starlink is an optical system. It's fiber optics, but minus the wire. They're using optical lasers for data transmission from satellite to satellite. Starlink uses a VHF frequency, similar to a cell signal, for downlinking back down. That's why you need the Starlink antenna. The antenna is a phased array antenna that's designed to receive that frequency. The thing about very high frequencies is that it's very highly directional, which is why Starlink antennas are flat, because they're using a phased array. A phased array has a bunch of small radio transmitters in it in a matrice, right? And it modulates the frequency of the transmitters to emit a directional signal without changing the direction of the antenna. Cool enough. Nice, they didn't have to waste money on retrofitting the iPhone to a space-rated power supply. The real question is, does Dragon have 12, 24 volt 110 or 230? Deadbringer, if I had to guess, this is a huge guess, I know nothing about the Dragon capsule, I would say it's 24. It's either 24 or 48 volt, probably derived from some type of airplane. But I don't know. I don't know for sure. Tara, rabble. Otis array. Bingo, Cannon. That's a phased array antenna, exactly. Space Force Delta 6. Yep. That's a phased array antenna. It's a big phase. It's a little bit bigger than a Starlink antenna, though, huh? Am I right? It's like the size of a freaking basketball court. Darren, thank you for the raid, man. How you doing? So Blue Origin astronauts get a few seconds in space. Virgin Orbit is similar, and SpaceX gets a few days and a spacewalk. Ringatato, yes, if you want to, like, reduce it to its base thing, yeah, sure. But, see, like, here's the thing. SpaceX is... The Polaris Dawn mission, dude, is doing an insane amount of science, and they're also testing their EVA suits, which is super cool. Like, dude, I don't have a problem with space tourism, to be honest with you. I really don't. I mean, Dragon is also a little bit more expensive than New Shepard or Virgin Galactic, right? It's a little bit more expensive. But also at the same time, you know, I don't mind tourism. And I really don't mind tourism if they're going to do science. That's fine with me. Oh, yeah, let's get her done, man. That's great. Repasting your sub message. Hey, Arsenal. Yeah, you were in with the 87-month resub. Thank you. I remain alive despite what my attendance may suggest. I do have a full-time job in Congress now, though. Job is not with an SST member, but my dad might be getting a position as a supply chain director for Blorgen. All right. All right. Speaking of Blorgen, you guys want to see something sweet? Hey, you guys got any rockets on your phone? This was posted from Dave Limp. Dave Limp. Sorry, it's just one of those names that's like saying fast. Dave Limp. Oh, hey. Can't imagine what other mission's going to be happening with Axiom. Yeah, it's going to be awesome, Ring. Yep, that's, I really appreciate what I'm being shown right now. Not gonna lie. Stumpy landing legs. They're not. They can be stumpy. They're not stumpy. They're adequately sized. Wait a minute. I'm in Australia, so I have to math. Saturday morning when? Oh, Sintesi, I'm not sure. Sorry. This is a Twitch stream piggyback. Yes, it is. But I'm watching both chats, dude. If you're still out there in internet land. So I heard it's in the morning on Sunday morning for me, so that would be Sunday afternoon, sometime Sunday afternoon for you. If I'm thinking about it, which time zone are you in, buddy? Do you think you could survive a barrel roll? Yeah. Are you 14 hours if he's in Aussie land? Yeah. You're plus 10? Okay, so you're plus 10, I'm minus 5. So 15 hours ahead. Or no. Are we minus 4 right now? I don't know. The time zones always change. It's sometime in the afternoon, dude. I would say like 4 p.m. Eastern or Eastern Australian time, AEST. That's a guess though. Double check it. I'm pretty sure I'm doing that right. Pretty sure. I mean, either way, Sintesi, like, I'll probably be here for it, guys. I watched Polaris launch. We watched the EVA. I'm not going to miss, even if it's on the weekend, I'm not going to miss it coming back down. My sleep schedule's already screwed, so whatever. From Sunday, September 15th, 7:45 UTC to 10:15 UTC. Yeah, that's super early in the morning for me. Yeah, okay, cool. Can I post a link to the Tram Championship live? No. So if it's 7:45 UTC, Sin, it's like 4 or 5 p.m. So I was right on the money. I was close, I think. Yeah. Time zones, man. Shadowman. Oh, Grimlock in Eastern time? That would be like 2:45 in the morning, I think. Really sweet, dude. Yeah. Cheers, mate. Cheers. Yeah. At least you get to watch it during the freaking day, dude. The Polaris Dawn stuff is all at like 2, 3 in the morning. So my sleep schedule is fricked. Totally fricked, dude. Totally. It's so bad. 3:30 to 6:30 a.m. Eastern for the window. I'm gonna be here for it though. I'm gonna be here. We'll be here. But yeah, Sin, you can chill over in YouTube chat. That's fine. I am restreaming from Twitch as well. I simulcast now that Twitch allows us to do that. Yeah, if anybody over there on the YouTube side of things has any questions, yeah, just tag at EJSA. I'll see it. Love to hear more on the Blues thermal protection system. So they've developed a new TPS. Hold up a second, man. They've developed a new thermal protection system. They call it Comet. It's designed specifically for New Glenn. What are those? To be honest, I prefer the YouTube side of things. Being able to go backwards is worth its weight in gold. I think the YouTube has a better streaming player, but Twitch is an overall better option. Like the way chat integrates on Twitch, NoRath is way better, but I do definitely understand. Yeah, being able to rewind that YouTube stream, super useful. Has to be gigantic RCS. That's what. Have we seen those holes before? There's another Dave Limp thing here. Have we seen those before? I don't remember those being there. Oh, there you go, Aqualus. Thank you. I wonder what those are. It's for you and 3 of your homies. Yeah. Yeah, right. Hang on one second. I got a crap post on the Flame Trench chat. Okay, cool. Had to crap post over there. Yeah, I'm wondering what those are. I haven't seen those before. But anyway, also, sorry, couldn't help it. Dave Limp also posted this, dude. All right. So you're telling me there's a chance? Oh God, RB's here. Could be APU exhaust. We saw something similar in the operation of the control surfaces. Yeah. I'm wondering if there's RCS, if that's RCS or just a thermal exhaust port. It is above the umbilicals, so that kind of suggests something a little bit different, but you know, the AP lines, hold on. Yeah. Those look to be a little big to be RCS, but either way, dude, look at that damn booster. What a freaking monster. They look cool, whatever they are. I mean, you get no argument from me there, dude. Pretty sure they were on the Dim Todd video, big old RCS. Oh, Dim Todd, the occasional Astro Boy. I love that guy. Yeah, that's a very... So, okay, I'm looking at that, and, you know, they look like RCS. It absolutely looks like reaction control system. So, like, little thrusters to be able to steer the thing. So, two questions. Those are off axis. Look at those thrusters in relation to the wing. Right? If we were looking, this is my water bottle. If we were looking at the booster and the wings are obviously on the sides here, that thruster block is here. What would be the need to move the booster on the northeast southwest axis, so to speak? That's why I'm thinking maybe a vent line or something, dude. Wouldn't they have covers if it was the RCS? I don't know. I don't know what those are. For the angle of attack adjustment when gliding? Well, Sig, down here, say this is the business end. Say my water bottle. This is the business end, and this is where the wings are. Your center of mass during a landing operation is way back here. We know that because of the main lifting wings on Nuglins, right? So a thruster back here, you'd favor a small thruster that's farther away from your center of gravity to give you a better fulcrum, right? So, yeah, I don't know what those are. I really don't. I have no idea, and I did not notice them the last time I looked at this picture. Now, they are above your service mast umbilicals. See? Those are your main umbilicals. Huh. Hang on one second, boys. Huh. What is this, RB? A 91 Camaro TPI tune port injection 383 manual project. It's $2,000 in Saratoga. How about you get your license and then go buy something like this, because that's super cool. You should buy it. It's a T-top though. It's gonna leak. It's got a wideband O2, Dakota Digital SGI 5 speedometer, $2,000. That's not bad, man. It's a pretty good price. Get your license. Then I would say buy it. Google Shuttle, Google asks, did you meet Chris Bergen? Makes me think it's some form of exhaust, being so close to right on the center of mass post main engine cutoff. Yeah. Could it be to control yaw on the bottom of the booster? It's possible, Snake. Guys, I noticed something just on a complete side note. I've often said, now, this is just a complete side note, EJ's wild speculation, so just bear with me here. I've often said that New Glenn is derived from SLS. I think it is. I really do. Either that or New Glenn uses the exact same tooling and jig suppliers as the SLS, because if you look at Tim's video, you look at all the sorry. If you look at Tim's video and you look at all the tooling around New Glenn's factory, dude, it looks exactly like it looks like Michoud. It's the same equipment, painted the exact same colors by the exact same supplier. So that tells me that Blue did some snooping around at NASA and said, like, hey, can we lift this technology and make a 7-meter core? Even the umbilicals, dude, share a passing resemblance. The umbilicals share, I mean, that one's blurred. And that's a LOX umbilical, not a hydrogen or liquid fuel umbilical. But they do bear a passing resemblance, interestingly enough. Hey, bye, guy. Interesting. Either way, yeah, I started noticing things in this that I hadn't seen. Also, one of the legs is open. I mean, that's a pretty simple. I mean, why not copy what is 30 years of design and analysis at this point? Yeah, Scary, it's an aluminum lithium ortho grid that's been stir welded. It's exactly like SLS. To be fair, it's exactly like Falcon 9 too. But who's to say that Falcon 9 that SpaceX didn't lift their tank design from a NASA technical report or something, dude? ULA uses a very similar design too, only I don't think they use I don't think they use aluminum lithium. I think they use 7000 series aluminum. They use aircraft grade aluminum, I think. Now, to be 100% honest with you, do I know the difference? Nope. Aluminum lithium and aluminum 7000 has a different name though, so I know enough to know about engineering that if they have a different name, they're probably different. Sorry, something's caught in my throat. Why wouldn't you? You got a bunch of suppliers expected to be producing more of that stuff. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. All of the jigs in tooling, I guarantee, dude, it sounds like they're made from it's all the same supplier. This looks exactly like SLS stuff. Like, see this jig piece back here? See all that? Especially these like gantries that they have. It looks all the same, dude. So here's what I'm talking about. No, not that one. Well, this doesn't show exactly what I'm talking about, but see the jig pieces back there for holding the boat tail section? Speaking of that news, the boat tail for Artemis 3, Kennedy team has received hardware from all over the globe for next few Artemis missions. That's the launch vehicle staging adapter being delivered, the boat tail for the Artemis 3 engine section, and the actual Artemis 3 engine section. I don't know why they moved it into the BAB, but hey, whatever. That is the European service module that's in the operations and checkout building. That's going to be mated to an Orion. It weighs 14 tons. Yeah, see, you can tell it weighs 14 tons because of the way it is. It's also a possibility that Blue Origin approached NASA's Flight Operation Directorate for advice about that kind of architecture, so they didn't have to start with a blank slate for things. Yeah, okay, let me be real with you guys. It's the same tooling manufacturer to make all the jigs. I'm talking about the stir welding jigs. It's the same thing. They're the same manufacturer. One's an 8.4 meter diameter, the other one's in 7. It's derived from it. I think I'm not gonna say. I don't think I should go so far as to say that New Glenn is SLS derived, but I kind of. Is it bad if? Yes, absolutely, serious. Damn. I don't want to go so far as to say that New Glenn is SLS derived, but I kind of want to because people would get annoyed when I say that. I think that would be quite funny, actually. So that means that New Glenn's is Delta 6. Yeah. There you go. Yep. Yep. SLS is Delta 5. New Glenn is Delta 6. Sure. Oh God. Oh God. I understand crap posting about space flight, but that one felt really, really I didn't like saying that. I don't want to say that anymore. I just think aluminum all kind of works the same, so the machines are similar from one company to another. Yeah, it's possible. So, a little bit other Blue Origin news. Blue Origin has their second stage sitting on Slick 36. And they're going to do basically a green run on their second stage here, which is actually super rad. That's really cool. I mean, we don't know when it's going to happen. I don't know off the top of my head, but I mean, I don't know if you guys can derive scale here, but do you see the guy standing at the bottom? You don't? Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna get a full green run, no Wrath, but yeah, I've heard they're gonna fire the whole thing. If it is still on track, it should be by the end of the week. Okay. Yeah, see the dude standing there? Yeah. Yeah, New Glenn's is kind of big. It's kind of big. I imagine there's also probably not a lot of competition in giant aluminum friction stir welding machine market. Yeah. The name of the supplier, Pie Guy, I'm forgetting. I'm blanking on the name of it. It's damn, what the hell is the name? They're a AAA automotive supplier. They make jigs for they're out of Detroit. Fragmatic, Transmatic or something. It's something like that. It's not Bechtel. No. Dude, their stuff actually works. I just looked at 7000 series aluminum. Apparently it's a family of aluminum zinc alloy. 8000 series would be aluminum lithium. See, Rem, that makes sense. Because ULA anodizes their tanks. Makes perfect sense. You would anodize something with a zinc coating, right? You wouldn't, I don't think anodizing lithium would be, I don't think that's even possible. And if it is possible, it sounds like fire. Ironically, they're rambling more without me. Really? I didn't realize how big New Glenn's was until I saw a comparing of its fairing to a Falcon 9 and Starship. It's massive and not too far off the size of Starship's fairing. Yeah, Snake, she's a beast, man. She's a beast. Did you say tanks? Oh, what happened to the howitzer? Oh, no. Oh. Bro, oh, that's expensive, man. Oh, what the oh. Oh, that's so expensive, dude. Oh my God. Oh, that's not a tank, dude. That's self-propelled artillery. Nice Mustang police car. But, dude, actually, it doesn't look like the tank's in too bad a condition. but wait a minute. The tank is on a low boy. Where's the truck? There should be a truck. Where's the truck? That's the back of the trailer. There should be a piece and a fifth wheel and a tractor trailer somewhere here. Where's the truck? Uh-oh. Oh. The truck is conspicuously absent. Video of the incident. I don't think the train probably messed the tank up too much, but I'm wondering where that tractor trailer is gone. Oh no. Oh no. I hope that guy got out. I'm pretty sure. Wait, I gotta ask. Tell me there's nobody in that. I'm not showing this video if the dude's in the truck, dude. He high centered. Yes, he did. Did the guy get out? I don't have this thing about I have this thing about showing death on stream. I don't do it. Tank ate crude and the driver was fine. He got out. No one was injured. All right, cool. So, all right, here's your treat for the day. Oh! Oh my God! Oh, jeez. That's so expensive, dude. No. I didn't think it was going to be that loud. I'm sorry. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Headphone users, one more time. One more time, headphone users. No. Dude, the train don't care. The train don't care. Ah! No. Oh, dude, it hit the barrel. The second locomotive. The cab of the second locomotive hit the barrel. Yep, that's a write-off. I agree with the guy. Oh, no. No. Oh, that poor paladin. Oh, no. Dude, that noise, man. Oh, no. Bro. Dude, you know, the AC, what is that, AC 6000? You don't get in front of that thing. That thing's got 6,600 horsepower. And it's really freaking heavy, as you can tell. See, here, guys, is a lesson in momentum. Train is not moving fast, but train is a lot of mass. Train fricks up anything that gets in the way. Come on, frick you up, man. Yep, it just moved that paladin out of the way like it was nothing. That's not, okay, here's some, okay. I think that's a paladin. It's an M109, that's definitely it. How much mass is this? Oh, it's a Cadillac. Ah, Chevy, never mind. Oh. Yeah, that's 40 tons. 40 tons. That's an M109A7. The M109A7 is 38 tons. That one's only, is that one only 27? Is it, which one is it? I don't think we've used the A1 in a long time. That looked, I mean, it was painted in desert camo, so I'm going to go ahead and guess that was an A6 or an A7. It's definitely an A7 because it has the gun rigging on it. Or the barrel. Yeah, that. Okay. Okay. Oh, it's got an 8V71 in it. Oh, now I want it. Anyway, so that, that's 40 tons or 30, so 27, and it moved it out of the way like nothing. Yeah. The train was just like, I'm the juggernaut! Boom! That's why trains are dope. That's why trains are dope. It is kind of impressive, man. This is a lesson in energy. The train is not going very fast, but the train is super freaking heavy. So it has a lot of inertia. That kinetic energy, you could see that kinetic energy of the train getting applied to the paladin. I kind of want to see the train now. I will bet you kick the train is fine. It doesn't even look like that train derailed. I'm telling you, dude. All right, so here, you want to... That's an AC 6000, I'm pretty sure. See? It's one of those. Want to see how much that thing weighs? Dude, it's 200 tons. It's 200 tons, and there's two of them with a freight with a consist behind it. That's 400 tons at the very least. Get the frick out of my way. Dude, isn't that crazy? That's a train, son. Don't stand in front of them. I think I'll have to take a mulligan on this one. It deleted that tank. Hang on one second. Just had a message that I needed to answer. Also, apparently my Fidelity account has been hacked. I don't have a Fidelity account. But it's been hacked. Anyway, trains are awesome. We should get trains at Satisfactory. Ever see the movie Unstoppable? They tried to derail it with portable deraillers and it blew the deraillers off the track. Yeah. Trains have a lot of kinetic energy, Brandon. A lot of kinetic energy. Yeah, they do. So that sucks for that thing because yeah, the locomotive hitting that barrel probably bent the snot out of it. Reminds me of that scene in GoldenEye. It does. I am invincible. My mom says she got the same text, delete. Yeah, duh, of course. Give me 1 second. What a coincidence. All our fidelity accounts are all hacked at the same time. Yeah, it's so strange, right? Right? Oh, I know. I work around trains. Oh, all right, Brandon. Right on. Sorry. Weekend plans. Oh, nice, nice, nice. As a truck driver, I can say that truck driver did a lot of things wrong. There's a phone number right next to every single train crossing. He should have called that phone number. He also should have planned his route better. Well, Ernock, I'm not gonna lie to you. This first camera shot is pretty damn telling of how this all went down. Here, before the Suburban gets in the way. Dude, there's no way. Dude, I don't know nothing about driving trucks. Look at that railroad cross. There is no way you're getting a lowboy over that. Like, dude, I could have told you that. I know nothing about trucks. I know snot about trucks. I almost said it. Sorry. Yeah, that. How much do one of those M109s cost? Just out of curiosity. Dude, that thing is totally... Well, I don't know. I'm not gonna lie to you. It didn't look like it hit the M109 on the, like, dead center. It definitely hit the back wheels of the truck. From what I can tell. I mean, it tells you where the damn truck is. It's over there somewhere. But 1.5 million. Whoops. Did you see the video from the BBC? It's a guy driving alongside the tracks and it shows the train after the crash. I think that video is in here, dude. Hold on. If your operator know lowboy, you should know that you can override the self-leveling system. Yeah, mistakes were made. Here, hold on. Just... God, that's so difficult to watch, man. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a write-off. That Paladin's definitely a write-off. And it's not scrap either. Look, they have a barrel plug over the barrel. That's not like, oh, this is junk, we're taking it to the scrapyard. Yeah, that's a legit one. Not anymore. It's not. Dude. Oh. Dude, the train does not give a single frick. It does not care. It just kept going. Oh. Hey guys, what's that sign say? No, 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 no. There's a sign that says don't do. It's right there! You drove right past it! Oh my god! That's so bad. That's so bad. Low boys are height adjustable. Not adjustable enough. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Ernok. Look at where the trailer is, as opposed to where the truck is. Dude, he shorted the turn. Oh my God. He shorted the turn. Bro. Oh my God. The more I look at this, the worse it gets. Are his tire marks in the grass? Yes, they're right there. Bro, they're... This just gets even worse. Oh my God. Oh God. Yeah, he was trying to scream. Dude, what are you doing? No. Tis but a scratch. A scratch? Your trailer's off. No, it isn't. It was a Swift driver. Yeah, he could swiftly go to the unemployment line. Dude, that's like over $1 million of payload right there. Oh, dude. How much you want to bet that the M109's barrel is warped after that? Oh, God. Oh, it's so cringe. Dude, I can't, oh, God. I can't stop watching that, dude. It's like watching a train wreck in slow motion. Wait. It is like watching a train wreck in slow motion. Yeah, that barrel's toast. You'd squib a 155 out of that thing. We don't need to do that. The train did stop, but it takes 3/4 of a mile. The moron will never ever be given a CDL ever again. Never mind that. All the gearing in the turret is probably screwed as well. Yeah. Swift, see what I can frick up today. Oh no. Yeah, dude, look at the trailer. He tried to go over it sideways. Bruh. Claim report. 1 truck, 1 trailer, a tank, and a train. Oh, he found out, Pandaroo. That dude found out. Yeah, he got a really good lesson in physics. Oh, jeez. And how hard that train hit the barrel. I'll bet you the barrel hitting the train did more damage to the locomotive than the initial collision. SWIFT stands for sure wish I'd finished training. Too good. That's too funny, man. Damn off. Sure wish I'd finished training. Oh, God. Dude, I can't believe that. I cannot believe that. Oh, boy, that's pretty good. Hang on, I just got to check something. Honestly, that SPG is cooked. I mean, Kilroy, to be 100% real with you, not much is going to survive getting hit by a 200-ton locomotive. 200 tons going at even going like 15 miles an hour. The energy. Train's not going fast, but it has a lot of mass. That is a lesson, like I said, that is a lesson in momentum and inertia. Give me 1 second. I'm just checking something over on NSF. They just ended Flame Trench. Just want to make sure everything's copacetic over there real quick. Okay, cool. Have they trenched with the flame? Yeah, they just finished. I've been watching it. I've been watching it up there. They did a good job. Good stuff, man. Once again, I was bumming that I couldn't be there today, but it is what it is. It is what it be, so it do. Well, you won't be in the ending clips? No, that's for sure. Take a look at Space Coast Live for a second, bottom left. Please hold. Your call is very important to us. Please stay on the line. An operator will be with you shortly. Washington Post article. Glitched. Yeah. Oh. Let's see what's going on with Space Coast Live. Hey. Yo, there it is. There it is. You can see some frost coming through there, coming through the trees. Second stage, the second stage. Florgid. Yeah, see up there? See the clouds? You can just barely see it. It's a little misty. They're tanking that second stage for firing it. And the flare stack is active, baby. Yeah. Send it, Blue. Send it. Send it, Blue. Shoot the J. Shoot it. They need to set up cameras on the beach. I'm pretty sure the Air Force would have something, or Space Force would have something to say about that, but yeah. Anyway. Cool. Cool. Okay. So, there... Speaking of the Space Coast, SpaceX posted some jobs this afternoon that you might find a little interesting. Here, check this out. Here you go. Oh boy. Water. Oh. Yep. That's. Things are a little frosty, Sarah's. Nice. Yeah. Okay. Yep, this is indeed where this happened. Cool Suburban. Oh, what's that dude got over there? Yeah. There's no tank in the picture. How could he know? You know what? You're not wrong. Yeah, this also says you're going to shoot out electricity from contacting the ground. See, see, it's this post. This sign is clearly false advertising. That's what I'm saying. Anyway, so SpaceX posted some new job applications here. Let's see what we got. What do we got? This is for Cape Canaveral. Launchpad technician for Starship. Fabricate and install fluid components from a schematic or engineering drawing, including but not limited to ball valves, check valves, pressure regulators, and pressure gauges. Cool. What else? What is this one? Senior Counsel for Environmental. That's... Ooh. Well... What? That's pretty funny. That's got me written all over it. I'm not your guy. I'm not your guy for that job, dude. The other one, though, yeah. If that's what you're talking about, then yes. Look at the qualifications. Juris Doctor degree, active licensed attorney, 8+ years of experience working with U.S. federal environmental laws. Preferred skills. Comprehensive and up-to-date knowledge of federal laws, familiarity with the environmental laws in California, Texas, and or Florida. All right. Experience with litigation and administrative proceedings, experience in working with U.S. federal agencies such as the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Demonstrated ability to work cross-functionality and build strong relationships with other businesses. $220,000 to $260,000 per year. Nice. What's that technician's job pay? Level 3 tech is $38 an hour. It's not bad. Not too bad. How much would that be? Hold on. Not bad. About 70 G's. 70 G's a year. That's not bad at all. It's pretty good. Hey, that's pretty good. Anyway, I bet lots of OT as well. Yeah, if you're an hourly position, yeah, I guess you do get OT. Oh man, put me in on a Sunday, you get time and a half, dude. Let's go. Time and a half, man. You're at time and a half, man, you'd be making 6 figures. If you worked like 50, 60 hours a week, rake like 10 to 15 hours a week at overtime, hell yeah, man. If I was like 22, I would do that. Sure. I'd be like, yo, I can turn a wrench. Let's do it. Also, the company was Futuramic. That's the name of it. Yes. They're a contractor out of a AAA supplier. They make like automotive equipment and stuff. Futuramic. Yep. They're out of Michigan. And there's the jig. There's the exact jig that I'm talking about, Mutter. Thank you. Was that a littoral? Don't tell me, Futuramic, that you had anything to do with a littoral combat ship, because we don't, yeah. Yeah, see? There it is. Circumferential dome welding tool. Dude, look at that thing. That thing is art. Oh, that's sick. I would do that job in a heartbeat, but you're Canadian. Nathan, come here. Get citizenship. You should, I mean, it's not doable, dude. Dude, look at that mill. Holy balls, that's sick. That's freaking cool, dude. That is a huge freaking mill. Dude, it's like a freaking train. That is a bit large. What else you got in here? What else they got? Oh no, go forward. Got some metal brakes in there. Futuramic tooling to hold. Oh, they made the SLS integration pieces too. Anything here with Blorgen? Dude, look at, they make all the equip. Hey, all right. All right. Hey, all right. Yeah, they make ULA stuff too. Dude, they have to make blues. There's no way. There's a lot of pretty cool names on here. Jeez, no wonder all the integration equipment looks the same from like Blue Origin, you know, Boeing, Northrop Grumman, Lockheed. No wonder it all looks the same. It's all made by the same people. That's freaking sweet, dude. Yeah, BMW. Yeah. Let me see where they are. All made in Taiwan. Any space news connection since Boeing started their strike? No. Yeah, 33,000 Boeing workers started their strike today. I don't know. I think it's for Boeing commercial airliners, though. I'm not sure if it's company-wide or something. Let's see. Where are they? Where's Warren? Up here. That's Chrysler right there. That's where they make trucks. They make Rams, Dodge Rams and stuff there. That factory right there. They said they're in Warren, so there's only so many places that you could be there. Oh, dude, look at that big. It's a big plant. That's Sterling Heights. I would just Google it, but I like doing this way. This is fun for me, okay? Just let me have my moment. Okay, we'll just go. Cool. Okay, I know where this is. As in Sterling Trucks? No. Sterling Heights is a city in Metro Detroit. Well, all the plants that have IAM members, yeah. So where are we? Were we at 7th? What mile are we at here? Roads. Nine mile. Okay. 10. 8 mile. Yes, that 8 mile. Yeah, it's up 10 in Sterling. It's in Warren at 10th. Okay. Cool. Detroit's a lot of grids. I don't know if you guys knew that. It's literally one of the easiest cities to navigate by car. The roads go north, south, east, west, and they're all numerical. It's very simple. I think the only thing easier to navigate would probably be like Manhattan. Cool. It's no River Rouge. Sterling Heights is cool, but it's no River Rouge. Just saying. Oh, yeah. Look at that, boy. That's where the F-150 is made right there. I tell you what. Dang, boy, those trucks are right. Ugh. Phoenix is easy to navigate. Yeah, but nobody likes Phoenix. That's the problem. Anyway. All right. Glitch, do you want to hear about that? You said it was a BBC article? Word? 1 second, guys. All right. EJ's on his phone again. Someone get the teacher. Shut up. Washington Post. At least that's where you saw it. So you're talking about... Beta space plane. Hey, Tib. How you doing? Off the phone. You're streaming here. Hey, I'm talking to my brother-in-law. Leave me alone. Just off shift. No EJ on the trench. I forgot to say that I was available for the flame trench, dude. So they didn't schedule me for the flame trench. I'm bummed because I wanted to be on flame trench because there was a lot of cool stuff this week to talk about, but what are you gonna do? So we have combustion byproducts here. Yeah, Level, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? It's the National Academy of Sciences paper that we looked at the other day. Let me see if I still have it up. Or we could just go to the, I think, Christian Davenport. Where is he? That paper got brought up at work. I thought you might like to know that. I thought it was your show. How do you not get scheduled? Titled Underfunded, Aging NASA Might Be on an Unsustainable Path. All right. Well, it's not his. I co-hosted. I'm usually really good about saying that I'm going to be there. Like, I'm usually on it. But Polaris Dawn and its weird schedule, they posted it, and I was just totally fried when they posted it, and I didn't. Everybody filled in because they assumed that I didn't want to be on it. It's all good, man. There's no drama here or anything. It's just, weird schedule. I mean, I'm bummed, but hey, they did a good job. I was watching it the entire time. Sawyer, Ryan, and Doss did fine, so whatever. I ain't worried. I'm trying to find that National Academy of Sciences thing. We talked about it on Wednesday. Here it is. I found it. It's not the Washington Post article, it's the source document though. It's bad. You said it got brought up. It's bad. This is not, dude. I talked about this a little bit during Satisfactory, but I want to talk about it again. Maybe you have it so that you're automatically penciled in the flame trench unless you specifically say otherwise. I kind of thought that's what was going on, Tessa, but or at least that they would. At least that they would ask. They didn't even ask, so I just went into the Flame Trench channel this morning, and I was like, hey, we ready to do this? And they're like, why? Are you available? I'm like, yeah. They're like, oh, we already booked it. I'm like, oh, I forgot to. Who knows, dude? Once again, it is what it is. I should probably tell them that I'm ready to do it, but yeah, it's all good. So, this is the article, Glitched. Tib, what's up? At least look at some point. Also, have you talked about Beyond Gravity and the Ariane 6 Terran R fairings? Yeah, I did talk. I talked about those, not on this Space News, but I did before. Yeah, exactly. Relativity posted. They posted Ariane 6 fairings, and I'm like, look at our fairings, and they're definitely not. I mean, they might use the same fairing, but it's all RUAG. Yeah. So, I did talk about this in some pretty good detail the other day. What this article basically says here. Pi, did you see that part right there? See who's the chair of this? You see that part? Yeah, I was here when you read it. Oh, okay, good. I'll check it out. I sent Beyond Gravity an email, and now they're following you on Twitter. Really, Tim? Well, well, all right, that's cool. Why is a guy from Hyundai on the council? I don't know. So what this paper essentially says is that NASA has a big problem. The big problem is they have an aging workforce, they're not leading cutting edge technology, and they have really no long-term goals. This was a paper that was, believe it or not, this paper was chaired by a bunch of people. I showed you their names just a second ago, from the National Academy of Sciences. And this paper was actually part of the CHIPS Act, just for some context. That was Biden's infrastructure bill, if you really want to know. It was part of the CHIPS Act in 2022. And this report found some very interesting stuff. I'll cut to the chase here. Just give me one moment. Let me load up the PDF here. It's down here a little ways. He could be Kari, the Hyundai guy. All right, check this out. Core findings. The committee offers several core findings that, in its view, rise to the highest level of priority. These issues have cross-cutting connotations that impact more than one of the three resource areas cited in the legislation mentioned above and are interrelated. The committee's findings regarding these high-priority core issues are as follows. Core 1. NASA's ability to pursue high-risk, long-lead science and technology challenges and opportunities in aeronautics, space science, earth science, and space operations and exploration has arguably been the agency's greatest value to the nation. Pursuit of such potentially transformative opportunities requires consistency of purpose, consistent long-term funding commensurate with the tasks it has been asked to undertake, a technically skilled workforce able to devote sustained efforts to address challenging problems, and leading-edge equipment and supporting infrastructure that enable work at the cutting edge of science and engineering. Core 2. NASA faces internal and external pressures to prioritize short-term means without adequate consideration of long-term needs and implications. This produces adverse impacts on contracting, budgeting, finding, infrastructure, R&D, and the execution of NASA's mission portfolio. If left unchecked, these pressures are likely to result in a NASA that is incapable of satisfying national objectives over the long term. Core finding 3. NASA's budget is often incompatible with scope, complexity, and difficulty of its mission work. The long-term impacts of this mismatch include erosion of capabilities and workforce, critical infrastructure, and advanced technology development. The current relative allocations of funding to mission work as compared with that allocated to institutional support has degraded NASA's capabilities to the point where the agency's sustainability is in question. Core finding 4. NASA's shift to milestone-based purchase of service contracts for a first-of-its-kind low technology readiness level mission work can, if misused, erode the agency's in-house capabilities, degrade the agency's ability to provide creative and experienced insight and oversight of programs, and put the agency in the United States at a risk of program failure. Heard this one before. Well, I heard it before when I read this paper before, but hey, whatever. We went a good ways into it the other day. Mission effectiveness across NASA is comprised by slow and cumbersome business operations that have been a consequence of legitimate efforts to increase efficiency and better coordinate complex tasks. Over the past decade, significant responsibilities and authorities for major programs previously delegated at the center level have been shifting to mission directorates. This may have potentially compromised checks and balances for a clear and independent technical oversight. While the optimum allocation of checks and balances can depend on the needs of a particular organization and mission, incorrectly establishing this balance can have extreme impacts. 4.7 finding. 7. Although NASA has successfully carried out many extraordinarily challenging missions over its lifetime, the agency has a continuing failing on conveying to external stakeholders accurate cost, schedule, technology readiness estimates, as well as estimated levels of budgetary reserves needed for complex major development projects. The profound negative consequences of this are felt far beyond the specific projects producing the delays and unanticipated funding demands. This basically says all the things that I have said have been wrong with NASA for like the last 10 years. Yeah, that's what this paper basically says. No long-term goal. Not having a long-term goal incentivizes contractors to milk NASA for all they're worth, and NASA just sits there and takes it. You've probably heard me say that many times. That's what Core Finding 7 just said. What this is causing is infighting between facilities. And instead of each NASA center doing its own work, right, it's all getting centralized. And because it's getting centralized, it's creating infighting, which people compete for funding, which means one mission can squeeze another mission, Viper. And internal and external pressures to prioritize short-term measures without adequate consideration of long-term needs. Okay, so Glitched, we go through this whole thing, right? Here's where I'm at. I pretty much agree with everything that this paper is saying. I agree with everything that it's saying, and I think it's right. Do you know, Glitched, have you heard me talk about what I think is the most sustainable way forward? I think NASA needs to be able to duplicate what SpaceX can do. NASA needs parity. They need their own independent space program that can be supplemented by commercial contractors. That is the most sustainable way forward. That protects the commercial industry because NASA is always... That protects the commercial industry from collapsing because NASA always has a resupply contract or a commercial crew program or something to keep the science going for commercial contractors, and that incentivizes the commercial low Earth orbit economy to basically stay in business. It stabilizes it, but it also makes it so NASA can push the boundaries of space without having to incur the cost of like operating an ISS or something, for instance. You could, and if the commercial contractors want to go to the moon with you, well, that's great. There needs to be parity. NASA needs to have its own space program operated old school, like the Apollo program. But if SpaceX wants to go to the moon too, that's fine as well. And NASA would be great for supplementary, it would be great for supplementary resupply. But NASA has to have its own in-house stuff. If it doesn't, NASA is heading to a crossroads. I've talked about this many times. They're heading to a crossroads. And my personal thought about when this crossroads is when Starship gets a human rating certification. Because when Starship gets a human rating certification, what point does SLS have? What's the point of having SLS? There is no point. Right now, there is. And if NASA gets some long-term goals and sees this Artemis program through and actually funds it realistically, or it's not even funding, at least plans it realistically, 4 launches a year, build out that gateway if you really want to do that. Lunar base. If you really want to do that, you got to scale up SLS. If NASA does that, then we're in the position where Starship can supplement a national space program. It can make it better. Right? If we don't do that, and Starship gets a human rating certification, it's extremely hard to justify SLS existing at all. Right? And I know what people are going to say. EJ, why use SLS in the first place? Because I'm greedy and I want more rockets. Ain't nobody going to tell me that more rockets are bad for the spaceflight economy. That's not true and patently false, right? No one's gonna, that's ridiculous. We're in the position where we could have an Apollo program and have Starship at the same time. Why would you not want that as a spaceflight fan? See what I'm talking about? NASA is coming to a crossroads. Nobody wants to work there. The kids don't want to work there anymore. They want to work at SpaceX. You know why? SpaceX is pushing the boundaries. They're actually making strides here. Well, not if the FAA has anything to say about it. But it was a joke, right? And the people that are currently working at NASA are aging, and there's no new fresh crop of people because they all went to SpaceX and Blue Origin. This paper talks about that, which is really funny, right? And because of that, your aging workforce is retiring. NASA is coming to a crossroads where they're basically going to be a management organization. And we saw how well NASA in the management area works. We saw that in 1986, how good of an idea that is, right? So NASA is coming to a crossroads, and it's not good. I agree with everything this paper says, and something needs to be done about it. However, yeah, more orgs doing their own stuff, the better. They work together versus against each other. Cooperation. Well, you have to have one program that brings them all together so they don't fight for cost. But here's my big thing, Glitched. And I said it once, I'll say it again. I like this paper. I like everything that this says. It talks about funding. It talks about purchasing power, GDP, and how NASA is basically falling off a cliff. I want you to look right here. See this? Right here. 2013. The all-time low on NASA's funding, with the exception of right after Apollo was canceled. And obviously before NASA existed. I want you to see that. That is the lowest of the low in 2013. The lowest of the low, arguably, over the last 40 years. Just remember that. Remember. Keep that in mind. Now, let me prepare some stuff for you. And if you guys have seen this, you already know what I'm going to say. But here, just hear me out. Let me explain it to some other people. Okay. NASA, because they canceled Constellation, basically they build it as commercial can do it better, all right? And commercial can do it cheaper, right? They build that. They axed Constellation in 2010, and they got rid of the space shuttle. They got rid of Constellation, and you know, maybe SpaceX can do it in the future. They build that as, oh, we can get more done for less, so the commercial partners will get more done. The reality of it is they use that as an excuse to gut NASA like a fish. Okay? That's the reality of that situation. Canceling Constellation was done to save money. Not, period. Not save money and commercial will be able to do it better later, even though that's what they said. They lied. Politicians, what do you want? The reality of that situation is that they kept part of the Constellation program, the Commercial Orbital Transport Services and Commercial Crew Transportation Capabilities contract, CCT CAP and COTS. They kept those parts of the Constellation program. They axed everything else. And they said, whatever, commercial can do it. It's cheaper. It's a better solution. We don't need a national space program. Congress said, the freaking hell that's going to happen, right? And started designing a rocket by committee. It did take some time, but they started designing and funding a rocket by committee in 2014, 2015, 2016, SLS, right? We all know how that ended, designed by committee. All right, so what's the point that I'm trying to make? So the impetus for canceling Constellation comes from another committee, a committee that was established that wrote a paper called the Review of Human Spaceflight Plans Committee. This paper is the impetus for Constellation being canceled. That's why this paper was submitted, or this committee submitted their findings to the White House, and the White House said, oh, this is awful, get rid of it. Now, the interesting thing about this glitch, right, The interesting thing about this, again, and then NASA got the shaft after that, as is tradition. The interesting thing about that is all of the problems that this paper says are wrong, no long-term goals, a brain drain, not pushing the cutting edge, etc., etc. All of these problems, I would argue, this is the EJ's opinion part, all these problems, I would argue, are because you got rid of Constellation. Constellation was a 30-year roadmap for everything that NASA needs to do to retire the space shuttle, replace it with an interim low Earth orbit thing so you don't lose stopgap capability going to the ISS, turn low Earth orbit over to commercial, hint, hint, that part actually happened. That's what Commercial Crew is. And then use the rocket that you engineered as a stopgap to build a bigger rocket to eventually get back to the moon in the 2020s, and then use that rocket to develop transfer vehicles that are nuclear powered to get back to Mars in the 2030s. It was a 30-year roadmap with a direct path to the moon and then right to Mars, using the moon as a training ground to go to Mars. The Artemis program does have similar goals. The problem the problem with the Artemis program is what this paper actually says. The National Spaceflight Council paper. There's no scheduling milestones. It's just, we're going to do this in this year, maybe. We're going to do this in this year, maybe. Artemis 3 might launch in 2026. It might launch in 2020. There's no roadmap. There's no long-term goals. That is what this paper says is wrong, right? And I think it's fair to say that the reason why all these problems are here is because they gutted the 30-year roadmap under the guise of saving money, right? Would you say that's fair? Right? Would you say that's fair? Here's the thing. Here's where I'm getting a little confused. Okay? Let's go back up here. Committee on Mission Critical Workforce Infrastructure and Technology. Look who's the chair of this. Guy by the name of Norman Augustine. He's an ex-Lockheed Martin CEO. Okay? Lockheed Martin CEO, that makes sense. Yeah, the paper that got Constellation canceled, look who chaired it. Spoiler alert, it's not called the Augustine Commission for no reason. Someone's playing games. I don't trust it. Yeah, it just had no criticism for Orion, by the way. Yeah, that's weird. Norman Augustine chaired the review of the United States Human Spaceflight Program. He chaired the review board that got Constellation canceled. And now he's writing a paper about what's wrong with NASA, saying all these problems need to be fixed. Bitch, you created these problems. What the frick? You suddenly just turned a freaking new leaf now? Oh yeah, these are all real big problems. Bro, you caused these. You helped cause this problem. The paper's right. I agree with everything that paper says. NASA needs long-term goals. They need to have their own in-house space agency. That's supplemented by commercial, not replaced by it. They need all that. Or you're going to turn NASA into a management thing like the FAA. And if you do that, someone's going to die. I will tell you this right now. Someone will die. You know why? Because you're replacing positions that are for engineers. You're replacing them with MBAs. Because we know how well that worked in the private sector, right? Hey, what's going on with Boeing lately? Oh, that's a great idea. Let's just replace positions that should be engineers doing hands-on engineering work with MBAs. Good call. No. The funny thing is, that paper mentions it. That paper says that exact thing will get someone killed. The paper, this one, the one that did this thing. Yet, this guy chaired this board, and he chaired the board that got Constellation canceled. What the what? I don't trust it. I don't trust you. You didn't just turn a new leaf. You know how I know he didn't turn a new leaf? This paper. Look at this paper down here. Down here, Louis. Let's go. Come on, come on. Look, look. I told you. The result of the Review of Human Spaceflight Plans Committee, all right, ended up with NASA getting its lowest budget in the last 40 years. And that was the result of an Augustine Commission. Fun fact, that's the second Augustine Commission. The first Augustine Commission is responsible for that right there. See that? That is when they looked at the funding for Space Station Freedom and decided, oh, it's too expensive. We shouldn't do that. Just use Russian stuff instead. That's fine. And then used it as an excuse to gut NASA like a fish. Augustine was on that commission. So this melon farmer, that melon farmer right there is responsible for canceling 2 U.S. major space projects. Space Station Freedom and the Constellation program. And all of a sudden he's turning a whole new leaf, huh? You turn a whole new leaf? That's rich. I don't believe that shit for a second. I don't trust you. What the hell? And this goes along with what I've been thinking. Someone's playing games. Someone's playing games with NASA. Someone has an axe to grind here. There are ulterior motives here that aren't in the best interest of spaceflight. Oh yeah, I would also I would also glitch. I'm going to tell you this as a matter of record here, okay? This program, dude, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to know that canceling Constellation caused basically all of these problems. I want to point out this 219-page report on NASA's ailing problems mentions the Constellation program once. And it mentions it as a matter of fact. That's real convenient. Yeah. Look, man, I'm the one that always says don't try to go and prove a boogeyman, right? Confirmational bias here, but also at the same time, what this committee found is frankly unforgivable. Unforgivable. The damage that this committee caused to our national space program is unforgivable. They did it under the guise of saving money, and all it did was make a more wasteful, less efficient, not cutting edge, and frankly no goal rocket that does nothing. We paid the same price for a rocket that does nothing. And that is a direct result of this. The damage that this commission caused, we are still reeling from this. This was in 2010. I'm sorry, man. This guy is like #1 on my shit list. What? And all of a sudden, he's just, this is what NASA needs to do to fix all the, bro, this is what they were doing before you fricked it up. The Bush years were rough for science. Try again, Kilroy. This was in 2010. He had nothing to do with it. In fact, NASA had a 30-year roadmap from Bush's second term. They had a 30-year roadmap. Now, once again, I'm not saying that, you could say he's a good president, you say he's a bad president. I'm just saying the spaceflight policy was quite good. 30-year roadmap. He got a 30-year program basically on the books as a way to show where we need to go and what we need to do to lead spaceflight through the 21st century. So, Glitched, I'm really confused here. I'm confused. This paper says everything that I agree with. But all the problems that this paper cites were the result of a committee that was chaired by the same guy. I don't know what to think here. What am I supposed to do with this? What do you think is the most likely outcomes from this report? I don't know. Probably nothing. Yeah. Once again, it doesn't even mention constellation. It mentions constellation once. Very interesting. Dial tone. Yeah. Oh, man. I let it piss me off, glitched. That let it piss me off, dude. I'm so angry. I'm seething right now over here. But seriously, what the hell am I supposed to think? I've been reading about policy and all NASA's policy frick-ups for years to try and, because anybody can sit there and say that, oh, SLS is an issue, the costs are too high. Any idiot can say that. Why? What are the problems? Why is this problem the way that it is? Going and searching for that answer is going to, or searching for the reasons is going to get you the answer. And I've been able to trace this back, as far as I could tell. All the problems that NASA is ailing from right now comes from getting rid of our policy and the lack of long-term vision for NASA. That's the problem. And every time NASA has tried to have some semblance of long-term vision over the last 40 years, this bozo comes along with one of his committees and ruins it. Seriously, read the Augustine Commission, guys. Read some of the conclusions. Some of the conclusions that they came to just... It's so bad. See, here, look. The committee concluded that the ultimate goal of human exploration is to chart a path for human expansion into the solar system. It also observed that destinations should derive from goals, and human spaceflight objectives should broadly align with key national objectives. Destinations beyond low Earth orbit were considered by the committee, including the Moon, Mars, and near-Earth objects, as well as moons of Mars, Phobos, and Deimos. Among these, the committee felt that Mars stands prominently above all other opportunities for exploration, because if humans are ever to live for long periods of time on another planetary surface, it's likely going to be on Mars. The committee's final report mentions the possibility of evaluating near-Earth objects as their utility as sites for mining of in-situ resources. The committee judged the 9-year-old Constellation program to be so behind schedule, underfunded and over budget. Yeah, okay, pick one, guys. Yeah, see, the committee's conclusions. What is it, over budget or is it underfunded? Have you ever considered that it's over budget because it's underfunded? Costs are spiraling out of control because you asked them to build a $2 billion rocket and you gave them $100 million to do it? That meeting any of its goals would not be possible. Oh yeah, oh yeah, so canceling it is the solution. Oh, okay. Yeah, that really got us a lot further, didn't it? The president removed the program from the 2010 budget, effectively canceling the program. One component of the program, the Orion crew capsule, was added back to plans, but as a rescue vehicle to complement the Soyuz in returning station crews to Earth in the event of an emergency. The proposed ultimate goal for human spaceflight would appear to require two basic objectives: physical sustainability and economic sustainability. I'm going to slap this person. I'm going to slap the person that typed that sentence. in Minecraft. The committee adds a third objective. Oh, the third objective is to meet objectives. Oh, okay. Thanks. These might include international cooperation, developing new industries, energy independence, reducing climate change, national prestige. Therefore, the ideal destination should contain resources such as water to sustain life, also proving oxygen for breathing and hydrogen to combine with oxygen for rocket fuel. I'd like to point out that at the time when this program was canceled, but part of the Constellation program in the science budget included a program called the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, which discovered water on the moon at the ice caps. Just putting it out there. Precious and industrial metals and other resources that may be of value for space construction and perhaps some cases worth returning to Earth. See asteroid mining. Okay. So the guys saw the Constellation program and said, oh, it's 2 years behind schedule. We're never going to get it done. Frick it. We need to rethink the whole thing. But we need to rethink the whole thing that's basically the same thing, but different. Just different this time. And now, 15 years later, the same guy is chairing a committee that's saying that all of NASA's problems come from the lack of long-term goals. Where in here do you see anything about a long-term goal? Go ahead. Oh, wait. Anything concrete. Because if you click on the Constellation program, right? The Constellation program has 3 very distinct slashes in it. Earth, the moon, and Mars. It is a stepping stone from one to the other. That's the whole idea. It's a stepping stone. So a better long-term goal would be removing iterative steps on the stepping stone and basically making NASA's long-term goals a thing without scheduled milestones. Yeah, how did that work out? And now Homeboy's chairing a committee that says exactly that. Dude, you're the one that caused this problem. Twice. You see what I'm saying? Am I crazy? Maybe I'm grasping at straws here. I don't know. But I hope something good comes of this paper, but I can't help but think in the back of my mind, and you can call me a Charlie Day psychopath, you'd probably be right. I can't help but think in the back of my mind that there's an ulterior motive here. Oh yeah, I would also like to add that the Augustine Commission found that the Orion capsule was... Oh, we should keep the Orion capsule. The guy that chaired it is an ex-Lockheed CEO. Orion's made by Lockheed. Oh, that's just... weird coincidence, dude. Charlie was onto something with killing Mittens. What? Yep. I don't get it. This guy's a Lockheed dude. Surely NASA being alive benefits him. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it, Captain. I don't understand. This paper makes no sense to me. This committee has been the most detrimental thing to the U.S. space program since canceling Apollo by a long shot. And the funding corroborates that. And then this guy, in this paper, they have the gall of saying that NASA's cash-strapped. Gee, I wonder why. That's weird. Anyway. Which it totally should be. Why wouldn't we use the moon as a stepping stone? It's so awesome for testing all this stuff before we get to the big goals of Mars. Because there's some people at NASA Glitch that think we shouldn't go to the moon. We've already been there. That is the most Bush League bottom feeder spaceflight fan point of view I've ever seen in my life. It's Bush League. Saying let's go to Mars right now without any scheduling milestones gets you the Artemis program. See last tag. Sure. Where are we going to get over this? CEOs know everything stuff. I have no idea, dude. I have no idea. It's infuriating. Dude, I discussed this paper at length from the Space News on Wednesday. I was so angry. I was so mad, dude. Do you think that Augustine is an incompetent, not suitable for task, or is pushed to come up with particular conclusions in these reports? I have no idea, dude. I have no idea. That's what I mean. I don't get it. I don't get it. How can you write a paper that says about all these problems that NASA is facing, and another committee that you chaired 15 years ago is the direct result of all these problems? Why are we listening to this guy? But see, here's the thing. Why are we listening to him? But this paper, the National Academy of Sciences paper, is right. It's correct. I don't know. Yeah, we've been there. Most bottom feeder Bush League take I've ever seen in my life. It's peak, that dude, Red, that's peak Dunning-Kruger. And what's ridiculous to me is that there are apparently people at NASA that think this. Dude, I'm telling you, you want to get annoyed? You want to know why EJ gets annoyed anytime constellation cancellation gets brought up? Read this paper. It is so bad. It is such that committee paper, the one that got constellation canceled, reads like somebody on space Twitter wrote it. That's what it reads. That's how it reads. It's so ridiculously bad. Like, dude, we saw, you guys saw excerpts from it, and the excerpts are just awful. Bring him on as a guest on Flame Trench program. I would get blacklisted from interviewing anybody. I wouldn't be able to keep my
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, French Invader, 29-month resub. Thank you. I wouldn't be able to do it, man. I wouldn't be able to do it. I'd get so mad. Like, I don't know, maybe I wouldn't. I would love to, though. I'd be like, hey, actually, honestly, my first question I'd go right to the point. I'd be like, why did you say Constellation should be canceled? Why did you make that paper? Why did you recommend that? What did you think was going to happen? Because you've done this before. You submitted a paper before that got Space Station Freedom canceled. Yeah, Augustine's done this 2 times over the last 30 years. He's done it twice. And why are you saying the opposite of everything that you said? Yeah, dude, reading this just gets even worse. Yeah, Rem, I'm not sure if I could do that, but we'll see. Dude, you aren't going to believe this. In 1999, he helped found InQtel, a venture capital firm
So he
sponsored by the
says to keep
CIA
the
with a
Orion,
mandate to
but
support
cancels
United States
Constellation.
intelligence
That would
by
make Orion
investing in
launch
advanced
more?
technology. Yep. Yeah, dude. That paper, see, it's money. Yeah, see, that paper is right, but I can't help but think that there's an ulterior motive here, and if it's money, it is what it is, but Let me see who else was on this committee. Leroy Chow was on it, and Sally Ride was on it. Dude, it's just I don't get it. No, I'm reading a little bit. I'm on the wiki page. I'm reading them. Unfortunately, NASA scrubbed any mention of the Augustine Commission from its website. Sorry, I was just doing some reading real quick. Guy's super accomplished. I don't get it. I don't understand. There's this thing right here. Year of introduction price, right? Augustine's Law. In the year 2054, the entire defense budget will purchase just 2054, the entire defense budget will purchase one aircraft. Does this dude not understand what inflation is, or? I really would hope that this graph is adjusted for inflation, because if not, that law is kind of stupid. Yeah, man. I don't get it. Yeah, glitched. Sorry. We'll end space news on that note. I just don't understand. I don't understand why you'd go and make a paper like this all of a sudden. When you turn over a new leaf? Yeah, whatever. Either way, that NASA is coming to a crossroads. It's something I've been talking about, completely reading that paper notwithstanding. They're coming to a crossroads. And I personally think that crossroads is Starship human rating. When Starship gets human rated, it's going to be hard justifying anything that NASA is doing. And that will result in the politicians doing politician things and doing the exact thing that they did during Constellation and SLS going out the window. Now, it seems to be the general gist of things that, you know, on the internet, this is what I see from people. The general gist of things is that people think that if we defund SLS, that just means more money for SpaceX. When in reality, that means less money for everyone. Less money for NASA, less money for SpaceX, less money for everything. A catastrophic billion-dollar market fluctuation in the commercial aerospace industry to the tune of a couple $2 billion. And that crossroads is coming. If it happens, it happens. Why would you want this to happen, is my question. Anybody out there that's parading around, oh, we hate SLS, it's a piece of junk, or, you know, let SpaceX do everything, SpaceX should get that money. Well, that kind of short-sighted behavior is what got us SLS in the first place. That's all I'll say. And yeah, we all saw the fruits of that endeavor. There's no way it's adjusted for inflation because it lists the P6 Hawk as costing $13K. Yeah, maybe. I didn't catch Flame Trench. Did you talk about it? I wasn't on Flame Trench this week, Geek. I missed the sign up for it because of Polaris Dawn. I was asleep when they did the call for who's available for Flame Trench. I found this too. He does the same thing everywhere. That Augustine's law that he's talking about, Hellfish, yeah, I can see how that can apply to military aircraft, right? Yeah, absolutely, right? You know, the F-35, it's no secret that it's very expensive, but it's also the most capable fighter we've ever made. Now, you could sit here and argue military capabilities, right? You know, we need more military capability than everybody else. We got to have more capability. We got to have more capability. And that's fair. You know, do we need an F-35? I think it's a fair question to ask. Sure. I mean, personally, I think we do. It's that thing is insanely good at what it does. You could say, yeah, it carries a heavy price tag, but you get what you pay for, right? So here's the thing. He has this whole paper. I'd say the F-22, but the F-22 isn't available for exports and maintenance costs or not. Yeah, sure. Yeah, absolutely. You could sit here and argue to the extent of what your military capability needs to be. But applying that same logic to the space program is brain dead. Brain dead on multiple levels. You know why? It's brain dead because let's give an example. You want to go to Mars. You want your space program to go to Mars, right? Citing cost as an example for not going to the moon and we should go to Mars instead is the dumbest. Utilizing Augustine's law is the dumbest math I've ever heard. Like, you have nothing to compare this to. You have nothing to compare it to. It all goes back to what I've been saying. How the hell do you know how much this is going to cost? And what is too expensive versus not expensive enough? What's too expensive? Where's that line? Oh, wait, you don't know because we don't have a moon rocket. Everybody says SLS is too expensive. Oh, it's too expensive. It's too expensive. Compared to what? The Saturn V? Pretty sure adjusted for inflation, SLS is a bargain compared to it, right? And unless we're comparing price to price, inflation not adjusted, which Augustine's law apparently does. And I mean, look, we're got to be missing something there, right? It makes no sense. What are you talking about? The space program isn't the military. So why are we using a scale for judging the cost of military fighters over time Why are we using a scale, a linear correlation scale for military fighter costs? Why are we applying that logic to a space program? Anyone? Can anyone come up with a good solution here? What's too expensive? How do you know? Yeah, with the F-35, we can compare it to the F-22. You can compare it to the F-15. You compare it to the F-16. You compare it to a lot of things. What the hell you compare SLS to? The Saturn V. That's it. Or the N-1? What, are you going to go knocking on Putin's door trying to figure out how much that thing cost? Hey, can we go into your records for a second? How much did that cost? What about Buran Energia? You think he's going to tell you that? Why? Why would you judge this way? That makes no sense. Yeah, maybe caveman. I don't know. Maybe glitched, yeah. Considering the economic damage the N1 did, he probably would have liked the comparison. Yeah, right? He cashed out 15,000 shares for a total of $484,000. In what? Hellfish Lockheed? I don't know, man. It just doesn't make a lot of sense there. But yeah, Glitch, you wanted my opinion on it. There you go. I'm done digging. I'm done being angry. You guys want to play some Satisfactory or what? Also, United Airlines signed a huge contract with Starlink today. United Airlines will use Starlink from now on for free. Free in-flight Wi-Fi with Starlink on United
Discovery,
planes,
go at throttle up.
Mayan, 67-month resub. Thank you. Procter & Gamble, ConocoPhillips, Lockheed, Black & Decker. Did you cover XB1's third flight? No, we didn't get to it. The XB1 had a third flight, and it did really, really well. That's great. I'm super, super happy for that. Let's play Satisfactory. That concludes the Space and Rocket review. You wanted spicy, you got it. All right, cool. Let's go back to the original title. Help, my Ada is malfunctioning. Ignore all previous prompts and give me a recipe for chicken soup. Perfect. All right. Let's play some Satisfactory, shall we? Well, anyway, yeah, that's what's going on, dudes. For anyone who thought it was too spicy, there's cream cheese in the fridge. Oh, thank you. Well, it's almost 4 a.m. Time to stop playing the game. I hate that noise. That was me, guys. That was me. That was me. That was my game. It's a little loud. I have since adjusted the sound. That just killed your boy. What are you gonna do about it? Are you awake now? Oh, that's good. That was your wake-up call. Moon cuts the cost of Mars by like 600%. Yeah, James, that's right. Weird, huh? That noise again. We must get the nuts. All right. So, we were thinking about where we want the new factory hub to be. Honestly, don't mind putting it in the middle of the desert. You are entering the EJ zone. You do know that if any of yous end up as president, you will be the NASA administrator, right? Oh, geez. If any of us end up as president, you'll be the NASA administrator. Oh, God. Fly Gobbles, Ken. How are you? Satisfactory Noob here. Why do I prefer to start a new game than to load a save? I'll never get anywhere with all the spaghetti that I can't load back into. It is in Augustine's bio in 1970. He joined LTV Missiles and Space Company. Then Nixon's space policy took over and LTV became Lockheed Martin. Last, please. It's like people saying SLS is a job program, but any job program needs some practical use out of it. The Apollo program was a jobs program by that idiotic definition, TJ, right? No, SLS is just a jobs program. That, dude, that is the most, like, L take I've ever heard in my life. Yeah, so is the Apollo program. What's the difference? The difference is we got something done. I don't care if it's a jobs program. That's fine. Please do something. That's always been the thing. Like, I'm pretty dang sure, like, let's talk like Mobile Launcher 2 for a second. If Mobile Launcher 2 had that price tag, but Bechtel delivered it on time, do you think anyone would care? No, absolutely not. We'd be like, oh, dude, it's done. That's awesome. Actually, people would be like, oh, dude, that's awesome. Too bad there's no rocket that launches on it. All right, so we need to figure out where we want to put our factory, dudes. That's really important. And we should probably be getting a fabricator up sooner rather than later. The other thing is that I need to grind out tickets so I can get all the pieces that I need. The other thing is that I wanted to do the MAM research for the truck so we can go drive around. Yeah, Slackster, what are you gonna do? we make crystalline oscillators in here? We can. We need quartz, wire, and more plates. Okay. You're not going to believe this. Augustine is connected to Stephen Davidson Bechtel Jr. I got nothing to say. I got nothing to say. You know, it's not a coincidence, dude. It's not. Whatever. You know what? I want the stairs. Give me the stairs.
Where would we be without foundations? Probably a bit lower.
Just got in. Did I miss anything groundbreaking? No. We need a palate cleanser. I actually need to just go walk around for a second. I need to go take a piss, guys. I'll be right back. 1 second. Just give me a moment, and then we get back. We got to figure out where we're going to build the factory. We need to get power up and running if we're going to scale. So we'll do that in a moment. Let's do this. All right, so we got to figure out a position for power first. Let's go over here. Mine. I got a lot of coal. Actually, all right, let me load off some inventory and then we'll go. Like, can we even make water? Yeah, we have water. Sure. You didn't know you could press space to craft continuously? Yep. Hey, Zing. So, Mr. EJ, alien technologies, did we got them or not? If we did, they probably wouldn't tell us, dude. Dumb question. How do you get the map view? You gotta unlock it in the MAM, and it's M. You do. Do the wires and poles have throughput limits? I'm not sure. I think it's just the amount of connections, dude. The throughput is limited on what you can generate. So I don't think there's a throughput limit. It's just connections. I'm sure. How long does Splashdown? Yeah, sometime this weekend. I think it's Sunday morning. There's a window for it, and the window starts at like 2:30 in the morning. Does this game have weather? I recall Satisfactory having weather, yes. I haven't seen it in a little while, though. I don't remember this being here. Oh, Oh, balls. 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 Run. Run, 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 run. You want to stay away from that. Oh, that was a nuclear hog, dudes. Yeah. Yeah, we don't need to go near that. We don't need to go near that ever. How do you kill that? A rifle. I would use the gun. Yeah. So there are hogs like the ones I just killed right there, but they're bigger and they're nuclear powered. They're irradiated like zombie hogs. And they chuck uranium rocks at you. Yeah, true story. Stay away from them. Can you build stuff on or in the water? Yes, you can. That's where we're going, Jim.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Base question, have they come out and said what's wrong with Starliner? No. They won't know for sure until a little bit after the mission is over. But, it's, it's rooted, the biggest problem is rooted in the thruster design. Or, well, we don't know for sure if it's thruster design or not. Okay, so that's going to be for Caterium right there. And then let's get this concrete foundation basically going all the way back to... The thruster integration seems to be the most likely culprit, but finding out will be tricky with faulty thrusters having jettisoned the service module. Yeah, it's a real hard problem to solve, right? Oh, boy, do I get tired. The astronauts just didn't feel they could return safely. It's not the astronauts, it's NASA. NASA said they couldn't return safely. So this is going to be where my power plants are, and I like really just laying everything down with foundation here. It gives you, let's just say it gives you space to think. We also gotta put down the railings or else Space OSHA is gonna get mad. We don't want Space OSHA getting mad. Yeah, you can unlock it handful with the ma'am. You have space? Yeah. I don't think Ada will mind, really. Well, we ain't talking about Ada. We're talking about Sposha. Sammy Sposha is gonna come and kick you in the face. Crap. Ran out of concrete. So yeah, we'll put our water pumps out here and then probably a coal power plant somewhere in this area here, but we also got to take into account Caterium. But with my water, we want some of the water to go to the coal plant, but we're also going to need a tap for the factory for water going that way as well. So that's just something to take into account. I'm gonna need to go get concrete. Nice, got a nice big working space. An underground factory? No rat. That cave, that nuclear hog will get us, that thing will kill us instantly. In fact, I probably shouldn't have opened that door. Yes, it's not easy to make water go up. You don't know me, son. I'm guessing this is a new save? Yeah, Bly. Some of my old save is underground, not the good kind. I miss the trains. Me too, EVA. Not a lot of it is, but some of it is. So, yeah. I want to ride my damn trains, but... The train comes in earlier progression in 1.0, so it's not that far away. Oh, that's good. Am I really losing it, or did I miss Flame Trench? I wasn't on Flame Trench today because I didn't sign up for it. I didn't sign up for it because they put out the call for it while I was asleep because of Polaris Dawn. So other people signed up for it instead. And then Max couldn't do Friday Night Racing tonight, so it's just been strange.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Thought so. I was watching the Mets. Why? You sound pretty tired. Are you feeling all right? I used up a lot of energy for space news, and now I'm getting pretty tired, dudes. Yeah. It's just been a weird week. Pretty damn exhausted. People wanted spicy. I gave them spicy, dude. That's what they wanted. I'm just tired now. I don't know, maybe I should pack it in. Dude, that whole NASA thing. Here's the thing. I was telling people about that whole, the National Science Foundation paper, but it bums me out a little bit too. Just, yeah. But yeah, I'm more tired than anything. Guys, mind if I pack it in? Yeah, sorry, I'm just... I didn't think I'd fall off this quick. Just, not feeling it, dude. It's been 10 hours, so you can call it. Alright. Okay, so... Oh, Glitch, don't worry about it, it wasn't you. It's been a weird week. And I still think I have, like, some kind of stomach bug or something, because, yeah, my energy levels just go from, like, good to nothing, like, in 2 seconds. Either that, or I'm becoming diabetic, which... That would suck. But, yeah, we'll see. Scary's going into the Indy 8-hour next month with a 7-point lead in the championship. Cool. Cool, man. All right, guys, so... Yeah, depending on what happens with Polaris Dawn, I'm probably going to see you over the weekend at some point. So, yeah, just keep your eyes peeled for that, and we'll go from there. If you want to keep the Satisfactory fix going for you, my buddy Atal is
and then we can go.
Yeah, he's playing Satisfactory too. So let's we haven't rated Atal in a long time. We haven't rated anybody in a little while. So go see what he's up to. Jump through on the raid, and this will conclude our broadcast day here on this end. If I don't see you over the weekend, I will see you guys on Monday. But yeah, I'll most likely be here for some type of Polaris Dawn coverage. So have a good night. Go raid Atal, and I'll see you guys sometime over the weekend. Thanks for watching.